mega metrics being achieved. And one of the key elements in this vision is the digital government and the digital economy. That's for sure. And I had the opportunity to lead digital government, and Dr. Aisha was one of the leading experts and leaders in digital identity when we worked there. And I could say that the decentralization of the current ecosystem, because of transparency, efficiency, and security, is highly needed. And digital economy is not something that we achieve in 1 month or 1 day or 1 year or 2 years or 3 years. It's a long journey, but it needs to start. And no journey will be achieved if it's not started. So digital economy, when we just define it, we give the example of the previous one. What is the economy before digital economy? Which is an exact question. What is the difference between the third industrial revolution and the fourth industrial revolution? And I know that AI and machine learning and quantum computing and semiconductor are playing a very good role in the fourth industrial revolution, but the main pillar for the digital economy is the trust. We're moving to Web3, and the main difference between Web3 and Web2, which is the current, today's Web2, the main difference is the industry of trust. And this is where blockchain plays a fundamental role in doing it. And for Vision 2030, Web3, based on blockchain, will enable us to decentralize an huge economical value in manufacturing, in agriculture, and in power. Finally, which is the most importantly also, education. These four things are big economical contributors to what we say the GDP of the country. And decentralizing it is quite massively needed because of two things. The current Web2 cannot provide scalability and performance. And when you want to scale up, you need performance and efficiency and security to be there. And this is where we need to transition to something scalable, highly performant, and highly secure to be shared. And blockchain is one of the great ideas to merge the physical asset with the digital asset in one ledger that can be traded in a common, fractionally, or alone between all parties.
So, Dr. Ali, as Engineer Ali mentioned, that there were very huge efforts to use the blockchain here in Saudi Arabia and how it's aligned with the 2030. So, are we getting there? Are we reaching the point that we adopting blockchain?
First of all, thank you very much for having me. And just I want to what I'm going to say today is representing myself, not an organization. Are we there? Actually, is the whole world there? I think the problem with the blockchain itself is the business side of it. So the application, when we were working on the blockchain and we're trying to make something in the country, all the application can be done with Web2. This is very important. Until this moment, probably we need more application that can can call Bitcoin, if you compare it to financial industry. And until this moment, as far as I know, there is a challenge to make the blockchain in practice, because if you go to the regulator and you ask them to regulate something, there is no use of it, or at least they don't see the use of it, it's very difficult. The appetite of the country, alhamdulillah, in Saudi Arabia is very, very open to new technology, that's for sure. So in all industry, especially in financial industry, you will find that they have a sandbox, that they do their best to do it and protect. And I think this is too good industry that blockchain can take place on it. All regulator, actually, they had to do it, and we feel it, we can see it. They want to adopt this technology. However, if the business people couldn't come up with a real world application of the blockchain that cannot be done with Web3, we have a problem, I think. And that's from my point of view. And I think the reason is the problem that was the cause of this can be the solution. What I mean is the trust. The trust is very important. The web now that had been built is built on some kind of the trust, which is trust in the third party. Okay. Even the web, let's talk about Bitcoin or blockchain, is built on the trust, but another way of trust. The other way of trust is the village's trust. If I want to put it in this simplest example, now if I want to buy a land, I have to do it through a trusted third party. I wouldn't pay millions for a land just for you. I don't know you, basically. But my grandfather, they have another way to do it. They exchange lands at this moment, and they pay hundreds of thousands. I asked my father, actually, I said, how come you pay something there is no paper on it? He said, we trust each other. Oh, okay, we trust each other. Consistency, I said, that's consistent protocol, basically. So, trust protocol. So if we think about that, we make the human trust get back to its initial stage. And we start from there, not trying to make the blockchain do something it's not created to do it. I think at that time, and you can convince people, okay, you can't exchange land like your grandfather, which is more accurate. I'm not sure, I don't know. It's more efficient, it's more efficient, it's more scalable, it's everything. You start from the start of, I think many technologies that will contribute, but at the end, in short, if I get back to a very short answer to you, whatever the regulator will do, if there is no real business cases in front of the regulator, so he can, he gets excited and he can take the risk with you, I think the challenge will be always there.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. So, based on what Dr. Ali said, that we might getting here in the shortcoming days. However, we are not here yet. Although we have a mature experience and all the work, they are not getting here, and they will get here in the coming years. So, Dr. Saeed, how this going with the job creation, with the talent development, and all these things? If there is an extensive effort to adapt the blockchain, where you think that the talent development and job creation can take place?
First of all, thank you so much for having me today. It's my pleasure to be here in this conference with bright minds of those of the panelists. I really appreciate it. I will just make an extra comment on the trust aspect. Trust and transparency are social constructs that we should trust us when communicating. We should have full transparency. So what if we can digitize such social constructs and operate on the basis of transparency or trust? Looking at the Vision 2030, it's about transparency, it's about allowing different government entities and agencies to work together, seamlessly exchange information. So what if we can build a digital transformation strategy or digital platforms that would allow us to exchange information, to work all together to achieve the main pillars of Vision 23, which are the vibrant society, ambitious thriving economy, and ambitious future. If we can all work together, if the government agencies can work together, exchange information seamlessly, trust each other, and be transparent, held accountable, and responsible, we could achieve it. And I see blockchain playing a major role in that aspect. Looking at the other side of the talent development, blockchain has evolved in the recent years in very dramatical way that now we trust blockchain more than before. That's one thing. Now we understand technology more. Now we see more mature projects worldwide. Now governments and companies are adopting blockchain. These all are play important role in understanding what talents and skills and knowledge we need to develop so we can move forward. We take responsibility on the university level and education level that we foster and help develop education materials, curriculum development in terms of educating young minds to understand how blockchain technology works. Looking at reports worldwide, we have there's a challenges on finding talented individuals developing those technology at the foundation level, as well as from the business side. Dr. Ali mentioned something that's very important, which is creating the use case that we can, the business use case. One of the report was published probably 2 or 3 years ago by Forrester. They're saying they looked at so many blockchain projects and the outcomes that a lot of those projects shouldn't have started because there wasn't a true use case. A lot of them, they downsized their objectives, and many of them failed. And they could not realize the value of the blockchain that adds to.
Am I one of them? Because I tested blockchain projects and so on.
Really?
So at least Forrester will not mention.
Yeah. Actually, they looked at around 350 projects.
Yes.
And that was probably, I would say that's true, probably 3-4 years ago. Now we are maturing in our understanding of the technology itself. And the use cases also matured, and we are learning. I think we are on the top of the learning curve that we truly understand it more.
Great, thank you. So coming to the, okay, we covered how it's aligned with the 2030. We talk about how the job creation and the talented development in Saudi Arabia. Let us discuss the entrepreneur environment. So as the founder and the CEO of Advanced Era, and because you experienced the environment here in Saudi Arabia, how the blockchain and Web3 in the environment of the entrepreneur and innovation and fostering the innovation here in Saudi Arabia, especially in the global?
Thank you, Dr. Rabi, and very nice to be here together with all the great guests. My name is Vincent. I'm the founding partner at Adverse. Adverse is a Web3 focused VC and accelerator. And we started 3-4 years ago. But last year, we opened our Saudi office here in Riyadh. And right now we have 8 portfolio companies here in Saudi, purely in Web3 startups. And speaking of the entrepreneurship, actually I happen to have both experience in entrepreneurship and also investment. Right, I started my career 17 years ago as a product manager back in China. So where at the time it was like a Web 1, right? Basically it's just a web page, and then you can read and then you can watch, right? And then I did my first IPO in Nasdaq in 2018. which is like a Web 2 area. It was a news aggregator, aggregate all the news applications, news articles in China. And then after that, I tried to expand my business in global, right? So in Africa, in Southeast Asia, right? And also I started my two Web3 ventures in 2021. And at the same year, I started AdWords. So AdWords right now, we have around 60 Web3 portfolio companies around the globe, in Asia, in Africa, in Middle East. Right? So speaking of the entrepreneurship, I feel like the key question to an entrepreneur is what to do, right? So the direction actually come first place, then the effort, right? So first you need to choose what to do. And right now at this time, at this moment, basically we can see one of the top choices is AI. And then maybe blockchain is another choice, right? So if we can compare these two, like frontier technology, my personal feeling is that for AI is the perfect weapon to improve the efficiency, right? For example, you say with the AI tool, the work that you need 100 hours, right now you just need like 10 hours, right? Also, the work that you need 10 employees, right now you only have 2, right? You only need 2. But if you look at blockchain, that is my personal opinion. So blockchain is not the perfect weapon to solve the efficiency, right? But the blockchain actually is the perfect weapon to solve the trust, as all the guys mentioned, right? So it's not a tool to really like boost up the efficiency. But if we talk about why you choose blockchain, so entrepreneurs need to be highly aware that what they're doing, right? So quite a lot of entrepreneurs saying that we use blockchain to improve efficiency. For that part, I have another opinion. But if you are very committed and dedicated, say that we need to build a better world with a better trust, better transparency, and then make everyone feel fair, then I think it's a perfect tool, right? It's a perfect direction for the entrepreneurship. And the second point I would like to discuss is that how to build a real world case, right? As you guys mentioned that if it is not a real world case, then it's better not to not to happen, right? But then if you look at our portfolio, right? So since we are a global fund, we have quite a lot of portfolio companies from Singapore, from Asia, right? So what they do is like purely, let's say, tech innovation, right? So they do the sharding, they do the layer 2, and they do the ZK rollout, right? It's purely technical innovation, which is also good, right? But also, if you look at our portfolio companies here in Saudi, actually, most of them are building real-world applications, right? So out of the 8 portfolio companies we have right now, we have Mithu, who is trying to build a general loyalty platform for the restaurant here in Riyadh, right? We also have Umar Cash, who is trying to build a blockchain financial solution for the pilgrimages, right? We also have Takadao, who is providing a kind of life insurance based on DeFi. And we also have Sobeid, who is building the payment solution for the creator economy, right? So all of them are trying to solve real-world cases using blockchain technology. And I feel like this is really the right way to start a company to do the entrepreneurship in the market like here, right? So because all of the people anticipating the growth of the economy, the growth of the whole different sectors, right? So the blockchain actually can play a very important part in solving the real world problems here. So I think that would be also a good way to leverage the blockchain.
Thank you. So I think 2 important things mentioned by Vincent, that the security, as all of you mentioned, that one of the key advantages of the blockchain Could you, Dr. Ali, elaborate on that, in the security and the trust, and how it comes with the blockchain,
Okay.
and how it's important for Saudi Arabia?
Okay, so speaking about security is like a big issue because there is like different opinion on that, especially if you see it from a cryptographic aspect and security aspect. We need to know the trust that has been built in the current world that we live in, and the world of blockchain, Web3. Let's give me an example. Why the majority of people, let's say, they don't trust Bitcoin and they trust the currency in their pockets? Why? Actually, it's not about security, it's about trust. Actually, it's about believers. Bitcoins is surviving among all government and banks, not because it's secure, because of the believers behind it. This is very important. The model of trust in blockchain is different from trusted third party, which is all internet, the current internet is built on. Trusted third party. We have banks, we have ministers. There is a trusted third party that we need to trust in order to a transaction from here to America, for example. In blockchain is a different model. So this is very important to start with the blockchain. Second, the maturity from my point of view, from as a software perspective in blockchain, need to be reconsidered. Why? Because I have a discussion with a PhD holder in blockchain one day, and I said, okay, let's talk about the security. And he said it's secure, the people can. I said, okay, the private and public key, who generated? The application.
Yeah.
Why I should trust application that I download in the middle of nowhere, I don't know where, on my mobile, to initiate a public and private key, which is the whole system is depending on. So this is need to be reconsidered, that someone in the world look at it deeply.
Yeah.
So this is the first one. The second one is the consistent algorithm, which is the blockchain. Is it the better algorithm to do a real application in the world? I don't think so, because it's like it depends on proof of work and that kind of thing.
Yes,
There is, I think, much better people better than me knows about the other consistent algorithm in the literature. Maybe it is the vehicle that will make people on the world go. Is it secure or not? I have no idea, to be honest. But what I am make me believe in this technology, it depends on a offset cryptography. Of course, we don't mention the quantum computing and the risk, because the risk of quantum is on the Web 2 and 3 and everything.
Yeah, to break the keys.
So yeah, so this is just what I have in my mind. If there is any question regarding security, we can elaborate on it. But I have only one comment about regarding the building the capability. Corporate academy, normally it's begin from establishing the competencies. So any mature corporate academy, they are starting from the competency that we need to build these courses on. Again, what's the competency that people need in blockchain that will address a need in the business? So this is the definition of the competency that any company in the world will say, oh, that's a competency, I will invest in training. But look, what's the definition of the competency is a skills that if I train my people, they will address a need in the business. A need in the business. Again, is it a real application or not?
I think we can elaborate on that. Is there a need in the business? Is there a real use cases that already in the Saudi environment, in that in different sector? From your work, extensive work in the public sector, and your experience since 2017 in the blockchain here in Saudi Arabia?
As a short answer, yes, there is a need. But I would conflict with Dr. Ali on the type of training that we need. So, in the corporate training, I agree. Companies, they train for their own needs, not for the country needs. When they are facing a problem, it's two things they train for. Either to solve a problem or seize a momentum, create an opportunity. So, this is corporate. When we talk about blockchain, we're not talking about a legacy technology that's been used for the last 20 or 30 years. No, it's an evolving technology, started since late of 2008, when Satoshi Nakamoto wrote and published the white paper of Bitcoin. And that year was the year of Web3. So many can dispute. It started older than this. Yes, cryptography was written since 1992 for this kind of technology, but no one just modelized how blockchain should operate until Satoshi, and we don't know where is he, late 2008 published the white paper. So, how can we train something, how can corporate train something on something that's just been launched 2008 and late 2008? That doesn't make sense. So, I do see it from an experience in science. Dr. Ali was, a key player in one of them, in the Digital Government Academy when we started this in 2020. Do we focus on solving a problem and creating an opportunity, or develop something that's still not being used today? No, we started like the corporate. We want to solve a problem and we want to create an opportunity. But for blockchain, I do believe that the training and talent development should start from universities, not from corporate. And corporate, as usual, since ages, even in the US and in China, corporate always follow the universities. Once the universities built the learning and talent according to the people developments, the academia methodologies, framework, then the R&D for accelerating the blockchain adoption, it will be tripled than what the corporate wants to solve in blockchain. So, I know I said the yes answer is yes, the short answer. Is there any cases we need today to use blockchain? Not a startup. I'm not talking about startup. Sorry for this. I'm talking about cases, that problems we want to solve today, that you, with blockchain, that you can do it within the 3 days. Yes, there are. And I will give you a couple of them. Go and work with them. Certificate authentication. In schools, universities, medical agencies, manufacturing, any agency in private sector or public sector issues a certificate for authenticity, they have a problem, a big one. If you go to the benchmark, what's the percentage of the fraud that comes and the certifications without mentioning anybody? It's more than 27%. So, if you have 100 people hired based on certificates, and they come joining your organization, by benchmark, 27 of them are faker or fake holders to the certificates. This is benchmark. This is a problem no one can solve, except today as a blockchain. You can go and do your solution, and it will be adopted immediately. Because how to be adopted, and this is for anyone, any entrepreneur or working in the R&D, how they're gonna buy it, or how gonna they adopt it? By using the same methodology and buy and sell concept. Proof of concept, POC. Do a POC and it will get there.
Engineer Ali, about this point, because you were at the MCIT and you are the one of the key who create the Center of Authentication in the
Yes.
MCIT. So the people, I found them in the public sector, they cautious toward adopting the blockchain. So how you convince them that the new technology will bring something which is not in the center of authentication?
So, is Dr. Ali one of them? No, I know you're an open-minded. So, in any type of technology or business you're doing in your life, you're working with people. It's not, do I look like a blockchain? I don't. I look like Ali. You look like Dr. Ali or Dr. Ali. So people have their own mindset. And most of the time, the fearing mindset resists from adopting any new things, which is they feel secure in the comfort zone. And this is why you get resisted when you bring blockchain. Because how blockchain started around the world, and let's be honest, it's through cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is only one fork from tens and tens of forks of blockchain. But it's something that hasn't collected a very good reputation in the blockchain. Let's make it in a very wise phrase. And people started to get scared about blockchain because of cryptocurrency. And this is why the regulators are very quite confident that if they push back the cryptocurrency away from their economy, they are secured. Debate with a policymaker, good luck. Debate with the regulator, good luck. So, answering your question, don't quote me. Don't tell them that this is a blockchain.
Okay, just that.
Just a very strong technology based on a distributed application development that can solve the problem. They will ask you to test it. Go and test it. And don't tell them it's a blockchain. They won't even look at the code. And just once it becomes extremely successful, and from a security-wise it becomes very hardened, they will like it and they will love it and they will start using it. And then it's your call when to tell them that this is a blockchain. It's your time. My advice, take 10 milestones in adopting the technology with one client, and don't tell them until you pass the fifth one, the fifth milestone. So the credibility and the honesty and the trustworthy relationship at least past the half. That's, did I say a short answer? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Now, because something that I feel it in the public sector, and that's why but I usually bring the blockchain technology, and that's why they start resisting it. So I think it's a useful advice to just exclude the blockchain from the conversation and focus on the use case. So Vincent, can we talk about these use cases, for example, if linked to the globally, what kind of useful use cases globally that you experience, and you think that the Saudi market is ready for it?
I can think of two examples. So the first example is actually a Hong Kong startup. Right? So what they do is that they build a globalized loyalty point marketplace where users can trade their loyalty points from one brand to another. For example, I have 10 coupons from McDonald's, right? And then I am enabled on this platform to trade my McDonald's coupon into a KFC coupon, right? Suppose I don't like the coupons, the food from McDonald's, right? I prefer another ice cream from KFC. And they can do it through this kind of globalized and uniform coupon and loyalty point trading platform, right? And actually, this is what Mizu is doing here. Right? Mizu actually is a startup just with 3-4 months here. Started from July here, yeah. And they're also trying to do the same thing, enabling quite a lot of cross-brand, cross-dimensional converting and trading.
Sorry to interrupt you, but did you find the market here encouraging?
It's still in a very early stage, right? So right now they have signed around 70 MOUs with a local restaurant, right? And they're in a very tedious physical process of integrating the system with the owners of the restaurant, right? So I would say it's still in the exploration stage right now, but I feel like it's a potential, right? So speaking back to the building trust, right? So actually one of the reasons why we need this kind of trust actually is cross different stakeholders, right? So if it is only in the one system, like in the banking system, right, or in the farming system, then actually it's pretty simple to build the trust, right? But if it is cross-dimensional, it's cross-brand, right? So for example, we're talking about how you can use my data from McDonald's to, let's say, Zara, right? So how do you utilize the user behavior and payment data in another brand? Actually, that needs quite a lot of trust, right? So if you use blockchain, it can
And interoperability.
Sorry?
And interoperability between
yes,
the
yeah, we
different.
can call it interoperability. But also, for this kind of thing, if there's one very simple solution, which is like blockchain, right? So that cannot be tampered, cannot be altered, cannot be changed, then it might be this convincing thing to persuade people to collaborate, right? So back to the question, so the loyalty platform could be one promising one, right? And apart from this use case, another use case is, let's say, Cash, right? So it's a financial solution for pilgrimages who are coming from abroad into Saudi. And basically, the fundamental needs from them is to change money. Right? So, for example, I have a rupee, I have naira, right? And then here I need to use Riyadh, right? And this is like a fundamentally cross-border thing. And then the blockchain can also be used to provide this kind of validation and also endorsement to lower the fraction of this change. Right? This is number one. And beyond these two specific use cases, I would also want to share something from the regulation side. Right? So I'm from China, right? So I can think of two examples for how the government can support the use of blockchain technology. So one is that so there's a specific province in China called Hunan province, right? So they are the center of international trade, right? For example, you can buy and trade cashew, you can buy and trade coffee at that place, right? And then the international settlement become a very big issue, right? So if we don't really want to 100% rely on US dollars, then we need some to have some alternatives, right? And then a company who provided kind of blockchain technology actually is working with the government, right? And here the tricky and the interesting thing is that they don't get a crypto license, they don't get a blockchain license. What they get is an international trading license, right? So just as Dr. said, that you can have another way to support the blockchain startup or company. Right? And another example from the regulation is that, of course, there are a lot of hypes in the crypto trading, right? And then, as you know, in China mainland, it is not like a public allowed yet. But actually, you can do quite a lot of trading in Hong Kong, right? So last year, several crypto exchanges got a trading license in Hong Kong, which means people in Hong Kong can trade legally the cryptocurrency. And also this year, the Bitcoin ETF is also open to Hong Kong citizens. Right? So Hong Kong become a very important window or place for China to allow this kind of tested trading experience. Right? So this too can be the maybe not a perfect example, but something that we can refer to how the government can support this kind of new technology. Right? I'm sure that most government are much more smarter than us, right? So they have all the information, but I feel like I really anticipate that in the near future, Saudi also have a very good supporting regulation and policy to blockchain startups.
Thank you, Vincent. So, Dr. Saeed, would you like to highlight one of the use cases that grab your attention from the research perspective when it comes? Do you think that it has a potential in the practical practical environment?
Nice. Thank you so much. I want to elaborate on what Mohammed Sali said when he said, don't tell them it's a blockchain solution. Because during my PhD, I explored the adoption of blockchain in healthcare context. And I interviewed more than 70 blockchain experts. And one of them said, I was kind of discussing the stakeholders' involvement and endorsement of the solution. And he said, what should they know? What should they know that you are implementing a blockchain solution? You should tell them that I have a technology that solves a problem. That's it. They do not have to know. They do not have to know more about the blockchain and the different aspects and the distributed aspect of it. And that was true. Then, further down the discussion, we discussed who should implement the blockchain project. Is it the hospital themselves, or should they hire somebody else to do it for them? And the idea was most of the healthcare organizations.
Yeah, welcome to day 2 here at ETH Riyadh. And before we start the first keynote, I would like to invite John, who's part of the delegate from the organizing committee, to give us an opening speech for day 2. So guys, please give a round of applause for John.
Hello everyone. Thank you for all you guys to join us. I mean, it is really a kind of struggle for me to prepare this kind of event. So yesterday we had a successful day for the DApp meeting. I think Dr. Bill, she organized really the event. And today we are gonna have the industry day. So first I want to be really thankful for our presenting sponsor Arbitrum. And I also know really fly from far away to Riyadh to join this conference. And also we have to thank our packing sponsor, Ethereum, ChainIDE, Technology, Ethereum, and also our golden sponsor, Aethir Riyadh, and our silver sponsor, Mars, Adverse, Wall Street, Red Devil, TG, and also our knowledge partner, IGP Blockchain, and also media partners, Opinion, Cultivatory, Onchain, Age of Reality, Telegraph, ChainIDE, and our event sponsor, Arbitrum. I mean, it's really hard for me to organize this event as a foreigner, to be honest. And also, it takes me really a lot of time to prepare everything. I just wanted this event to be a community event, just like everybody can enjoy this event. And you know, I mean, this is the last year I'm going to be the main organizer for the Riyadh, and I hope next year a better conference will be presented. To be honest, I think the Riyadh should be solving people in Riyadh, and I just want to do this as MVP, minimal viable product. It is doable. I mean, even as a foreigner, you cannot speak Arabic, you cannot reach local connections, you still can do good things, and people will help you. So this is what I want to do, what I can do, my contribution, and contribute my best things to the community. And just hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much.
For the first keynote, I would like to welcome Radek from multi-brand success manager at Arbitrum. So please give a round of applause to him. And here we will see why the is on-chain and how Arbitrum is shaping the on-chain revolution.
Hello everyone. I'm Radek. I'm part of the ecosystem team at the Arbitrum Foundation. I want to talk a little bit more about what we are building, where I see the future going, and the sort of cool things that are currently being built on chain. Before I dig into the projects and the different things that are being built and where we think the industry is heading, I want to take a little bit of a step back and talk a little bit more about how Ethereum scaling solutions work and what Arbitrum actually is. So effectively, Arbitrum is a scaling solution on top of Ethereum, where it separates execution and data availability separately. So execution happens and it bundles transactions together on Arbitrum and matches them together and sends them onto Arbitrum, onto Ethereum. Sorry. And this actually has a lot of benefits to the transactions that are being processed. So for example, we're able to significantly reduce the transaction costs on that are typically happening on Ethereum onto Arbitrum that between 10 to 50 times cheaper. And this actually enables a lot of different transactions to happen on Arbitrum without not being possible on Ethereum. For example, things like perplexes, they're very intensive. The transactions are very gas intensive, so they're possible on Arbitrum because the possibility of sending a transaction that is more intensive is cheaper and more viable for the actual user. We have security from Ethereum, so when the transactions are bundled together, they're sent to a batch after a few minutes, so you still leverage the security of Ethereum, and fully EVM compatible. So if a project is on Ethereum, it's very easy to integrate with Arbitrum. It's extremely easy to onboard developers onto Arbitrum and build onto Arbitrum. So with this being said, the transactions per second, they're significantly reduced on Arbitrum. So you can have 250 millisecond block times on Arbitrum, and it scales significantly relative to Ethereum. And using this technology, we're actually able to develop a lot of L2 and L3 chains, and currently have over 100 L2 and L3s being built using the Arbitrum stack. We currently have 3.1 billion TVL according to DeFi Llama, and if you look at it, you read TVL can be an interpretation at times. So without tweet, we have just under 20 billion in TVL, where this is including some bridged ETH into Arbitrum and also minted onto Arbitrum. We have over 1,000 projects being built in Arbitrum, and recently we passed the 1 billion transaction mark, which we're very, very proud of. So going into some of the stack that we have on Arbitrum, one of the main projects that we have is Arbitrum 1, which is a general purpose roller. And this enables things like DeFi, NFTs, social fi, any sort of general purpose application that you have that is possible on Ethereum and other chains is also possible on Arbitrum. We also have a more dedicated chain, which is Arbitrum Nova, which is specific for gaming and social fi. And this has a few key differences. So the actual transactions are cheaper because it's more suited for gaming. So for example, for DeFi, you really want to have really good security so that the funds that are on the chain are really well secured. With Nova, you're more focused about block times and more cheaper transactions. So Nova itself enables gaming transactions to be a lot cheaper, so it's more viable for products to onboard. And we also have another product called Arbitrum Orbit, which enables products to be chains to be built on top of Arbitrum stack, and I'll get into that a little bit right now. Just to give some context before I get into orbit chains, to give you a brief rundown of how the Arbitrum ecosystem looks from an organization standpoint, we have the Arbitrum DApp that actually has the controls all the parameters of the chain, and you need the codes to actually process anything within the ecosystem. If you want to have access to the treasury, you need to have a vote through delegates, and Arbitrum now it's sometimes at times a very long process. We have us, which is with the Arbitrum Foundation, we're a service provider to the DApp, and we support the beauty ecosystem and various other tasks that the DApp needs help with. And we also have a service provider called Onchain Labs, and then more on the technical side actually supports the DApp with any sort of technical development. And this brings me on to the first point of orbit chains. Orbit chains in general, they allow app chains to be built on top of the Arbitrum stack. So if you need this very specific parameter for your app chain, you are able to customize the orbit chain in a specific way so it suits your needs. And this actually becomes very advantageous when things that are not necessarily passed by the DApp itself can actually be implemented in the code base using the orbit stack. So for example, we have a product called Spiders that a while was actually implemented. If you're looking to implement these styles, then you didn't even need an Arbitrum output, you could just implement this yourself. There's also other advantages such as more predictable costs. You can customize the block times. You're able to tweak a lot of different parameters to suit your app itself. So it's very advantageous if you really want to have a very specific need for your app chain. But I also don't want to pretend it's like the perfect solution for everything. There's definitely a lot of challenges building an orbit chain, such as the infra. So if you build a project into Arbitrum right now, you have a suite of different infra providers right now. So for example, do analytics, block explorers, you have that already made. If you build through orbit chain, you have to figure it out yourself. So it can be something that's very challenging. Another product we're building is Stylus as well. So Stylus is something we call EVM Plus. And this enables building through different coding outside Stylus, outside Solidity. So things like Rust, C, and C++. And we really want to onboard as many developers as possible. So there is this notion in the industry that we want to onboard 1 million users. I think we need to take a step back and think about how do we onboard 1 million developers. And right now in Solidity, there's not, with developers in Solidity, in compared to Web2, there's just not that many. So we really need to focus on how do we onboard more developers. And now we're really taking the stance of opening up the different coding possibilities through Rust, C, and C++. And I think going into 2025, we'll see a lot more being developed using Stylus. We're one of the few that actually enable coding using the stack. So we've grown the ecosystem significantly. There's a lot of opportunity to build a lot of different apps, and we really see it through our different grant programs. So we see lots of different grants going through, lots of different applications going through. The total applications as of recently, as of July, we received 1,400 applications. We have over 200 grantees. Very proud to be have grantees in the list as well. So we're very, very happy on what is currently being built. We really see a lot of utilities coming out of the grant program and different products being built. I want to dig into a little bit about the sort of products that are being built and where we actually see going ahead. So one of the native apps that we have, and this is something we really focus on, having more native apps being built, was the pollution products that are multi-chain, such as Uniswap, Arbitrum. We really want to create a flywheel where we also have native apps integrated into Arbitrum. So one of them being Camelot, and Camelot actually builds dexes on top of different orbit chains. So the key product right now is building they built a dex on Arbitrum Live, and they're also expanding out to different orbit chains. These are V3, if you're familiar, V3 model, and they've amassed over 130 million TVL and 40 billion trading volume. And the reason why I mentioned Camelot is, I think right now what happens on chain is there's lots of different tokens being exchanged. DGens are degening, and there's a lot of tokens being traded. But where I see it going is something at a high level. So, for example, you see currency being exchanged at the moment, and I think that's going to play a key role in exchanging specific currencies. Imagine a world where you can exchange a certain currency for another currency, like Riyadh for USD on chain. You don't need to get a high fee. You don't need to trust the person that you're going to exchange that currency. You can use something like Household to batch this for you together. And then you can spend that money on chain, and you don't really need to worry about all the other things in the back end. Another really cool product that we noticed that's been built on Arbitrum is the Safe protocol. It's a RWA protocol that purchases properties within the UAE and tokenizes them. And then there's been a lot of motion and a lot of people trying to build this whole product, but Safe protocol has done really, really well with building out what is one of the key RWA products on Arbitrum. So, and they currently have 2 million TPL, and they have lots and lots of properties that are sold out already. And you can actually generate rent yield on the properties that they have. And one of the really, really cool things that they do is you can actually have a golden visa through their products if you have over 2 million AED in properties. So it's a very, very interesting product, and it's a very good example of how on-chain products can actually affect the real world and actually interact with the general retail. Another product we see being developed is Onchain. So Onchain is a product that currently is going live in the next few months, and it enables RWA trading through apps. So right now, a lot of the trading platforms that are available on chain are using products like tokens like Ethereum, like Compound, and lots of different tokens. But what they're really trying to do is have the RWA actually integrated this cloud. So, for example, you're able to trade auto, you're able to trade different currencies, and bring onboard more retail traders into the ecosystem. So I think what they're doing can actually have a huge impact on onboarding more retail traders. So I want to have a quick talk about what we see happening in 2025 and beyond. So we see a lot of RWA projects being onboarded. I know I mentioned a lot of the RWA projects previously, but I still think there's a lot of really cool RWA utilities. So things like Onchain can enable permissioned chains, where every single address can actually KYC, and you're able to internationally be more comfortable transaction investors in the chain. And more social products actually coming out of RWAs. At the moment, we have a lot of RWAs like Onboarding, where you hold a token, but I think going to 2025 and beyond, there will be more social products within the RWA space that are very, very interesting. Also, being a platform, I think we need to reduce the friction on onboarding and payments within the ecosystem. As I mentioned before as well, the onboarding developers, through startups, we're trying to really grow the amount of developers that are building on Arbitrum. And another really cool vertical that I find personally very interesting is AI. So over the past few months, we've seen an explosion of different AI apps that are being built. With the recent tech and frameworks that are being developed, you can really see and use AI in very interesting ways. So for example, through Twitter, you can have AI agents that are being built and build out various different things and interaction that are actually happening on chain. I think this reduces friction significantly and really enables retail traders and retail users to use crypto. Right now, the friction with onboarding people into crypto is very difficult. We recently, last week, actually launched a program, if you guys understand the QR code, for any builders that are building on Arbitrum AI products. We have $1 million prize fund that you're able to utilize, and if you put something interesting, you can apply, and you can get rewarded with grants. And then just to wrap things up, another thing, I think that ties into everything that we discussed here, consumer apps, I think, will be pretty big going into 2025. So this goes across various different verticals, these NFTs, Ethereum, social finance. But the overall space and how it's going to look is we're going to try and onboard as many more and more people into crypto, and the friction needs to be minimal. So we've seen a few successful apps that have done this in the past, where they really broke through the fourth wall of crypto, and they've actually targeted a lot of retail users, and that's what we're quite seeing, where you're actually able to attract the retail non-crypto people as well into the industry. But thanks so much for listening to me, for listening to my keynote. I'd like to say massive thank you to ETH Riyadh for inviting me. I'm going to my contact details if any of you want to talk about grants, about Arbitrum in general, so feel free to get me. I'll be around as well here, so if you want to have a chat, I'm more than happy to discuss. I don't know if you have time for questions as well.
One question. Any questions? I think we can have time for one question. Okay.
Hey, so I see the focus on RWAs is really high, especially in some like Saudi Arabia. It's really attractive. So what else on the horizon is Arbitrum looking at supporting these routes?
I think so. Maybe one other grant program I'd like to address the sort of focus that we've had is onboarding more institutions into Arbitrum in general. So we recently had a few like partnerships where we're actually doing RWA products on-chain, and I see that happening more often, where you have these big, large institutions building, right now, the money market funds on Arbitrum, and I see that continue to be more where there's so much liquidity, it is actually a massive interest for them to actually onboard.
You still have questions?
Well, I have a question. Kind of a question regarding, we talked about, in 2025, they talk about RWAs, but you can elaborate more about AI.
Yeah, for sure. We really see novel dapps being built within AI. I think there's a lot of really cool use cases that can be with clouds. For example, one is through AI agents on Twitter, where you can, for example, for a contract address and say buy this, and it will automatically buy this for you. Or, you know, for example, this is more general, but there was recently a very big AI agent that appeared with Fraser, this is not an output, but I think a use case like this is really cool, where you can essentially talk to the AI agent and you need to convince it that to break the rules that it was given initially. Every single message actually costs a certain amount, and people are essentially battling with AI agents. So it's kind of like a form of gaming in a way, but with money attached to it. So I think that in 2025 there will be a lot of very cool use cases services being built out.
For the second keynote, I'd like to welcome Dr. Ali Al-Ghuraini, who is the chairman of the Saudi Internet Society, and the topic is Web3 and digitalization in Saudi, future of digital economy in the region. Welcome, and round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. So happy to be with you today, and it's really amazing to see ETH Riyadh approaching a good audience like you. So we are seeing a lot every year. This is actually the third year down, and we are committed to have it more and more and putting I don't have slides to be honest. I rather to speak face to face, and we'll have a team face to this one at the discussion where you will be more than welcome to ask me questions. I'm representing Saudi Income Society, and part of our activities is how to engage the local community and experts in this field to the decision makers, whether from government sector or private sector as well. And within the Internet Society, we are putting a dedicated focus on Web3 itself and blockchain. And we are having a few initiatives where we are taking it with the government's body to make sure that we answer most of the questions that still raised around blockchain and Web3 and how efficiently we could utilize them. Moreover, just to make sure that this is not an individual activity from people who love this domain, but also we put it in a strategic direction, where we make sure that this is a strategic vision, part of the Saudi digital economy revolution that we are aiming to have. And we are putting certain initiatives that elevate the usage and make sure that we avoid any obstacle in our way. Part of this initiative is creating a center of excellence. Center of excellence for the future of technologies, and the core part of it is Web3 itself. Also, we are putting a dedicated team to from the Saudi Internet Society and the government bodies to make sure that we highlight Saudi direction in this domain, where we need to attract talented people and companies like you to Saudi market. I don't want to take much of your time. It's just highlighting that the society itself is a big believer in Web3, and we are putting a lot of effort to educate people, whether they are individuals or government bodies, about the usage of Web3. One of the main issues that we have seen so far is how people perceive Web3. Because the start of Web3 is TikTok, a direction where we are trying to make sure that people understand the magnitude and the benefit that will be used to that area. This is from my side, and please, I'm available all day today. So please approach me if you have any questions, concerns, things that you'd like to discuss to make sure that your business is evolving Saudi. Some questions I might be able to answer them. Some questions I will take and come back to you in stories. So thank you very much for the room, please.
I think we will start now. Yeah, I have 3 questions. We can have that. I think it's all. So let's start. I mean, the first questions will be the setting questions, like setting the stage. I think the first question will to Saudi, to our guests. The first one is about Saudi's visions. What makes Saudi Arabia unique positions to be the hub for Web3 technology in the region? So I will pass the floor first to Dr. Ali. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one of the main reasons is also the Vision 2030 and all the government sectors is going towards digitalization. And with that move, couldn't happen without support of the technology itself. And plus, we have a vibrant society where they are looking for emerging technology and adapting these technology. It's a way how we approach those individuals and corporates to make sure that we increase adoption. So yes, it is a digitalization process that the whole government is going towards certain direction, and plus a vibrant Saudi society where the invest in technology. I think this is where maybe Saudi is in a unique position where we will make it hard for this.
Same question. First, I want to thank everyone for coming. I think with the increase of the crypto value, I think I thought to be bigger attendance. Like we are reaching BTC at $100. Next year, maybe we need 3 times the space that we reach 200,000. So thank you for coming, and I believe Saudi is in the middle of the Middle East, and it has the highest purchasing power and very low age, which is 70% of the population is under the age of 35. And this allows crypto to flourish. Even without the regulations today, we see that Saudi is considering around 30% of the Middle East crypto. But besides crypto, there's a huge chance of non-crypto blockchain technologies. And personally, and our company in the past, we have developed a number of technologies using blockchain, including NFT, gamification, carbon exchange, and other services that allows the blockchain technology to flourish. So Saudi is a very big market, and I believe with the success of implementing 25 RTCs last year with the Ministry of Telecommunication, we are ready to go into implementing technologies and providing support in Saudi Arabia. And during this year, we are already next in 2025. We are planning a number of sandboxing exercises with the ministry to support enabling blockchain technologies, blockchain developers to come to Saudi and develop technologies for our needs here in Saudi Arabia.
I have one question for our international friends. So this is more likely to be the global perspective. So how do you perceive the current state of global Web3 ecosystem, and what key trends are shaping this revolution?
I think Web3 is still quite small if you really compare it to the adoption of internet and some of the other technologies that are being grown really, really fast. Even for example AI, and AI has grown so fast, but crypto is really, I think there's definitely still a lot of adoption to be had, more really reacting. We're definitely going to see a lot more real world use cases. As I also mentioned when I talked earlier, there's definitely a lot more UAs and institutions actually onboarding into crypto. And I see the crypto being leveraged for things that are not necessarily possible within the Web2 space right now. You know, for example, you look at markets, they close and then they're not open, whereas if you in crypto anything is enabled, you can commission swap very, very easily. So you know, going into the future, I think the ecosystem would be surrounded with different RWAs, more complex products that are not possible within Web2.
I'd love to hear your opinion.
Yeah, I think one thing that we've noticed this cycle is that more and more things around narrative and experience, right? And that's because fundamentally blockchain technology is supposed to be an enabler of reducing friction, right? Access, incentivized participation, and the ability to bring and leverage content from one region to another with as few barriers as possible. And specifically in a global scale, this cycle, we've seen how quickly meme coins and specifically like interesting ideas and value creation can kind of seemingly nowhere and take the industry by force, right? And become more dominant player than some of the largest VC-backed projects in the space. And I think that's just the start of a trend, and I think it's a really good showcase of the application of blockchain technology and being able to remove these barriers. And so you have a much more egalitarian approach where ideas, creativity, value creation can come from nowhere, and then instantly have participation on a global scale without any restrictions around regions, time barriers, etc. And basically everyone can participate and contribute and receive some sort of incentive for that early participation in the wider kind of like content network. I think, interestingly enough, I think that pairs very well with, from my understanding, what Saudi is trying to do here by removing barriers of access and providing additional content focus and specifically around entertainment. And knowing that like the overall population is quite young, very open-minded, like I'm not surprised to see like 30% of the crypto adoption in the region.
Very good. So next question will be the convergence of global innovations with local ecosystems. So this question will be for all the panelists. It will be how can global blockchain projects collaborate with Saudi community to accelerate innovations and adoptions in the region? Because I know also a lot of international guests from today, and they are from different regions. I mean, you can have blockchain, you can have AI, and also I know that is from really great, most successful games in the world. League of Legends have really great backgrounds. So I think let's start from our Saudi guests and to our international guests.
I think, and I agree, if we could, since we have smart people in this room and specialized in Web3, if we could have a way where we just embrace the usage of Web3 without having cryptocurrency as an anchor place in these solutions. This might help on expediting the process of adapting with the technology. We were talking with the just a little bit. So if we could have a kind of loyalty programs instead of directly exchanging the cryptocurrency as a trade and as a base and replacement of the country's currency itself. This might bring a big for that action. So having these kind of solutions, tools, it will help us on making sure that the decision making is flowing very easy from both sides. So please, if you have ideas around this area, I think that this will help a great time. Plus, definitely, the use cases that we see everywhere, we are trying to make sure that we tailor it to certain needs. And we started a few initiatives that will bring a change to our decentralization in digital infrastructure, where we embrace people sharing their infrastructure for ultimate user activity, whether it's Wi-Fi or spot or others. And the legal process we are taking it forward. But having in mind the other alternatives of exchanging cryptocurrency, again, this will accelerate that adoption. So.
My recommendation, you need to know the movers and shakers first. And I think this is a good opportunity. Maybe we will create a quick small website for all the influencers, movers and shakers in Saudi, for the Saudi regulators, for the Saudi enablers, and for the Saudi businesses in the blockchain. But I want to introduce Dr. Waleed, not from the Indian society, also from the ministry, to support you with the regulations and enablement. You need to know, you need to meet them, and you need to ask him to support you with the regulations. You need to meet with the Rabia, who is also from an academic point of view, and the university, King Saud University. And she is a lot of academic studies and supports that she needs to, she can help you out. We have from the IEEE, so I'm handling the chapter of IEEE blockchain. So he's the one with the sandwich in the back, so you can come with him as well. And get to know how from academic perspectives and IEEE standards on how to engage inside the market. Personally, this is blockchain for me as a passion, but also we have a lot of economic values here in Saudi Arabia. We have seen a lot of energies from NEOM, from Nukta, from IPIF, even from existing government agencies that wants to go into blockchain. They either don't know how, or they don't have the right knowledge or skills. And this is the thing that we require, either from a platform perspective, or from development, or from enablement. So we need to create an ecosystem, and the only way to break into the development regulations is to make more noise and say we need crypto, we need blockchain, we need Web3, and we need to show that value. So we need to create that a lot of noise in order for the support that we can get access from government agencies.
I know Arbitrum is kind of the top is near layer 2 around the world, and also with most insightful researchers. And now I think it's more than $10 billion layer 2, and maybe $100 billion. So how do you see these kind of opportunities for collaborations in Saudi from your perspective?
I think there's definitely the opportunity to leverage some of the possibilities that are also anywhere else with things like TAP, for example, as we move dedicated to the Saudi community. I think to grow projects and the community within Saudi specifically, I believe what Ruth also said here, having more initiatives and actually knowing people is super important, whether that's having a hackathon that is not necessarily a product of one, it gets really people excited about crypto in general, and supports them and makes them learn about what crypto is and what the possibilities are. And also just having the support network for people looking to build within Saudi itself is extremely difficult challenging to build a crypto project. And having the access to technical support to maybe funding for the project and various other support avenues is extremely important to get a project off the ground. And also not having so much, having more support from the regulation side, people being open about it and really open to actually using the blockchain.
Mr. Dan, now to hear your insight, both from the background in AI and also entertainment. I mean, Saudi really loves entertainment and sports, which I think we just posted the sports World Cup, the e-games here.
Yeah, that's right. But I think there is a clear difference between the possibilities of blockchain technology, properly applied in crypto, and very good potential opportunities in the kind of esports and entertainment space. And you already have competitive sports, verifiable data, results, things like this can always be put on chain so that there's no dispute, there's a clear track record of every action that's taken perhaps within a game, every loss, every kill, every win, et cetera. So there's a lot of opportunities in the entertainment space to apply blockchain technology without necessarily having to shoehorn in a financial or crypto aspect, right? Now, it's not to say that there's not a benefit from it, and maybe that comes up every time. But what I'd love to see is practical applications of some of the world's top entertainment IPs, leveraging blockchain technology to bring that experience closer to the audience in a way that the audience can engage, verify, track without having less friction. Right? And hopefully that will be the end goal of properly applied blockchain technology, specifically in the entertainment space. For us, on the compute side of things, I think there's a lot of opportunities with creating trust and execution environments and verifiable compute. And for a while, again, crypto is a major element of our solution. There are a lot of alternatives, and there's already a lot of work that can be done in regards to providing specifically real-time AI services and compute through the Aethir platform, just by applying blockchain technology and not necessarily slightly different aspect. So I'm very excited by the prospects that we have here and how we can properly integrate and support vision.
Of course.
Thank you very much for highlighting further highlights. But I just want to comment on that part. We are planning to put internet hackathon this year. So I think it might be a good vertical that we put something for what it is specific. And we might align it with the same thing as Ethereum Riyadh. So we have everybody engaged in a big scale. Of course, it will be a recognition that the money is not the core foundation of this hackathon, but it's the recognition from the community, the people that will go piece of it will have a great deal of it. So that's it.
Sure. And also, we are possible to get grants from Arbitrum. Yeah. So next questions will be the localization versus standardizations. So we talk about a lot of opportunities, but also what challenges arise when applying global technology standards with local regulations and cultures. So how we can address them? Maybe this time we start from there.
I think that's an interesting question. Actually, I think it's highlighted best by, I think you guys was mentioning the sandbox environment, right? Where I think when you try and find product market fit, probably the best way to do it is by first understanding local use and adoption needs, right? And that can require a specific sandbox environment tailored for one specific region or market that you want to launch in first. And then adapting perhaps the economic economic incentive layer or something around that after you get a full understanding of how the technology will be used and how services are going to be used in the region. From our perspective, while we focus mostly as a distributed, independent layer for compute, we also want to try and understand what exactly are the needs and limitations here. Is there data sovereignty laws that we have to abide by here? And what are the impacts upon that when creating a specific sub-marketplace, perhaps? Right. So I think for us, the approach would be first get a better understanding of the needs here, after getting proper needs assessment, figuring out if the solution that we build for a global scale is one that applies readily at a local level. And if not, how do we take what we built already, create a sandbox version that better suits local needs, and then from there assess how to properly go to market for that service.
Yeah, I completely agree. Ultimately, we try and focus on regional markets as well. We really target specific projects that are providing services to local regions. What I personally noticed is that there seems to have a dedicated region, and that's where most of the users are actually coming from. So the team initially launched in let's say in Southeast Asia, and growing a dedicated narrative within that community where you might not necessarily have people in a different region, or it might not be that type of store project in the same let's say the West. So we really try and nurture the local communities that are building. But that also being said, there's a lot of products that are also very global and actually can stretch across the world. So that's the beauty of crypto, where you can build a product that is very local initially and is tailored towards a local community, but it's very easily scalable to the wider world, and it's much easier to scale than traditional Web2 business.
Yes, localization, I think the first area is to look at opportunities. And when we look at the Vision 2030, all of the projects that are today available at something, we see the Expo 2030 coming in less than 6 years. We see the World Cup 2034. We see the Olympic 2027. We see the Asian Cup in 2027. These are major global projects that can be tailored for Saudi market. And we can see a huge interest of blockchain community and Web3 community within these areas, whether from cloud management or entertainment and so forth. At the same time, there are smaller projects, but there are also bigger projects, including entertainment, ticketing solutions, sport and e-sport, and we have seen how big is the e-sport in the past couple of months. We have seen a lot of activations of global e-sport events in Saudi, and all these technologies are requiring blockchain and Web3, and we have seen the time is not here today, but we have seen huge interest from CAX and the e-sport authority to support blockchain and e-sport and gaming, and tokenizing some assets on the e-sport services. And these are great opportunities. We have seen in Riyadh last year how we gamify treasure hunt using Web3, and that is giving us an opportunity on gamification on events and entertainment. And we have seen a lot of tokenizations on Ronaldo and major football players in the blockchain as well. So we have local talents and local services that needs global providers who come in and consolidate this. So give time to understand what are the needs, what are the pain points, and how your technology can relate to it. and I think there will be a lot of those opening up for him. That's why we have seen others investing in Saudi. We have seen a lot of other VCs investing in Saudi because they have seen this opportunity.
I just want to start my keynote. So I think this will be my last time to organize in Riyadh. So I just want to, this time I just want to be a little bit global, just to do a storytelling to tell everybody how I can be here, like from zero to hero, my journey to Riyadh. So as a coder, before I joined the community, before I do a contribution to the community, I'm a coder. I'm actually a self-taught programmer. So when we are online, at that time I cannot buy a computer, so we could have the e-dictionary. When I was a young kid, I started coding on this kind of e-dictionary because at that time there's no other games I can play. So this is the only game inside the e-dictionary. It's called The Legend of Aethir CEO. So this kind of dictionary, after you play with these games, there's no other game you can play. Then I started to code by myself. That is about 8 years, 9 years old. This is a picture of the dictionary games. It's pretty simple, but at that time I'm a kind of primary school student. I try all of them.
Guys, please have a seat, please. Just present.
Yeah, so now, after the initial days, I try to code on GBS. So basically, the abbreviation for the beginners all-purpose symbolic instruction code. So it is actually very easy to learn and use this kind of programming language. There are only 17 syntax and 12 functions, and we call it basic. GBS is the basic of the dictionary. So there was no documentation available at that time, at very early stage. I experimented with all the basic syntax and taught myself how to program this kind of things. After that, I do the education, do the coding. One of the most proudful, I feel really proud about the coding experiences. I win the first prize of the China blockchain development contest. So actually, China is a very good coders, and as myself, I think I will win that competition, and it really helped me a lot. And also as a researcher, I also get some citations on Google Scholars. I didn't get a PhD, but about 30,000 Google Scholar citations. I think it is pretty good for the research experience. I do the code, I write papers, and also I think I have a solid technical background. And around 7 years ago, I built up Ethereum. So this is the first NFTs I have done. So at that time, this kind of NFT is called Ethereum. Yesterday, at night, I just try to follow everything on my Ethereum, ERC20 is address, because the blockchain cannot lie, right? So we see on OpenSea that like 7 years ago, I started buying Ethereum. So this is kind of an interesting purchase because years ago, they become Onchain and they become very successful NFT projects in Ethereum and Web3 base. But at that time, I have many choices. I can buy the CryptoPunk or I can buy Ethereum. So actually, at that time for Ethereum, they write around 3,000 lines of solidity contracts. You can play with the battles between each box. The gas fee is really huge. For each kind of that battle, you need to pay like 0.5 Ether or something. But we do think it's really interesting because at that time, nearly nobody know how to code in solidity. But these guys can write 3,000 lines of code and they already can have the data and the logic. It is kind of amazing, so I buy that. Their price goes to zero after that. So this is the first time I buy some zero value. Later on, I started to code on Ethereum by myself. So this is like March 3rd. I do have some other contracts code before. I think in 2017, I still write some simple, very simple kind of smart contract. But in March 3rd, this is the first time I write more than 1,000 lines of Solidity smart contract. And it is open source, and we can track that on Ethereum. And the interesting part about that year's code, how is the code that you can tell. And that year's code, you see, this is a crypto bookman, this is a library for safeness. If you code nowadays in something, you will see you already have the open zapping now. But at that time, open time, we didn't aggregate that into a library. So we still need to have the same mass. We need to have the functions like multiple with different assigning, with different assigning to A and B, and that's going to multiply by themselves. And also, the interesting part about at that time, the solidity, I think 7 years ago. So the ERC 721 is still not the popular standard. I mean, nowadays, we all know that you can use ERC 721, you can just publish on NFTs in several cases. But at that time, there's no, I mean, ERC 721, it happens. I think Peter and other authors already have that standard, but they are not popular. So, at that time, when I want to create some NFTs and create some crypto Pokemon in the array, I need to use mappings. There's no two-dimensional array you can use at that time. I think that language is not happening on Ethereum. After 3 years ago, they have that language. But now you can only use mapping for this kind of outside need to address. And I have the forums to go through all these kind of two-dimensional array to help with the logic habits. So this is like the ancient years of the code. I'm sorry, I saw this kind of maybe not that interesting part of the part of my story, but actually this is what makes me now, and that is what I have been for 7 to 8 years. So I think I'm a Facebook code, I'm a Facebook user. And after that, we go on Ethereum, we got contribution like this kind of code from Ethereum foundations. We do co-organize Ethereum Shanghai, Ethereum Riyadh, we join Riyadh, Ethereum Dubai, Ethereum Abu Dhabi, we go to London, we do a lot of these kind of events. We build a lot of things. We have entry support, we have fundamental, we have variables. So all these kind of things we are building on Ethereum. I'm proud of that because it's the project and this is the things that what I've done. And also, when we have ChainIDE, we get like archive and recommending on the official website. You can see one of the course, and we can just use our tools on Ethereum.org. And we also do some projects, and some of them will get really good financial returns, and some of them reach out for NFTs, for dApps, a lot of things. And now that we're in the Wall Street, the AI-powered commerce world, and now we also expand ourselves on BTC. But today I want to discuss a little things about the community. So as a coder, I joined a lot of communities. This is, I'm very naive, and to be honest, I'm very naive at that time. I always think that, oh, when I join some communities, I should talk, I should stand in some good position, I should talk. But actually, at that time, like 2018 in Shanghai, this is the only people how to code in some community at that time. Very few people in China in that days who know how to code in some community. And this is the very first group of Chinese DApp and blockchain developers meeting Riyadh in Shanghai. And I mean, I'm a good coder, so I also win a lot of prize because it's just like the grant hunter or the hackathon hunter. So everybody has that kind of age. So I win around more than $1 million prize in celebrations. We got a prize from some Web3 giants, like Google, Tess, and Facebook, and also some Web3 giants like Regulars, Tron, Neo. Because at that time, the Ethereum Foundation didn't into that kind of prize. We do have very good grants in the world for hackathons. So we do a lot of hackathons at that time. And also in 2018 in Shanghai, China joined Shanghai in celebrations. And we go to the CID jam. This is kind of a hackathon. We do the games in 48 hours. And this is the builders in 2019 in Beijing. So she also founded the last us. In San Francisco, the Game Developer Conference in San Francisco. And also we meet a lot of great people in GBC. I think you know the Chico, come out of SMTP and come out of LGG. And I go to Paris, also get some paper published, like I got to do for column and get a paper published. And 5 years I joined one shot blockchain week and Hong Kong Web3 festivals in 5 years. I mean, starting from 2019, the new ecosystem panel with one of India, and panel also is actually capital single chart. And also this year I think I organized a panel with new chain and report president and Aethir, and also a lot of keynote about ChainIDE, Web3 festival, and Web3 users. So I joined a lot of these kind of events and communities because without this kind of experience, I don't know how to organize events because I don't have the connection with people. And after that, what I'm trying to do is to contribute to the community. For myself, I educate more than 30,000 coders in China. The majority of them are Web2 coders, and I just teach them how to code with Synergies. I teach them to transfer into Web3 coders. And I educated the first 1,000 blockchain engineers in Africa. This is still on the official website of Binance. You can see we are the top one contributor at that time. Because I think for our Binance friends, we earn money, and since it's money, the majority of the costs are not by us. And this is at that age. And this here, a lot of coding, a lot of bootcamps. We built the Ethereum rebase Ethereum hackathons in 5 cities of China some many years ago. And also this kind of branding promotion synthesis use 500 line of code to the next 5 billion unicorns. So actually this is the first time I think Drizzle reached this kind of valuations. And the first version of the Drizzle is built on Arbitrum. Tomorrow, the tech lead from Arbitrum, he will also do the online workshops for Ethereum Riyadh. So I think it is pretty good. In Vietnam, super awesome. Also, the Metaverse bootcamps in China, we invite very good people. And Kiki Tony is my mentor, and he also helps me a lot in this kind of Metaverse bootcamps. And with Finance Onchain and Chinese development bootcamps, we go to Africa again, we do a lot of these stuff. With Hydra bootcamps, with conference, we go to Africa again. And we organize in Shanghai, so as I can still in Korea time, I think it's very good events. We have joined us, the US ambassador from China joined us, the minister from Singapore joined us, John Luke, another co-founder of Ethereum joined us, so it is hard for us to organize events at that time because everything is online and also we need to secure all the positions. I think also Korea and a lot of people have joined us for Ethereum Shanghai for the first year. And also for Ethereum Shanghai 2023 again, we do have Jim Rogers, we do have a lot of good friends of vice president of Hong Kong Business and Science and Technology, so Dr. Wong. And we had Ethereum Riyadh in 2023 last year. Dr. Ali also joined us. I think a lot of good friends, a lot of builders will join us. For myself, also I think I should say I reached into the MENA region. So Ethereum Dubai is my family. Once in Dubai, I joined as a several years to be the sponsor and be a contributor. The company's crypto community, society, community, all of these. We have Ethereum Abu Dhabi. I go there and join the conference for the ones and host this. And also we have Metaverse in Turkey with Dai. So a lot of good friends nowadays, they fly from Turkey, they fly from Hong Kong, they fly from Thailand, they fly from the United States. They come to Riyadh because they want to support me. I really appreciate that. And yeah, this is all we have done. We might see cash. In November, I mean, it's kind of different stories. I think today Ramsey and also George and together in November, we will kind of have the first kind of Web3 bootcamps in November. The elections actually runs out for many times. But it will return back, which is very good because in Iran, if you face this situation, they need hours to get the elections back. But in November, I think the elections will get back very good. And we have a nice journey in Tripoli and also in Fireside. And also in Iraq, last month I was in Iraq teaching on code there. Yeah, they do face some problems in Iraq because we got a lot of service side not focusing, a lot of focusing in Iraq. And also a lot of libraries, a lot of cloud services, they are not allowed to use in Iraq. But I'm still getting time to teach people on code there and nice libraries, nice libraries. Also, in Norway, I think the founder of Arbitrum who originally tried to come here. I joined them for the first year and teach people on code here in the bootcamps. Do a lot of contributions. I mean, from this Asia to the Middle East, I travel like 20 to 30 countries around the world, organizing the events, teach people how to do the coding, teach people how to do the bootcamps. I mean, I'm a little bit kind of emotional yesterday because I just worked on the 7th yeah, I try my best, to be honest. I'm not a good organizer because I cannot organize things that well, but I do get a lot of support from the community. So in the future, I want to open source Ethereum Riyadh for 3 reasons. So I think Ethereum Riyadh is solidly famous in Ethereum Riyadh. I love to contribute, but I will not be the main organizer next year. And I have done an MVP for Ethereum Riyadh. I mean, it is doable. As a foreigner, I mean, I'm not a partner. I have already done Ethereum Riyadh for 2 years. As a foreigner, I cannot see I cannot comment to a lot of people. But still, if you really want a lot of people to help you, I think this is a reason for community. And I think open source Ethereum Riyadh can help the community in the long term because some of the local friends can actually done these things better than me as a foreigner. I mean, as a foreigner, I only do an example, I can do that, but I hope you can do it better. This is the meaning of the community. In the end, I have 2 sentences to share in the end. I mean, one is dedicated to the next year organizer, I'm not sure who they are. The other is for everyone who supported Ethereum Riyadh and makes this conference possible. I really appreciate that. Both sentences come from my mentor, a true pioneer and guide, in my life future coming home. If it's an accident, he passed away, and I just want to quote this sentence. I think this is the meaning for a lot of them. The first sentence is for the next year organizers. I want to say the most important quality of Web3 entrepreneur is courage. I know organizing events is not easy. You may face a lot of pressures. I think Dr. Abil knows that. I mean, we will face a lot of pressure. We are very stressful in many of these kind of things. But for the next year organizer, I really think that the most important quality of Web3 is courage. If you have courage, you are able to do a lot of things. It is doable. Even as a foreigner, I can stand up here, I can organize events. You are not stopping local friends, I think you can do that. The second thing is that every hero's journey eventually comes to the end, and from the end, the new hero is born. So I think we should not be pity about the whole stars because I think next year will definitely be better, or everyone like that. So hopefully, I just want to make Ethereum Riyadh great again, and next year, hopefully, we can have a happy event. Thank you very much.
Also, while we wait for the panelists, basically what this panel is all about is just exploring the advancements in tech. And when we know that also helping, that's great, awesome. So the topic is all about adoption here in the MENA region and globally. So before that, let me just pull out my fancy questions because it's not very about AI at all. Big problems. Okay, so before we dive into mass adoption and tech, how about you guys can you give a little intro about yourself and let's take it away.
Hi, I'm Onchain. I'm the CEO of Trust Wallet. So before Trust Wallet, I was a global marketing VP at Binance between 2021 to 2020 to 2022. In Trust Wallet right now, we are the largest mobile Web3 wallet. We have about 115 million total downloads, with about 15 million to 20 million active on a monthly basis. I'm over here because I'm very intrigued with Sandy and from the data that I see that we do have more than 300K downloads for the past month, 30 to 90 days, and then verified data. And it's on par with UAE. I was chatting with someone earlier. I thought the data would be too small, but she was actually finding it very optimistic because of how much friction local people have to jump over the hoop to access Web3. So this was actually very promising and interesting perspective. Hence, I'm over here to learn and also share some of the perspective that was incredible.
Can you repeat the numbers again?
For the local study?
Yeah, I'm quite curious though.
About 300K downloads for past 90 days, but I can double check. Either 30K or 90K.
But it's still good. I mean, those any market people out there know those numbers are really good. So just one highlight. And wow, please share your.
I'm just going to add something you were saying. We also noticed that in the sandbox. So I think noticed that Saudi is actually surpassing the UAE in terms of percentage growth in the past 6 months when it comes to the sandbox. So we have more users from Saudi as opposed to the UAE. So in terms of growth. And yeah, so I'm Bilal, I'm from the sandbox. I've been around the Web3 scene, I think, for quite some time. I was in Canada for a few years before Saudi, and then I came back. That's what I did a long time. I think not that pretty well known in Saudi, and now with the sandbox. Really, since we started, we're really looking at a few different ways that we can collaborate as businesses. First one, we allocate land and we sell land and members, obviously. Second one being a lot of educational events, so we do a lot more on a weekly basis workshops and events when it comes to birthday adoption, metaverse, and obviously different programs, so those are parts of the year. And yeah, fun things like that. So that's sort of on me.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Ben Gasson. I'm a software engineer and specialized in blockchain technology. I've been in this field since 2014, so since I recently started so many problems, so many issues, yet I still love this technology. So we came to solve some of the issues and get the adoption of such new technology. So as I basically we help enterprise, we help governments to connect to blockchain networks, and we do everything in between, such as, for example, data custody, connecting it to the blockchain itself, creating wallets, and even creating transactions. So an entity or enterprise system has to connect to us via API and SDK. Then you connect to that network easily in 30 minutes or less. So basically, we've been in this market that's only market for 3 years, and we've seen a lot of growth, especially in the last year, and lots of regulation on time for sure. And I'm sure we're going to talk about this topic. And yeah, I'm pretty excited about this economy, especially in Saudi Arabia. So that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. So before we get into the nitty-gritty of mass adoption in the MENA region, I just want to ask you guys, in 2024, what you guys, each of them, what you guys are most excited about and why?
Sure, look, obviously I think there's a lot to be excited about. Something I would like to maybe highlight is maybe this was something end of 2023, which is digital identity. I think that both Saudi government and the UAE government, that's been quite great as well, because we're really into those two countries that are actually heavily working in this field and spend a little bit of action on that. Another good example would be, I think, the Mocha ID by Mochaverse and Mocha Brand. So basically, if you have a Mocha ID, you can get access to all 400 of the portfolio companies. So I think digital identity for me is an interesting
So basically, I'm super excited about one thing, which is the tokenization of real-world assets. And I guess I'm seeing a theme here in Saudi. All the assets can be converted, most of the assets can be converted to blockchain-based systems. And this way we can have lots of functionalities such as traceability, integrity, immutability, and also security. So we're going to have lots of systems that are using blockchain technology, but not advertising the public that is using blockchain technology. And this is my goal, my personal goal. You don't have to advertise that you're using blockchain technology, just show the efficiency, the easy to use that you're getting from blockchain technology. Not necessarily showing explain that product to end users such as, let's say, consumers of new products. So basically, this is what I'm excited about. I believe this is going to come way before people say relating cryptocurrencies or digital assets in that matter. So that thing has to come first, the second will follow.
So what usually is described as the entry barrier to allow the users adoption to the Web3. And when I go to conferences to speaking, I often get asked this, what is the blocker to mass adoption? Usually people are looking at me thinking that, thinking you're want to be better users. And I think what I see in 2024, that I find excited about, and I think will be more going into 2025 to better blossom, is the technological improvement in some of the standards that can fundamentally bring our Web3 user experiences closer to Web2. And some of the technical steps. So we have experimenting earlier in the year with contract abstraction, which is basically smart contract wallet. In our app, you can create a wallet with an option called Sweet. So it does two things that really try to solve user experience. One is to really simplify key management through passkey. So the users basically have a Face ID, open it up, then it creates the wallet for you. You don't have to remember the 12-word sequence. I can understand DJ or super experts will be like, oh, that's still a Web2 cryptographic graphical solution. But honestly, that's good enough for 99% of the basic users, and it is safe enough. That's one part. So it has a really seamless key management onboarding experiences. The second part is that users often got tripled with the fact that I have to, when I interact with a blockchain, I need a native coin. I need ETC, I need Ether, I need BNB, I need Solana, Sol, in order to experience with those chains. And then users don't know what to do with it. The smart contract portion that we do is we allow users to use any of the more than 200 tokens to pay for their gas. So you can use USDT to pay for your gas on the Ethereum chain, on Arbitrum chain, BNB, etc. So that really simplifies the experiences to an extent, and I realized that some P2P network in Austria are actually using that version, the Swift version of Trust Wallet, to serve the elders in Austria. And that's easy enough for them to experience the on-chain experiences. So this was just an experiment for us without any promotion. I think probably none of you guys know. We already got more than 1 million of wallets created and using that. And it was just a beta. So going into the next year, I do see the account abstraction, gas abstraction, chain abstraction, including even in the EVM space, we call it EIP 7702, that helps to upgrade the traditional EOA, which is the protocol secret phrase version of the wallet, into with more smart contract capabilities coming to more. So my hope is that by the end of 2025 and 2026, as this is the goal that I set to my team, that the problem statement of wallet is a blocker to mass adoption of the Web3 will no longer exist. We can move on into much more exciting stuff with the utilities to help with building either the economy for the business or for the users on the Ethereum.
That's really cool. It's awesome. Wow. I think it's quite a technological leap. So yeah. But yeah, let's dive into mass adoption of these. Now, we got users, we got enterprises in the MENA region. So how are they integrating blockchain technologies in their operations?
She mentioned something very exciting which is account abstraction. I believe account abstraction is one of the best technologies that would help actually accelerate the adoption of blockchain technology. There's an alternative now, by the way, we tried to implement it. It was so hard to implement because the protocol is not mature yet. It's really started. So I don't know about the stage right now of the protocol itself, which is ERC, and more thousand 300. So it was a bit hard when it comes to implementation. It has lots of things to cover us. But thankfully, we implemented it the alternative route to that is actually Web3 login to Web3 wallet, which is the centralized aspect. And I believe if we want to adopt this universality, there is also regulation around it. So that's how it's going to work at the beginning, but at the end, it has to be a centralized wallet that is managed by the business itself. For example, the user itself, the data itself, or itself, can log in using email and password and have access to that wallet. And that will get managed by the business itself. So this will make actually the users way easier. Just something what happens with the finance, what happens with Coinbase, what happens with Ethereum. This is why most companies actually achieve high adoption rates. And
this in space, and I can't get this question alive. Are we growing here in the ocean, right? And I think 100%. And I think the hats off to the big entities or small, medium-sized, even big entities or government funds that are actually taking the next step when it comes to growing our ecosystem. Right? Like you have, I can name maybe a handful, like under 10 probably leading entities here that are really pushing this forward. And we were kind of having a discussion a few months ago internally at the Sandbox as how can we kind of accelerate this and learn from other let's say, successful regions in the world. So what we're actually doing, and I guess this is the first time I'm publicly speaking about this, is we're building a Web3 alliance inside Arabia, kind of learning from Crypto Oasis in the UAE or in Europe, that's like the VGA that actually Sebastian is the founder of Sandbox, is the president of the association. So yeah, I guess if you guys can reach out to me regarding this matter later, but what we're doing is funding members currently our Sandbox and open map Neon, and really looking to see how we can speak one language when it comes to pushing for our ecosystem. So that's something really exciting.
So with us, I think we do get traditional Web2 enterprises reach out to us, including some of the banks that reach out to us. So one of the examples on the traditional bank side is that they also want to modernize their tech and they want to have a better consumer experiences. So even though we're offering a software interfaces with users, however the users choose to custody their assets, ultimately from my personal perspective is user choice. Of course, we give users our bread and butter is to allow them to have a self-custody solution. I don't think that's for everyone at all time. It's always a better suggestion that I give to people that diversify. Have certain parts of your assets in custody, right? With traditional assets, certain parts with your self-custody and depending on the situation. So there was one bank in the US a few years ago, before all the potential economic challenges in the US that brought out, is that they actually want to connect the partnership with us to allow our users to be able to choose holding custody of the crypto and changing with the asset type, crypto to fiat, with their bank. And then that essentially really seamlessly integrate with the traditional fiat rail and the banking assets, as well as the crypto self-custody solutions. So it both opens up that smaller, previously SME-focused banks to rethink about a new strategy to open up a lot more user base that they previously don't have, as well as potentially getting customers outside of the US to choose their banking services. So they're thinking in a very innovative way, and they're not the only one. There's another bank that we're talking to elsewhere, or the partnerships are thinking leveraging a similar angle. And that's what we can bring onto the table is that tens and twenties, even hundreds of millions of the retail user-based relationship to help someone regionally to connect to a global base that help the local business to grow much stronger as long as their local offers is strong. The second part is like the metaverse. Is a famous football club that really wants to upgrade their loyalty program with adopting the blockchain-based solutions. Be it NFT, be it token, that's just tools, but ultimately it needs interaction with the blockchain. But then they both want a synergic relationship that they both want access to our global user base as a platform to help them to reach a much bigger customer base. At the same time, get infrastructure and product support to be able to help them to realize the good product experiences to achieve that win-win situation for us and for them. So those two are some of the examples, I think both even in TradFi and in the entertainment space that we have talked to that created a win-win opportunity from both access of user-based perspective and as well as offering a much better what I call CDFi, either traditional centralized DeFi solution or traditional entertainment and new type of entertainment solutions coming.
I would use that my view, however, my
decided, I guess, how to join. It's kind of all in the works. I just wanted to, I guess, use this platform today to kind of mention that we're working on this. It should be done before the end of this year. Simply, it's a non-profit organization that is really, for adoption, about Web3 blockchain adoption, specifically in Saudi Arabia. That's what it's about. And we have already, let's say, important entities that have already, agreed to dedicate some of their time to make sure this is a success, including Saudi, obviously. So that's what I have. But you can, I guess, reach out to me personally eventually when I can, make sure that you guys are happy. So that's not a problem.
That's good. No, I just love the idea of, what you mentioned about, crypto races in Dubai, for example, or the Crypto Valley in Brazil. So it'll be kind of cool to see more associations to help spread that, larger technology and education to enterprises. But I also want to cover, like, we're reaching out with companies, but how about the regular people, the human need level? Like, how do regular people can, understand blockchain better, without all the technical jargon, ERC, 4,000 loops, and, market region, all that stuff, like, just regular Joe and James, right? How they can, understand this tech in a faster, easier, reliable way.
I guess I'll go next. So what we have at least been doing, and some of us here since we started the business, really just partnering with local academies and entities that really already have an infrastructure for, whether it was workshops. For example, we're in talks with a few even government agencies to build a full 12-week program, that would consist of Web3, blockchain, metaverse, game major walks, and those are the two software tools used to build on the sandbox, no tools to build on the sandbox. So I believe that's how as individuals, we can get involved. We've also done that at the Fiscal University, for example. We ran, it was around 1 week program where we picked the winner after 5-day rigorous workshops, and picked the winner. They won a prize. What else have we done? We've also academy in Jeddah actually also. So yeah, a few academies that already have set up some kind of infrastructure that is really specified to education.
We're both the same education the users. Sometimes you need to do that. Sometimes you provide like a tool that helps them understand what you technology without actually understand what you technology. This is one that's it. This is really fast. It just also just one does that as well. It doesn't show you too much. You don't have to say the user, right? But it also that we also do lots of education. We did like lectures on actually we did lectures with like academy, with the lectures with like personal communities. So we're doing lots of that front as well because we need to educate our market. We're still learning when it comes to science, so we need to teach lots about blockchain technology. Even when it comes to our social media, our channels. So we need to teach people, for example, what is amnesty, what is morality, what does personal excellence. And in order to do that, we have to get like more education going. And we're dealing with that with like lots of enterprises trying to understand. They actually call us to do some education on them to support technology. So we need to do lots of that in order to kids and mass marketing. After that, we can do whatever you want. So you can actually get rid of the tool. This is how you use it. And then we also can do lots of documentation as well for normal people to understand the tool you touch. So yeah, that's it.
If I just try to add something, so what I think the beauty is about our region is compared to other regions, I think our region really worked with I guess leaders in our space to kind of obviously they take the kind of decision, but they look to entrepreneurs or startups like Onchain, for example, learn from their experiences. How can you build the future? I don't think so at least I was in Canada for a few years. We haven't never even spoken. I worked in Canada for a few years and never spoken about it. So that's something that is amazing that we benefit from here in South.
I have a little bit of radical opinions.
We love radical opinions.
Not just for making things more interesting and thought-provoking. I used to do an educational startup, and I have a 5-year-old son. How I think about education is that you never want education to look like education, because it will fail. No one enjoys sitting in a classroom and learning about concepts. The best education is someone is intrinsically curious about a topic, and then you make the experiences for them to find the answers of that curiosity to be as easy as possible. That would be the best type of educational and adoption approach I think we should all think about. Think about internet. How much of us really learn about TCP/IP before we know how we connected to a website? I guess you guys probably don't remember TCP/IP, actually how to write a code or the routers we connected to it. I think what we really want to make the right education and mass adoption for the future is like people should not learn TCP/IP. They don't need to be educated with that. That's what the developers and the hacker has. The developer program is absolutely educated. But if we're talking about mass adoption for everyday people, we should totally abandon that. Like that's not the end goal for them. But think about what do people feel curious about? What drives the curiosity? Despite the fact that we may not like the tokens, the prices, the fluctuation, we cannot deny the fact that token itself is one of the best curiosity factors that drives people to look at crypto or our industry, the underlying technology to begin with. So, what else can be out there? I was playing, I travel so much. I was yesterday playing with one of the ETH solution that allows you to have the same card that uses data everywhere. There's one smaller one called Bent. You can pay with US dollar, but it's actually a crypto project because it allows the blockchain infra technology to try to more efficiently and break the monopoly of a lot of the telecoms around the world. So you can use the Dent or buy the Dent to pay for that services too. I feel that those are kind of a good hook, is that there's always a curiosity, there's a good product services, and you can actually get enhanced experiences with something crypto or blockchain related. That drives people want to know why and what. And for trust wallet, something I can think about too is that people inherently is interested in crypto or something with Web3, that's why they need a wallet. But then I would need to design that how easier. Such as I'm thinking about, can we use AI agent in the onboarding phase for users who don't really know what they're thinking about, to ask them a couple questions where they got asked a couple questions to better create a user experience interface that serves for their purposes better, so they can explore better. So for my 5-year-old kid, right, I want him to be able to find the answers through leaning into the research himself, but not the hard research we're talking about. But one step at a time, I get an answer, I get encouragement, I feel confident, so I'm not intimidated by all the technologies under the sea, because that's not important. If he wants to be a developer one day, he will choose that path, that's fine. But we want to let curiosity to drive confidence is what we should focus on building as a product for educational result.
That's the one, curiosity to confidence. I think it's important though. It's probably LinkedIn.
My cure of the day.
But I gotta ask you guys about, like we talked about, people's, the curiosity, but in the MENA, I guess in the MENA region, do you guys see like this kind of this heavy appetite for crypto or for, like decentralized technology? Anyone go ahead.
Well, for sure, the theme here, it used to be kept. There's lots of activity, even though it's not shape related, but it's not actually related to data. But people actually don't go to the spy, for example, cryptocurrency, the finance usually go trading. It's another production. So they can buy, for example, cryptocurrency. And I've seen a lot of people, especially in the right side, contact the president to say, oh, how do I buy crypto, how do I do this, what is that. For the, let's say, normal people, they usually are interested in all this, say, cryptocurrencies. But when it comes to digital products, to semiconductor, they're talking about the ledger itself, the digital assets, distributed technology. So they want to store, for example, some sort of enhancement on that ledger, they want to add private permission blockchain.
more cliche, which is Web3 gaming. I think this is maybe not just in our region, but more on a global scale as well. But if we speak more on a regional level, so actually our main partner in the region is Samsung. So Samsung is probably the leading gaming studio in Saudi, alongside probably South Koreans. And if you look at those two companies, they're both actually have some kind of Web3 on right now, and this has been like very recent. Yeah. So I totally think it's worth looking from my side.
So unfortunately, I don't have enough user data because we don't track users. They're privacy focused that we don't even have the IP. But from the third-party data, I can guess a lot of the user intention that can come in from the game, because recently I saw the Tom Keeper, which is another one that's specifically focused on Tom, has been growing quite a lot, which is in line with the global trend. So my guess from the retail consumer side is that the local Saudis user interest and experiences are not too far off, at least from what the wallet kind application front. It's still very much aligned with the global interests that we're seeing. But as the Telegram phase, many games are down, then we also see the trends are dying down. So I think it's interesting that, and yet not surprising that at least Web3 right now in its nascent stage, and it itself forms one community globally. What we're interested in, what drives people are relatively the same. However, each region does have a different reason. I travel around, and many of the reasons why I travel is I get to meet some local users. And what I heard from people in UAE use wallets for and what are interesting features are very different from when I was in Indonesia 2 weeks ago and in Thailand 3 weeks ago. So those are still some nuanced differentiations that so far I haven't had a chance to meet local users yet. I will definitely share more next time when I meet some local users and hear about their stories, and then we can create a better product ecosystem for them.
But are there any local users on Trust Wallet?
Let me know.
We do have, okay, so after this, you can have your little
my user
session.
research section.
Yeah, user session, that's cool. But let's dive into emerging technologies, connecting Web3 to other tech. So I know you mentioned AI and some other stuff, but are there any emerging technologies that you guys are excited about in connection with the Web3 ecosystem?
So, for us, especially we actually choose blockchain. The other one, which is the AI. I believe there's like lots of intersections for this one. I'm pretty sure my colleagues in can actually this. So basically, our basic knowledge is blockchain. But the other one, to say identify behavior as well as fraud, we usually use AI to identify that. So those two work together. People sometimes they compare together, but actually the two technologies work together. The other one, which is the other one, which is quantum computing, which is when it comes to the problem for all of us. So, but internally, actually, we're using AI specifically because we want to actually know certain behaviors and understand the actual information to the base. So, yeah, those from the side.
I was going to say the same thing, which is we probably wrote to you, and you like that, sticking to those two specifically. I was thinking, so basically what we've learned, I guess, at the Sandbox is on a global scale, and what we're kind of trying to adopt here. So obviously, we do track users, we track how many users we have in one region, so we see, what we can learn from different regions, and
we do.
So yeah, obviously to a certain extent, right? Like we don't have like really hard detail with them, but we track users so that we know like what regions are really number one actually since. So we launched our alpha season 4 October 9th this year, and since then we have over 500,000 daily active users, which is people always ask me what is Sandbox doing. I get that's one question given a few times. So, you know, still, I think the main thing is still adoption. Maybe I'll put that version of your question, but just add to my closing remarks here. That's really
Yeah, so there was three technologies that I read really more, and I think we can research more to use for applications. The first one is, of course, I mentioned bread and butter, how to solve the user experience problem to interact with the blockchain. And I think in the Ethereum ecosystem, and it is going to be the EIP 7702 or ERC 4337, the account abstraction, machine abstraction piece. The challenges with that, as a multi-chain wallet, is that the standards are not, is very, very hard to scale with harmonious solutions. If you consider ETH, if you consider Solana, and if you consider other sweet or non-union chains. So how to create with a scalable Web2 UX experiences, I think what we're talking about account abstractions is a starting point, but how to harmonize that and present to the users in the application layer is the challenges we face, and you'll continue to figure it out in the next year or two. The second, after the UX problem is solved, then it comes down to how to access different services in a compliant way and in a risk control way. So this is where I personally think ZK-proof related identity solutions that can help to get recognized with global standard or cross-chain or across financial institutions will be really, really powerful and necessary as the infrastructures. That's based on one of the best scalable technologies out there in the industry that's growing really fast with ZKP. Then you can give users the utility, right? So ultimately blockchain is still one of the best infra for financial applications. So instead of stopping people from accessing, how to create the right channels that allows people to access it with the efficiency, but protecting privacy and with good compliance solutions. The last one is how to make the whole experiences useful is where I think the AI and the big data can come into be. How can I personalize my experiences better? Not every single user is going to be the same type of meme trader or long-term holder or gamers per se. So how do we use that really powerful existing Web2 experiences, but with much more enhanced utilities that powered by the blockchain is the first step. So as I mentioned, the infra side with the chain abstraction, gas abstraction at scale across ecosystem. The second part is privacy protected compliance solutions for identity, maybe leveraging ZPP. The third one is AI and big data on-chain, off-chain data connected to create that very powerful, personal, useful experiences on-chain.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Before we connect with the crowd, some questions and stuff. We got a couple of startups from here. You guys are, leaders in the Web3 space. Working on legal partnerships, governments and other startups and stuff. So maybe, I know you guys have a lot of advice, but maybe like one word of advice for those who are trying to partner with, governments or other startups. They're trying to build their momentum of their startups or businesses. What would be that one advice, I guess?
Well, sometimes, especially in the startup right away, the kind of we have like effects, so it's going to be very hard to sell the government or the enterprise to your products. For example, organization, we have lots of difficulties in blockchain technology. So it's going to be quite hard, and you need to do it right in a smart way. Don't replace the whole system and as a module that to their system or to ease them decentralized. So maybe have a long-term vision, stay with them, advise them on. There's also hand-holding, not at the end you make them. And the intention, by the way, is so basic, but it's the first abstraction, which is about the process. Other than that, it's easy from that.
Yeah, I think that was something similar. So I'm actually so our ventures recently started the first cohort actually on that also partner. And we think it's really about the founders and it's about perseverance. So again, back to what I was saying earlier, working with government, that's something I have a privilege here, and make sure you make the best use of that while you're in the start and see what we're missing. That's what we want to do.
I don't know how many are developers, tech. Okay. How many are business? Sorry. Oh, half and half. To the tech founders, my suggestion is you gotta keep asking the question, why the user use it? Your user can be the business, your user can be the users. Because when I work with the engineering team or a lot of the technical founders, they find the technology super cool, and usually the end users doesn't use technology for the technology's sake. You need to identify what is the right problem statement and what is the solution that you're giving them, which will in the end utilize the technology for it. And focusing on that problem statement and laser focusing on solving the problem and not married to the technology, I think is usually empower and free up the technical founders to build the right product market fit solutions. For the business side, I think the solution and the big question usually when projects approaching me or asking partnerships, and you gotta be that, we want ABC. But then the question is, so then why should I care, right? Like approaching either government or either corporations, always like this. Then you do have to treat your other partners like a user. What is their problem statement that they are solving? And what do you offer onto the table that helps them to achieve their goals in solving their problems? And what is your competitive advantage? I've asked you many of the same kind of products businesses out there, just like, what is your competitive advantage? And you're always like, can we get onto a call? If you cannot even give me a one-liner to make me find you are attractive to get onto a call, well, that's successful elevator pitch. It's very, very hard to carry the conversation with someone else. And so the business people don't push your own agenda. Again, treat your clients or potential partner as a user and you're solving their problems. And it happens to be that we end up in the best solutions will be, but they always be user focused, external focused, or that you assess for yourself will be my best suggestion to anybody who wants to build a good product and services.
I'm just going to add something that maybe this is a bit more maybe aggressive, I guess, but if you have to cold call, then you lose some people. That's right. Use your network. I think networking something that we're doing here right now. Make sure you use the network. You are your network, basically. So that is that
really well organized, and thank you for sharing that. So I'm sure you guys do see some value. So we're open to some questions. This is your last chance. If you don't ask any questions, then you cannot talk to these guys ever again. I believe we have one right here.
The thing is, when it comes to documentation of assets, most of them now do some sort of automation, and especially when it comes to backers, typically have like some base systems. So blockchain actually solves very specific problem, which is like certain assets, the ChainIDE process, the operations. So when talking to governments, one potential sometimes some of them actually this is the blockchain, so you can't use distributed technologies in another channel. But basically be mindful want to put an eye and secure that. There are elements, for example, on Ethereum or Polygon or another blockchain, they want to talk their own private blockchain. Even though sometimes it's counterintuitive to do it, on-ramp and that set, but I think that's what they want, do it now for them, and they want to take it to establish it with other blockchains. You can use, for example, Chainlink, that is actually on-ramp to other blockchains, but do it for them, prove the concept, prove the use case, later on expand to like the actual good use case of blockchain. So yeah, hopefully that's helpful. Hopefully that's helpful.
Hello, hi there. My name is Mr. Azhar, and I'm responsible for Synergies. My question is regarding gas attraction. So we all talk about user experiences and program UX and attracting gas. But economically speaking, we never talk about their experience or the business models for different apps, the incentives to launch Onchain. So this would be an example. We talk about converting and accepting tokens, any sort of tokens in gas, and then eventually converting them into base gas tokens, let's say ETH, BTC, or others. So eventually there is no economic value behind the utility tokens of these apps if they're missing out on the rudimentary utility which is gas, right? So how do you see gas attraction easing their experiences to start accepting base gas using their own native token instead of Ethereum or any other land tokens?
And that's a good question. This is a totally common question. There are different school of thoughts to it. Personally, I think the best token design should be that your product experiences without the token, the product experiences break. That improves the existential question about your tokens. And if your token is an integral part of your product experiences, without it, it will break. Then, obviously, there is a utility to it, depending on how the flow of the users will fund, what the experiences are with that design. If a token design has to force the token leveraging, hey, everybody's doing a gas model, so we're doing a DApp, I have a gas model to it, then the token model indeed will probably not survive in the longer term. There's a way to do it is that you offer economic incentives, such as if you're using this native DApp token, you can get a much cheaper price than if you use other token. Just like, oh, if I'm shopping in this particular Nike store and I'm using a Nike stars to pay for it will be much cheaper than I'm using a fiat money. Then that's an economic marketing incentives model that you created behind the token. But I think the best powerful experiences, why everyone talks about gas, is because the gas becomes an integral part of that user experiences. Without it, the blockchain breaks. Then that's why it's a good token model. It's not that gas itself is the best token model. It just happens to work with the chain. But every other DApp is thinking about your own utility, the problem that you're solving, the user experiences product flow, and each token is an integral part of it, will help to really power up the creativity and utility of the tokens that you're backing, rather than forcing it into it. If that makes sense.
Follow-up question?
Just a follow-up question that why did Uniswap was compared to Flash to Unity? I think one of the basic reasons why it was Uniswap and Unity.
Yes. So Unichain is created, from my perspective, not Uniswap, is to allow a much better swap experiences because they can control the chain experiences. If you're really thinking about the Uni token's utility, it is because it's a governance token. It's used to share the LP's shares that previously goes to LP, now goes partially also with the Uni token. But the Uni token has nothing to do with Uniswap's front-end economics and experience model. For example, if you're using Uniswap's web app, or you're using Uniswap's wallet to do any of the swap through it, the fees that you're paying doesn't generate back to the Uni token. Is they were actually needed. and the supervision and the services company outside there. So that answers your question about that.
We have another question. Anyone? Going once? Going twice? All right, guys, thank you guys so much for coming. My name is Jason. I'm very happy to be here. So in this keynote, we cover three major topics together with my colleague, Onchain. So the first thing is who we are, what Metaverse is, and the second is our observation of Web3 ecosystem and status in the KSA. And the third thing is what we do and how we add value beyond investment to the Web3 startups. So the first thing, Metaverse, actually we are Web3 VC fund, started in 2021. So it's been, like say, 4 years since the inception. And what we do is that we focus in Web3 investment and acceleration in the global region. So right now we have 60 portfolio companies across 12 different countries in Asia, in Middle East, and also Africa, and quite a lot of other countries. So right now we have already invested $10 million, and we keep investing right now. So the global portfolio actually we cover quite a lot of different sectors. For example, wallets, DeFi, exchanges, payments, cross-border payments, and quite a lot of real-world applications. So this is what we do. And the second part is the observation of Web3 here in KSA. So for me, actually, last year I moved to Riyadh, and I spent, let's say, 7-8 months here. And actually, the first thing is that I feel that the difference in culture and society here in Saudi Arabia, and I feel that there's huge respect and also hospitality from the local people. And after several months, after establishing the local office and also invested 8 portfolio companies, earlier this year we have rolled out the first version of Web3 report of KSA. So in this report, we have already covered quite a lot of different things. For example, the general data, the macro environment, and also the promising sectors, and quite a lot of companies who are running very actively here in the Saudi market. So if you have interest, you can scan and download. So as we can see, although it's like a relatively early stage here in Web3, we already see quite a lot of stakeholders here in the market. So, for example, for the startups, we have quite a vibrant startup ecosystem here who are doing different things. For example, the B2B, B2C thing, technical innovation, and also real-world application. And for the investors, we also see quite a lot of partners and investors from the market, both local and international. So we have 500 as the accelerator. We have a fund play, annual conference coming in, and we also have online ventures with quite a lot of others. And for the stakeholders, ecosystem supporters, actually, if you follow up with all the status, you can see quite a lot of events organized by different stakeholders. And last but not least, actually, this is most importantly, we have seen the growing support from the Saudi government side. For example, NTDP rolled out quite a lot of supportive program to both the startups and also the investors. And then this part actually, I really want to spend more time here to explain. So far, Adverse have invested 8 companies here in Saudi market, and this is really what I'm very proud of. So you can see 8 companies from different sectors, right? For example, we have a Gratify, who is doing the football talent network for Saudi market, also Middle East market. So basically, they build a kind of LinkedIn for football players and enable the football talent to be discovered by the clubs. And then there's a potential use of token and also the whole Web3 technology to provide this kind of trust. And we also have Sobe, who is providing kind of escrow payment service to the creators, enable them to better provide service to the clients. And also we have Aethir, who is focusing on the universal loyalty point platform for the hospitality, restaurant, and retailers. Also, Takadao is also very active in the market, who is really providing kind of disruptive solution of life insurance based on the DeFi. And right now they just launched a very good product. Also, we have the Nukta, who is providing B2B Web3 enterprise solution, and TGE, who is providing this carbon credit solution, helping to provide carbon offset by planting trees, which is also very promising solution in the Web3. Also, we have Oma, infrastructure builder, and Umar Cash, who is providing the fintech solution to the pilgrimage here in Saudi. So the next part is how we invest and how we add more value after the investment. For this part, I will let my colleague Josh to give further detail.
Hi, my name is George James. So so I have been a founder in the sector previously, as well as a few other industries from payments to logistics. And following the exit earlier on, moved into the investment space. And so at Atlas, what we're sort of like positioned to be is sort of like the hardest working investor on the cap table. So it's not just sort of like a passive investment where you put in a check and then see where it goes. We also like to kind of craft your business development, marketing, go-to-market strategy. So going beyond just VC fund to add significant value. And that's not just about sort of being an extension of the business development team, but also introducing you to key partners, players, stakeholders in different sectors to allow you to sort of expand your horizons beyond just like what you did to begin with. So what that's broken down into is we have been investing in, as my colleague Vincent showed earlier, we're in quite a few different markets. So we have access to governments, corporate ventures, corporate entities, additional capital, foreign capital in different markets. And so there's a specific emphasis that we have on go-to-market strategy. And then beyond that, having training, education, and also specific advice and strategy when it comes to go-to-market. So given that the importance of a well-structured, well-informed, well-designed white paper and tokens, that's something that we have with emphasis on. A lot of what we also do is run programs with our portfolio companies that will take you through not just office hours that we'll hold on a weekly basis, but also specific programs that go to market in different sectors, in different markets, and with different partners. So every so often as well, we'll hold demo days, and this isn't necessarily if you are fundraising at that point in time, but also strategically if you are looking to open up partnerships and enter other markets as well. So we brought in on a monthly basis as well, run programs with tier 1 investors in the US, which is where I'm based, to give better access to capital in New York, in SF, LA, Miami. That also being quite symbiotic as well, because it adds, obviously to your capital structure and access. It goes just beyond if you're in the frontier market or in Saudi, it opens up the opportunity set beyond that into the US and Europe. There's also a few of the guys in the portfolios in the room, so feel free to chat to them on the schedule earlier. But yeah, so we're super bullish on what's happening in KSA. We also know that we've sort of seen how the ecosystem develops in other areas. So there's a lot of understanding we have around expanding not just user startup, but also kind of help cultivate the ecosystem. So one main reason we're here, and super excited to meet with different startups in different stages as well as earlier stage, and more than happy to have a conversation with any of you. I guess we're happy to answer any questions about the way that we work in Silicon Valley. Okay. Myself, Vincent, and also Haley are here, so feel free to come over and meet us when you want to reach out.
Well, quickly, actually, I just want to introduce my good friend Vincent. So I'm very proud to say that they are very active. I've been part of the ecosystem, actually, learning from George, visiting him in New York, introducing him to all the networks. So they're very active, very supportive. The check is not only a long-lasting check, but it's a very supportive check. So you're doing very smart visiting. So I'm proud to be with the portfolio and be here to thank you.
For Phoenix and Chain for Cypher. So a little bit of background also. We're the only one crypto public company in the Middle East. We listed on Abu Dhabi Stock Exchange, and as early as 2022, we helped the sovereign government of the Abu Dhabi government to set up their strategic Bitcoin reserve. And apart from the major Bitcoin mining, we also running a Cypher capital fund with 150 portfolios globally. As you see, that our major bets are Sui blockchain and Solana, etc. And on top of that, we are also the largest investor of the Solana Foundation, and we are co-hosting the breakpoint in Abu Dhabi next year. Thank you.
Hello, this is Gordon. I'm a co-founder of Onchain. I started about 4 years ago. One of the first licensed blockchains in Saudi, where we started supporting enterprises to enter the Web3 industry. I also do advisory for multiple startups here in Saudi. On top of that, I work as a mission builder, helping large enterprises kind of create startups within the innovation industry, where they could increase market shares and their goals. A lot of focus recently in the past few years when it comes to these enterprises was to innovate in this field. And given the expertise that we've accumulated in the past 4 years, we've seen a lot of interest and growth towards the sector, and there's a big focus on shifting and adapting a little bit more into the space, and this is where you find me helping a lot of these large enterprises in Saudi.
Myself in London, I'm the product CEO being available in London, and I'm focusing on infrastructure application. And actually, the next step will be, I feel like usually we see some more focus on infrastructure investment rather than application. Will it change the cycle, or really not? Right?
We actually have it in infrastructures, and I think 2 years before, from 2018 to 2 years ago. But we are shifting our focus to apps from later half of last year. I would not say it's an industry trend, but we are internally definitely shifting focus on apps. Because I was talking to a lot of, I have a lot of Web2 friends. I was kind of a little embarrassed when they asked us, where are your killer apps? I said USDT, stablecoin, wallets are killer apps, but those apps for them are, they don't feel anything. Because you say you are Web3, not crypto 3, not Bitcoin 3. You are saying your industry is Web3. Show us some apps, which is like Amazon or Alibaba or Tencent in China, but we cannot. So what I try to say is now is really the time to build some real apps using the infrastructure we already have. We think the infrastructure is enough already. We want to invest in commercial apps, which really building using blockchain's core technology to help the internet business grow. And we want to invest in those, internally we call it commercial apps. That's what we do.
I think this year is quite interesting. So in 2020 we had DeFi summer, and this year I would say so far is pretty much about Bitcoin and Bitcoin, and also Ethereum has been rising a lot. So before like a treasury, before if you are building a Web3 project, you say you have 1 million users, I would say wow, it's impressive. But yeah, this year, during the summer, we have seen lots of trending projects on Telegram, like Bitcoin got 40 million users, Hexagon got 300 million in few months of time. And I think it's kind of a signature event that we have been discussing what's the next option for quite a long while. And finally, we happen to see this route or gateway to make it possible, accessible. So I will say there's a theory which is very particle, which is like an infrastructure like Ethereum or like the other ones. They capture the majority of the value. But I think it's kind of coming to this paradigm shifting points where more and more applications are kind of gets easily to be trendy and also has this easier go-to-market experience for all kinds of applications to reach out. Yeah, and also I think Bitcoin is definitely one of the biggest scenarios this year. And actually there's one of the key effects, which is before like lots of users they tend to trade centralized exchanges. But thanks to our platform, lots of users are onboarded to on-chain trading. So this is definitely a good benefit. And also there are lots of my good friends, they also participate because they want to get the lottery from all these Bitcoin. So they are incentivized to activate the wallets to trade on-chain. So this is definitely a big deal for Web3 and also for all these innovative applications to go towards mass adoption.
Well, I think in this season, a lot of venture capital invest in many sectors of the application layer, along with the infrastructure. But I have to say, now I think it's sort of like semi-harvest season for the vintage of the venture investments since 2021 or 2022. And I think, on application layer, apart from the fintech, DeFi domain, most of the application layer investments failed, unfortunately. Like, I guess 99% of the GameFi investments right off failed. 99% of the social investments fail. And I think that's the reality. So to answer the question, do VCs invest in application layer? They do. And they have a unrealistic, expectation that crypto and Web3 might reshape every single sector as much as Web2 shaped in past 2 decades. But in the end, it doesn't happen. Yeah, so is gaming or social etc. is gonna reshape by Web3. We don't know yet. But the fact I know is that so far all the investments and the startup they failed in those domains. And the only sector regarding the application layer succeed is fintech or DeFi related. Yeah, so I think that is part of the reason that a lot of VC they are disappointed by the sector innovation, and I guess more than 90% of the VC is gonna die and bankrupt in this season, unfortunately. Yeah, so even for me, our fund we have more than 10 VC portfolios, and to be honest, in this season, very few VC outperform Bitcoin and Solana. And also, I think there is a sort of analogy about the infrastructure and application layer. If we take analogy about airport and airplane, there are too many airports globally, so many layer one. Layer two, layer one, layer this, layer that, but so few, legit airplane over there. Yeah, the only, legit application innovation I see is on now is fintech. Having said that, if in the future, in the foreseeable future, the Web3 is only about crypto, fintech, is that enough? To my point of view, I think that is still very, very big. Because, by nature, if the Web3 going forward is going to be a fintech 2.0, I think this will still be a multi-trillion, double-digit trillion industry going forward. Basically, they redo the whole global finance in a brand new way. Like the stablecoin reduce the payment. Like the Ethereum, etc., they reduce the SWIFT / Visa / all the financial fintech cloud, etc. Yeah, so for the future, any sort of beyond fintech application innovation significantly, I think we will see. Yeah, it's still too late to tell.
So I want to give a better perspective in the Saudi market, just to bring some unique perspective here. So what we noticed is it's not about infrastructure versus apps. And in the Saudi market, I would say it's decentralized apps. So what's happening is the past, I would say, year or two, we witnessed a bit of a trend where you have large players such as the shifts, for example, integrating points and having coins, and including all of these elements of Web3 without calling it Web3. So what's happening is it's a closed circle where people can gain points, can benefit from these points or coins, whatever we want to call them. And this is where we're seeing that there is high penetration, high adoption. Users are getting familiar with that concept, right? Again, for the Saudi market, most MENA region, this is relatively slow adoption region, let's say. But this approach that we've seen so far, and this is where the investors are keeping a close eye on, is how can we leverage these Web2 applications and empower them and enable them with Web3 sort of technology where we could leverage smart contracts and gamify their experiences and reward their users within a closed circle. This is setting the tone for the future. As soon as the regulation comes in, these guys will be ready to take it to market and basically start expanding and commercialize that aspect. And this is just from one aspect. We have the sports betting. Maybe when it comes to sports betting, it's not Sharia compliant per se in Saudi and similar countries and regions. But what's happening is they're focusing on gamification and rewards, which is in line with regulation rate. So it's a very interesting perspective. And for me, it's the healthier way because Saudi is not ready for out-of-the-box ideas because we need users, we need better experiences, and we need something that is intuitive. And this is where I'm seeing a lot of investors are seeing big opportunities when it comes to the region.
Yes, actually, the next question would be regarding the plans and the particular application that the company needs to focus on. And it was already mentioned, Bitcoin growth all the time. We have some currencies, really use millions months, like bump farm, each markets, perpetual trading, with multiple levels on this account, and levels. Actually, which trends and which type of application do you believe in the cycle do you actually invest
in? It's interesting actually. Bill mentioned that VCs are having very hard time. We are having a very difficult time in the past 3 years. The reality is we could not beat Bitcoin. Most of our investors are not satisfied with our business performance in general. we actually outperformed a little bit by end of September. After September, we are just it's just Bitcoin sold. I tried to answer this question is we do have a very long time internal discussion on what kind of things we should invest, and we do have a thesis for that. And I will try to answer, try to give an answer to that. Is we think roughly why we see all the great things happen in the finance side of the crypto or Web3 is I think the finance part of Web3 is already at 99, year 1999. It's not a random number because we already have 600 million crypto users or active wallet addresses. That's about the same population size of the internet. So that's why we already see key apps in the finance part of the Web3. Yahoo is the first original web app. Yahoo was listed in '96. But the real part of Web3, if Web3 does happen, and we do think Web3 will happen eventually, we think it's only at year 94 or 95. I was very nervous when I see, this project goes with some funds, that great project like DeFi or SocialFi, but I'm not nervous anymore because I think most of them will die eventually. The reason why? Because we simply don't have enough Web3 users yet. We are still at 94. But how can a Web3 user become a Web3 user is you are willing voluntarily to interact with the internet with your wallet address. When that day will happen is when you have enough data assets on chain. Your identity, your membership card, your movie tickets, all your behavior are created, all those data assets are created on chain, just what happened in the early days of the internet. And by that day, you are ready to interact with the internet with your wallet. That's when you become a Web3 user. If we have 300 million above, Web3 real user will see SocialFi or GameFi or whatever Web3 actually succeed. So go back to the question is, we invest in commercial apps which for their own business needs, they help users to create data assets on chain. By doing that, they are able to provide better services for the users. So we're talking to movie companies, content companies, IP companies. They find they need Web3 technologies to help their business grow. It's not simply mass Web3, it's a real innovation Web3 apps. So that's why we call them commercial apps. So I can discuss more, but because of time, so I'm going to stop here. That's what we're investing.
Agree always is sharing that definitely if we look back in the past couple of years, we have seen the pump and dump of all kinds of different ideas like the NFT section. However, I would say what's left in Web3, actually we should learn more from the Web2 applications because they are focusing on retention rates, they focus on their revenue generation, their business model, and we have been reviewing almost hundreds of projects every week, and this is kind of the common point I have seen in the Web3 spaces. That's gaming, for example. Lots of the Web3 gaming, people are paying to get an airdrop or to get all kinds of financial incentives. But again, the main purpose of the game should be fun. It's not about playing to earn, it should be play and earn. So I think there's lots of this kind of misconception in lots of the Web3 projects. So I would say in the preferred area, we
you will see it should be more of a like a vertically qualified census, which is that's why I've been in university for almost 7 years. But I always consider whether it's blockchain, it's cryptocurrency, or it's NFT, it's also a tool to empower a strong application or to make it more efficient, more accessible globally. So the core, it shouldn't be like, I'll take it said, 90% of the key application at the moment is highly financialized. However, I think we should have learn more from the virtual applications. That's how they build their user experience, how they punish each details during the product to make a user really to be retained there. And also for the specific area, I think PayPal is definitely one thing will go very huge in the near future, as we have seen the rise of recourse price lately. And also the other segment, I would say, which we have been advocating, is the concept of live within Telegram. It's more like we learned a lot of experience from WeChat in China that pretty much you can live in China, like 24/7, all kinds of live applications. You can find the mini app in the WeChat. And I believe this is the near future mission Telegram is trying to achieve, to enable all kinds of live utility service providers being available, accessible within Telegram and powered by cryptocurrency. So this is the vision and the future we are investing in, and we are also innovating to help the good founders from Web2 to help them succeed in the Web3 segments.
Yeah, I think there are two major returns if you make a correct bet in past 2 years for this cycle. One major return is from the growth of the market leader. Let's say, if you buy the Solana in past 24 months, or if you hold Bitcoin, or like if luckily you happen to be a shareholder of the Tether, and basically like all those major incumbent players, they generate a significant alpha for this season. That's one thing. The second thing would be, if you bet in one single sector disruptive innovation, which is meme related, if you are the shareholder of the pump fund, etc., then you also can, opt for the Bitcoin. So basically, I think like now the industry has been more than 15 years old, and I have to say, if we take analogy about investing in the e-commerce globally, if you ask an investor, how you can generate return from e-commerce investments back to between like 2000 to 2020 in international market, not in China, and there are two ways. One way would be you bet in the new narrative every quarter, like social commerce, that this is like we bet by the buzzword and narrative. Another way would be between 2000 to 2020. You just buy and hold two incumbent players. One is a centralized one, Amazon. The other is a decentralized enabler with the Shopify. Definitely the second option will generate way more alpha than your first option. Basically the first option is it will destroy all your investment principle between 2000 to 2020. Yeah, so this analogy I just want to elaborate, basically within this industry, in past cycle, there are a lot of alpha if you buy and host the incumbent leader of some certain sector, as compared to you just blindly bet in the narrative information. And I do see this kind of trend will carry on in next cycle. Like you either be super smart to have a correct bet into the disruptive innovation. Otherwise, for all the investors, regardless if you're a non-investor or institutional investor, better to buy and hold these quote-unquote Amazon in this industry, like Bitcoin, like Coinbase stock, etc.
So I'll keep it short, just to cover most of the topic. So I have two ways of looking at this. So it's about holding the stick in the middle. It's not about focusing on the long term and short term only, but also realizing that both simultaneously need to be taken into consideration. Hence, if you're thinking long term, then this is your infrastructure for pay, right? But in the immediate short term, we need user adoption. And this is where gaming comes into play. This is where we see a lot of new users being onboarded without them even feeling that they're using Web3. And I think this is where the sweet spot is. The gentleman here mentioned the Web 2.5 is what we see most commonly bringing more users and new users. An example of this, I met a lot of young fellas who make money while they're still in high school by just selling in-game assets. Mind you, a lot of these games are still not developing NFTs or 3D technologies, but they have their worker, right? So what we're seeing is there is a behavior. People are willing to pay for these in-game assets, even if that game is not supported directly. The point I'm trying to make here is it's the approach of holding the stick in the middle. Short term, we need to onboard new users as much as possible, and we have these plays such as gaming. And for the long term, we also need the structures, and this will take obviously a longer time to see its ROI.
Thank you. I see that as I feel the data changed from the previous cycle. So the previous cycle, the previous application, we must be paying attention to long-term vision and disruptions and industry will be gamified or centralized training or whatever. But now I think it's more changed to the new users. The data really changed to have the applications need to have new users, need to have groups of users. This is the major today now, or still there's some room for more fantasies and more long-term vision application that will probably have a chance to disrupt something?
We are not a good follower of the hottest trend in the market, so we tend to look at the long-term value, and that's something we could possibly, if we could possibly grasp. So we really look at when we evaluate our apps, we look at the long-term value. We look at how many users they can bring to evaluate, how much data assets. This is a very new word, I think, for the audience. But we do think how much data assets can the app help users create on chain. That's the number one standard we look at when we evaluate an app. What's the long-term value of the app? Short-term wise, if this meme will go up, that meme will go up. Next cycle is social fi, next time is DeFi, next time is GameFi. All those things we are not very good at follow.
I think for the trend areas of these cycles, because we have I can get the exchange more on the exchange listing perspective, because we have a weekly meeting with finance, finance listing team, so I can share the insights from the exchange, but they are looking for us. They think this is the direction that we are more interested of. So finance is actually having a relatively clear mandate or preference, because right now they have adopted the AI tool to navigate into the on-chain data. So, and also they have a preference of the circulated tokens, which means the token is already likely traded on-chain, or it's already listed on some other exchanges. And this actually signifies the events of which because before exchange side they prefer to list the token that is non-MTGE, they prefer token to do launch pool and their exchanges. So right now they
pretty much swap their mandates. And so I think this also echoes to his view, which is we should focus on retention rates, about how to convert users into on-chain activities. And this is also what the exchange side is looking at, which means the more and more users being able to convert and to be able to stay on-chain, and they will be considered as active and also the preferred projects or tokens to be listed on Tier 1 exchanges. So I would say on all kinds of applications, because pretty much Web3 is exchange version of all kinds of possibilities that already existed in Web2. You can pretty much use blockchain as a tool to serve as a backend to replace the server. And this is improved and limited to admin or all kinds of live utilities. And so it's able to, as long as it's able to make user comfortable to work on chains, to stay on chain, then I think this application in the long run will be able to shine.
I still think the payment, what we call PayFi, would be a tremendous opportunity in the global. Basically, like, if we take one step back regarding the PayFi, PayFi is a very old industry with more than 70 years history. When the Visa Mastercard set up the company, Swift set up the company, all those type of things, they are the post Second World War tech PayFi. And right now, collectively, the PayFi contribute more than $12 trillion market cap. If we sum up the market cap of Visa, Mastercard, PayPal, ADN, etc. And how much they tax all global transaction, actually is as high as 3%. Yeah, and that is why if you go to some mom and pop shop, they always try to avoid the PayFi from you. They want you to pay cash instead of you pay by a credit card, because they will have to charge 3% of the tax rate. And I think if we take one step back to talk about the massive market adoption, PayFi definitely will be a very good solution to have a 10x or 100x advantage as compared to a traditional Web2 solution. Yeah, so we do see PayFi, regardless of you are investing in some incumbent protocol or company, or you invest in some follow-on innovation, but PayFi is going to be an endless game until one day monetizing utilize all the global money transaction. Yeah, so that's one thing. The second thing I would say, right now beyond the fintech innovation, I think we have to sort of respect the whole innovation from meme, because meme sometimes becomes the social vibe of this season. Because the other social vibe application is so, not user friendly, but meme coin provide an alternative to social vibe and social with each other in crypto industry. And people they just use Twitter. There is no social vibe for meme application, unfortunately, but still, how much time allocated from the user on Twitter and Telegram, in the end allocated to the meme. That is what we call social vibe, effective user base and the user engagement time, what we see in this industry. Yeah, so I think those two factors would be the key highlight from my point of view.
So just to add here, so I think meme coins are bringing more users, or they say more engaged and active users, which is really great. And we're seeing this on the fund and other sort of trends and applications where we see very active users are supported. One thing I would love to see even more, and a great example of this would be Polymarket. It's a trend that happened during American elections, and we can see this continuing with World Cups and such big events, right? And I think those sort of trends, besides the memes, your Pump.fun and others, will bring fresh new users. What these trends such as SocialFi and Pump and others are circulating and migrating Web3 youth, they're really active, they're just jumping into new trends and exploring, which is great, right? Because it's kind of expanding the horizon and use cases and applications of Web3. However, I think if we were to bring new users, fresh new users to this industry, we need applications such as Polymarket where people are familiar with corrections. They really use it in Web2 formats and such. One thing that I've seen also intriguing, I wouldn't say a trend yet, but we have wide-ranging sort of businesses and startups that are leveraging protocols on blockchain to minimize their spending or their OpEx, right? And this is allowing users to get services for a fraction of what they pay, and for business to be more sustainable and gain bigger market shares. This is sort of trends I would love to personally see because I think this is where the millions of users will come. Instead of kind of migrating where we're really active Web3 users from one use case to another or one platform to another, we would love to see that sort of familiar sort of use case that is bringing new users and allowing them to really understand what Web3 is all about. And should the right hand sort of application, everybody must, maybe 99% of us have used that. But if I tell you instead of spending maybe $20 on a ride, now we can spend 15 or 10, and you'd be like, this is crazy. How is this even sustainable for business from all exports? But again, by using these technologies and all of these protocols that we have today, it's honestly helping a lot of businesses maintain a very good, let's say, growth in terms of their spending and what they spend on in terms of expenses. Because with the technologies that we're using today, with the data aspect, the smart contracts and whatnot, it's really making things much easier for companies in general, and that will impact users, and that will bring more users to the site.
Thank you guys. Thank you much appreciated. I feel like we don't have time for those questions. So, thank you guys.
In like 15 years is going to be decentralized because you're going to combine self-driving cars with AI agents and crypto, and like that's going to be a thing. It's definitely going to happen. It's just a matter of who's going to do it well. So I think the way that we see this future is that you still have this multiple world of the US and China and those companies dominating, but the rest of the world really has to figure out how we're going to play and how we're going to take advantage of kind of the strengths that we have, which is like neutrality, trustlessness, and particularly in the blockchain space, like how we're going to build on top of that trustlessness to interact with this AI future.
Excellent. Now, I would say at Tess Venture, we have over 300 investments, amazing founders in numerous regions in this world. We've spent 2 years here focusing on learning about what is the impact that we need to do here. So we're actively looking to invest in this region, and we've been bringing founders that we also think can contribute. Now, with that said, we see the Saudi regulatory landscape for Web3 and gaming evolving very rapidly. Based on the experience here, we're going to ask some things, some unique trends that we're going to see that's happening in the Middle East that is approaching Web3 adoption. Through my own portfolio, we've invested in a lot of gaming companies, Web2 gaming companies, and GameFi, meaning Web3. One of them is Shrapnel. Aster's been a long time here, and we think it's going to be quite interesting. Now, with AI enhanced gaming experience, how do you see the AI, revolution changing the landscape, or how do you think that's going to impact this region? Is it going to be an extra edge, or is it a concern that Silicon Valley is going to be so ahead in other parts of the world? We'll let Lynn share about that.
I do want to say Tess Ventures is one of the world's best VC firms. You really get the white glove touch from Tess herself. And so if you have the privilege of having and so that's one regulation. I think the second point on like AI and gaming, obviously gaming ownership of like the global esports leagues. But I think it's going to be tough actually for the kingdom to be a real player in the publishing, developing and publishing game, unless you try to leap forward, right? And this is the opportunity again for the Middle East, and you are definitely see like Abu Dhabi and Dubai thinking about this as well with Hub 71. It's where can we be where can we be the future? How can we go to where the puck is going? And obviously, in our opinion, that's why we're here. That's really what Web3 game. But Web3 game is still really early. Web3 gaming is still really early. It's in its infancy. You have some really high quality games already in Web3, but the business models have yet to be worked out, right? So if you look at Calvin's company, Shackle, it's a fantastic game. You look at Godzilla, OptiGrid, it's a fantastic game. What we haven't figured out yet in Web3 is what the long-term sustainable business model in gaming is, right? That's really the question that we haven't figured out. But once someone does figure it out, and I kind of have my bets on this, who we think will succeed there, everyone will copy the business model, right? This is exactly what happened in mobile, right? Like in mobile, before you had like these freemium products, it was a very foreign concept to sell time. But that's what a lot of Web2 mobile games do, right? They basically lock you out of playing the game because you start getting addicted to it. They're like, if you want to accelerate your progress, you pay us money. That's is a very accepted business model now. Like 15 years ago, like this is not a thing. So someone is going to figure out like how to run like Web3 games, and that's the breakthrough that I think the industry needs, and that's the kind of thing that Saudi Arabia should really look at when it comes to being at the forefront of games. I guess the final point I made about is the same point I made earlier when it comes to AI. Like AI will be in games, it's obvious, we're already using it, we're using it for a lot of production stuff. Obviously AI is going to drive NPC characters, this is really obvious, it's kind of already happening. So then again, the question is like, if you're going to build your local games, you really have to make sure that the AI is in line with your culture and your values. And that's really important.
So, from an institutional adoption perspective, you're uniquely positioned at Animoca to observe both traditional and Web3 adoption. At Tess Venture, we've been investing actively in Web2 companies over, say, a decade. My own background, we're very fortunate. We have a team of 10 at Tess Venture, cover the global region. But most of us have been founders from day one. So we feel selecting investors is key. And I would preach and share any founder entrepreneur here. If you can, and you can select VC funding, definitely try to look for VCs that have entrepreneurial experience and be able to help support from the perspective of the funding side and also from entrepreneurship side. So earlier I mentioned, we'll share a little bit more about what we've done at Tess Venture. Myself leading from started a company in university. I would say my journey started so early. It's thanks to my parents, both entrepreneurs, but they also gave me 2 young sisters, 2 young brothers every 2 years. So from an early day, they were my first management experience. And that just gave me the love into startups and just being able to learn the different superpowers. And I think this region, and this is what's going to lead me to the next question, is how can we help cultivate more awesome founders and entrepreneurs? Because I think the world is absolutely ready for the convergence of Web2 and Web3, where we get a lot of fundamental experienced, knowledge individuals, where they can learn from those from Web3 who have focused solely crypto native or have spent a lot of time in this area. So we want to ask Min, how do you see Animoca aligning with Web2 adoption into Web3, and in particular, what would be some insights you see for this region that for anybody entrepreneurs here in the audience can think about starting and potentially Animoca and invest, or maybe Tess Venture? What do you think would be some interesting pieces or areas that you think this region can have?
big question. I'm gonna start. I want to make 2 points. They're kind of unrelated, but the first thing I want to say is that like people think that I mean generally the accepted narrative is on-chain has worse UX, and therefore that's why it's hard to get crypto adoption. I would say like let's see what happens this cycle, because one of the really interesting things that we've seen recently is is that in the US in the past like 2 or 3 weeks, Phantom has been a higher rated app than Coinbase in terms of downloads in the US. And when Hype launched, which just for you, just those of you that don't know, Hype is it's a native token of online or on-chain order book, on-chain order book, so it's a decentralized kind of index, and they launched their native token, and they launched it purely on-chain, and the trading volume was massive. And also like pump fund is on-chain, and like no matter what you think about that product, that has clear like not mainstream but pretty mass adoption. So really interesting to see what's going to happen this cycle in terms of like kind of on-chain versus off-chain. I think when it comes to like this region though, in terms of like having the right entrepreneurs, I think the answer is like actually very typical, but also just to read the right answer is the kingdom has to become the magnet for the best talent, whether it's Web 2 or Web 3, kind of doesn't matter. And how do you do that? Well, actually, first of all, you really have to fix some of the legal setups and situations that you have here in the kingdom. So there's things around like kind of employment share options, capital gains tax, whether or not you can use offshore companies to have companies here in the kingdom. Just like that process of starting a business and having an ability to like build without hassle, that's really, really important for attracting great founders. And then the next thing is you actually have to build, and this is what we're doing here with ETH Riyadh, you have to build like a real community of founders and builders. Because the founders are attracted to a location because of both like lifestyle, how easy it is. Obviously, the metro is now open, which is great. So one thing about React is use traffic. I haven't taken it yet, but I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna attempt to take it today. But like basically, the lifestyle of React as a magnet for talent is actually a really, really important factor that again, if anyone is like looking to help build things and everything, like that's probably the most important thing. It's like building the community and making sure that founders come here, they feel like this is a place they can build for the long term. Once you have great founders and great companies, that naturally attracts other talent, like STEM talent, etc. So I'm definitely bullish on Riyadh and the kingdom being like a long-term magnet. I think that Saudi Arabia can be, the magnet for talent, obviously of the Gulf, but also even of like South Asia, Southeast Asia. You have all the assets here in the kingdom, but it is going to take a little bit of time to make sure that like Riyadh can compare with like the Bangkoks of the world as like a top tier or Lisbon, for example, which I would see as a natural competitor, to be like a top tier city in terms of founders. You can do a lot of the like STEM, like development stuff, and that's something that's important, but fundamentally it is actually just about like being a great place to start a business, to live, and to work with other founders.
That was very insightful. The next topic I'd like to talk about, female empowerment. That's Fisher. We're very proud to say out of the 300 companies, we have about 30% that are female founders or on the core team. Amazing companies. We have amazing co-investors that are female. Of course, they invest, both in male founders and female founders. But we believe it's about gender equality. A team that has, leadership that have female as leaders and male also, on the same table is very important. So it excites me so much, especially, in this year, last year's, all these events, we have so many amazing female entrepreneurs here. We've seen, many of them have spoke, leaders. This is extremely encouraging, and that's why we also want to internationally bring more other leaders that can help mentor, help share, help leader for the female founders. And then Loka themselves have done a lot of female initiatives as well. We at Tess also launched ChainIDE Labs several years ago. It's a Web3 AI accelerator. We also help do some advisory on that side. That's why I really heard Lisa. She's called from the Virginia advisory side, our sister advisory company. So we're very excited if anyone wants to really get involved in starting their company, or just joining a great company. Animal is expanding here, we're expanding here. They talk to us offline. Now, we'll let Min talk a little bit about how Animal has empowered females and entrepreneurs and what kind of support they give.
Honestly, we invest in great founders. It doesn't matter if they're male or female, to be honest. We don't have a specific program about it. We're just looking for great founders. I think the key thing that we look for, to be honest, is really Web3 nativity. If you're a Web3 native, we can tell from very, very quickly. And we do believe that in order to be a great founder in this space that we invest in, obviously other great founders will too. But in order to be a great founder, what doesn't work, what we realize doesn't work, is hiring a bunch of Web2 people who have no Web3 experience and no interest in Web3. That is not a recipe for success in Web3. We're trying to go Web3 product. So what we really look for is Web3 activity. We love Tess. Obviously, we have great, leaders in our company, female leaders, but we don't really have a specific female talent.
That's why those on the cap table help support Animalca and launch these initiatives. Yeah. With that said, I think it's time. That was a lot of fun. So look forward to talking to everyone more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Understanding Ethereum, and I was like, wow, that's the thing that I want to get into. So fast forward, 2 years ago, we put the team together and we tried to solve the Sharia compliance, life insurance for the global Muslim community and non-Muslim alike. So that's me.
Hello, my name is Matt King. I've been investing through Hash, along with great friends like Animalca and Tess here. We've been investing in early stage founders in crypto for the last 8 years. We focus on helping founders that are solving hard problems. I was robotics engineer and founder before, and all the partners at Hash were founders and engineers before. So we work with the founders very hands-on. We currently have main offices in San Francisco, where I'm based. I just flew in yesterday, so still a bit jet lagged. And we have office in Seoul, Singapore, and Bangalore, India. And since about 2 years ago, I've been coming here in Riyadh very actively to slowly learn about the ecosystem, fall love with the community and also nature. And I live down when I visited there. So spending more and more time to have resources allocated here and meet the founders to work together and bring them to the global stage.
Thank you, four of you, for your introduction. So today's topic is driving innovation with blockchain application from concept to market. So previous panelists has already asked, I think 1/3 or 1/4 of the audience today is first time in Riyadh. So I have another question so that the four panelists also know you a little more. So if you are a founders, startup side, can you raise a show of your hand? Okay, so it's 1/3. And then if you're an investor and VC side, can you show your hand? Okay, so we also have 1/4, I guess. And then other, ecosystem stakeholders, relevant researcher, to blockchain technologies. Okay, it's another 1/3. So it's 30% roughly. I will guide the panel today in a timeline. so that you can learn from this topic. Because if you ask like all the questions in any of one panelist, you will talk unlimitedly, and like you need to keep some time for each of them. So I will guide in four main questions: from market identification to build from ideas to MVP, and then the third will be like what kind of like main challenges you have, and then the fourth one will be like how do you scale up the ventures. So we have like a founder side and an investor side, so you can bring from your experience, from your own perspective. So my first question will be to Yasin, like how do you identify carbon credits as like your like a market that you want to solve? Like how did you see this problem, and why would you use blockchain technology to solve this problem?
Yes, so I think it's connected so many things at the same time. First, I like the technology, I like blockchain, and I have been looking at it, studying it, and understanding how we can support it. At the same time, back in 2021, the Saudi government announced that they want to plant 10 billion trees by 2040. That's a huge number. And at the same time, they also said we want to go net zero by 2060. And then when I start analyzing these very ambitious, aggressive projects, I saw a pain point. I saw a problem. The first problem is planting 10 million trees requires 4 trillion Saudi riyal, so 1.2 trillion US dollars to plant these trees. This is a huge amount of money to any government to be produced by themselves. So I think the way we look at it is how can private sectors like us participate and support in this plan. And the second problem that we saw in these ambitious initiatives is the net zero. We saw that many companies, around $2.5 billion, is invested in buying carbon credits. This money goes outside of Saudi, and this money is invested in Vera, gold standard, and so forth. And the money is not invested back into Saudi. There's no impact of this money in Saudi climate or in Saudi economy. And this is also a pain point for the money not cycling and creating a local economy. And I think, okay, these are two problems that we can solve it. We created TGE and led by Ethereum today. So TGE today is a platform that is using blockchain for transparency, creating a market space for offsetters to buy carbon credits that is going to be utilized and creating banking fees in Saudi Arabia. So creating local economy, having transparency, using blockchain to identify every tree that is planted in Saudi Arabia, and calculating the carbon credits, and then allowing that transparent high value carbon credits to be traded in Saudi and globally. So this is how I look at the problem, and look at the opportunity, and combine it with the passion of blockchain to create this platform.
Thanks, Jesse, for the great kind of overview of why and how you identify the problems, and then combine that kind of market, macro environment, and the situation and problem, and find a solution to fit it. So I believe each of you, like founder side, will have like a very different reasons or similar reasons. But then I want to move into the second stage, where you identify like the problem in your sector, and like how do you move from the idea stage to MVP? Like Murat, can I ask you about this question? Like I can share a little bit more on your experience. Like insurance tech, like yesterday, Sharon mentioned and also shared a little bit on the story side. And then can you move a little bit more like forward? It's like after you identify like insurance tech is the problem and you find a solution, how do you build the MVP around it?
So growth is very interesting. We always try to, as leader founders, we try to really build a solution that has problem globally. So how many of you have an insurance in your room? How many of you have insurance? How many of you are happy with your insurance? So that's the real things that we wanted to solve. Globally, when you talk to anybody in the world and ask them, how was your experience with your insurance, whether you have a home, or whatever, you have to have literally a friend that is a lawyer to make you read over the fine print instructions that you're going to sign. So that's something that is unfair. When we see that the Bitcoin promise or the blockchain promise was all about transparency, visibility, community, and ownership. And I miss so many of them that can even jump into the wording that I just said. This $12 trillion yearly revenue industry is still today a black box. Nobody knows what's going on. And as I said, you need a lawyer friend to make you understand what you're signing. So we say, hey, the insurance was actually, the original insurance was actually coming from Lloyd or whatever. What they did, they put people together and they decided to insure and protect one another. So why don't we go back and flip the system really back to this original state? Guess what? With blockchain, decentralization network, everything has become possible and accessible. Okay? So we say, hey, that's something we can really look at and build. So of course, the interesting things as a founder, and the approach that I always do, I enter an industry that I usually don't understand. You know why? Because if you understand the problem and you're an expert in that, you will never start. So I look at the insurance industry, I call all my friends who are top CEO of big insurance industry, you name it, and when I explain to them what I wanted to build, they look at me as I was a madman, crazy, and I didn't know anything about it. I said, no problem, let's do something. Become an advisor, and bounce back ideas and ideas feed you. So for 6 months, we start bouncing back ideas from no, until yes, or maybe, until a yes. And they're like, wow, you crack the solution that can bring things together. Okay? So the way about it is what? You go face the people who are in the industry, you want to disturb the industry, you want to understand it, then of course you hire the top people around it, okay, from the industry that can help you build. And my biggest challenge was what? I brought formatted brain on actual risk management and everything. So for me, I had to make them discern everything they knew about it and to become a more friendly insurer. Because the reality in our product, it's not anymore building something that is one central command, the insurance, against the community. What we wanted to do is to say, let's get rid of the middleman and the central command and build a decentralized network that auto-insure one another. And the formatted brain was like, no, but we don't want to pay claim, because the whole game of an insurance is what? It's not to pay claim. We want to pay as little claim as possible. That's how they make money. So and with that, we give back power to the community and we build it back up. And the thing was what? Since I come from a Web 2 mindset, I was like, what's going on with the token? What's going on with the community? What's going on? So I realized that to build something in a Web 2 space was very challenging. Okay? Because you had only those people who are like airdrop diggers, DJ who don't understand much, they just want to get quick, rich, quick, fast, they don't necessarily care about the project that you build, and they want to do something else. So we wanted to do something different. Going to a Web 2 solution type and bringing them along to the Web 3 space, because we needed to tap into the banking realm, which is the crypto realm instead of the banking realm, and bring them around to that. So yeah, so that's how we approach this way, and you have to launch fast, basically, and test and
Thanks, Laura. I actually hear a lot of key points. If I have to summarize it very briefly, it's a lot of dedication, a lot of hard work. And this is the main summary, but of course there's a lot of strategy from idea to MVP to what you're doing now. There's talents, best talents, and and also like a lot of feedback, customer or like audience iteration, like survey, interview, etc.
Yeah, it's not an overnight, you have to build that integration.
So actually it comes to the next question, which will be about challenges. So while you're building like from idea to MVP, like along the way also like bigger and bigger markets, like you like as a founder or as an investor, like you see all your portfolio company, like they have a lot of challenges. Like it can be different sectors, and then they face like from a regulatory point of view of challenge, they can face more market size, and like also from a product side, so it's like all rounded. So can you share a bit more, because you have shared, like I checked kind of the hash portfolio. So can you share maybe like 2 or 3 common challenges of your portfolio that you see, oh, this is like a very common challenges they face, and the way they address it?
Yeah, of course. I think the number one challenge is that you are doing something in crypto. The fact that you decided to become a founder in this space, that's one of the biggest challenges to start with. So you made your life much harder than any other founder in the world, especially to do in this kind of a frontier, emerging markets, to pioneer as a first batch of founder like these guys here. It's much harder than doing another fintech startup, for example, in the region. So rather than kind of talking about problem, I think as an investor the last 8 years, I've been working in more than 100 portfolios very actively. And the common things we notice with the founders that actually get to this kind of adoption at scale, there are certain, I think, characteristics and practices that we notice. This industry started with vision and narrative, right? Bitcoin philosophy, ICOs were days about basically writing fiction about how this chain will perform and how this is going to be great and raise a bunch of money to release a token. And then the industry has really developed to become more granular on solving specific problems and also being more focused on the demographic that they're going for. So in that journey, what we've noticed with the good founders that are able to find problem and solve it at scale, one is being data-driven. It's quite shocking how few of founders in crypto and blockchain generally are flying blind. I talk with their founders and also product managers, engineers. Many of them actually don't have visibility into granular data of their customers, whether that's wallet or protocol or DApp. They say, hey, we have 40 countries coming in, 10% from China, 10% from US, 10% from MENA. And what does that mean? You have no idea. And you don't know why these wallet addresses are churning away. So a lot of these, intuition you may have from that Web2 company, that when your week-over-week growth goes down by 15%, you're going to do certain things. It doesn't really work. So when we see founders that understand what it takes to have certain data points for you to make good decision as a founder and a product builder, is usually a really good sign as an investor that you're trying to solve a real problem in a very concrete manner, rather than trying to follow a narrative that, hey, this could be a potential solution. Because when you're selling vision, it's really hard to quantify what's going on. So I think number one is definitely the data-driven way. Two is, I think some of the members here have mentioned, but I look at founder market or founder narrative fit. Usually in Web2, we talk about product market fit. But in crypto, I think founders themselves are a bit of a product still. And I think it's good and bad of an immature manner of the industry, where people follow a person rather than a product yet. So they follow him on what the future of insurance could be, not so much on the product today that Takada is providing, because everything's so early. So you as a founder need to be able to connect and be able to communicate with the target demographic that you are the one that can eventualize and also bring very granular roadmap and build community. Because at the end of the day, if you're protocol or DAO, your team is not going to be the only one building it, but you have third parties and other ecosystems to build on top of you or along with you. And if you can do that, having founder market fit, it's become very important, difficult. And the third part is fast iteration. And it's a very hard balance because crypto market move fast. Founders tends to, in a good way, have a high ego and stubbornness, which makes them, to be a visionary sometimes, but also it makes them hard to give up on certain ideas and move on. And I think that's when it comes back to number one point. Unless you have data that's continuously iterating to track, it becomes really hard for you as a founder to accept and pivot, or accept and see that you just continue to double down. You can't make that decision as a founder unless you have data point and continuously driving the integration. So I think those three things are kind of points that I noticed with the strong founders that sustain multiple cycles.
Thanks, Greg. So to summarize what Faye said, I would do 3 points, as he said. The first is definitely data-driven. The second is like the character of the founders, and the third one is
fast iteration.
Yes, fast iteration. So the reason why I was thinking is like 3 of them definitely fit the 3 points that you meant. And I was thinking property is a potential investment that you can look into. And then also the last question, with like individual question will be with Nelson. So I want to ask you regarding kind of the timeline that I mentioned just now. So from idea to MVP to like challenges that you face, how do you move and scale up your project? So I know V3 has been starting and launch for a couple months, and then how do you like cope with the challenges and how do you scale up from one customer to like many customers from your experience?
Okay, so as far as the scalability is concerned, as mentioned, you need to find the right product market fit. And if you're innovating particularly something which has not happened before, sometimes you've thought something and you go into the market and market stops you, right? So you need to change the way you're thinking particularly, and this is what we did. So we went to the market knowing, we have a very good relationship with the stakeholders, and then we got to know that, okay, we're too small. Then, as an example, then we thought, okay, what would be out of box thing we can sort of build? And one of our dependencies were point sales in the market. So, these are the partners, right? They can be a potential partner at a future scale. But at the moment, what we need to do is we need to think as an obstacle and try to remove that. And then we build a positive solution. We can work without the positive equations. So that is one of the examples. And then what we saw that while we were talking to the customers, while we were talking to the stakeholders, partners, the more you listen, I think the more the feedback you can incorporate, and then you can scale. And then at some point in time, we found again the things we were thinking like last 2 weeks are not working. And the moment we shifted to deposit cost solution, we saw a huge jump. So I think from a scalability perspective, one thing is that you need to move very fast. And then to maintain that scalability, because it might be impacting some of your solutions, so you need to ensure that the end customer doesn't get impacted. So this is how we're sort of trying to scale the product now. We're glad that it took us some time, but we solved that problem, and now we can see like over the last 2-3 weeks, the consumers are coming in, they're happy, and we're still talking to them.
I can see from your smile when you said you did the fast iteration and solved the problem. And And then I think three panelists actually made Murad and also Wilson mention one point and share the same thoughts on one specific point. It's fast iteration. So you have to be fast, especially in Web3 industry. Like the narrative and everything's changed so fast. You have to act fast, try and then ask and take feedback and then change it. So last question I want to ask four of you is like to summarize and also kind of give the audience like some advice from your own experience. So if there are innovators in the industry, what kind of advice would you give? Like you can do like one or two in general from your experience, and especially within the Saudi market, if you have like some context with this market as well. So it's open. You can share if you already think of the answer.
Okay, so I mean, one of the advice I think with my real life experience is when you're sort of starting a company that you're so stubborn and you don't listen, and then the guidance you're providing to your team is the same way they're following their directions. So at some point in time, you need to listen to other people who are thinking your product or they're looking your product out of the way. And I mean, as an example, so being an AdWords portfolio company, we see a lot of help from AdWords, AD events, and so on. And I mean, that gave a lot of confidence. Okay, I mean, they're critically analyzing it. Okay, what we can change. So you need to start listening. And then one of the other advices you need to start very simple. I mean, the way we did was, I mean, we did some web pages, went to the consumers, okay, how do you behave? And I mean, people talking about UX, user experience. I mean, we're in an intersection of Web 2 and Web 3. So for users, it doesn't matter if it's blockchain, it is Web 3 or Web 2. It is the experience and the transparency. So you need to talk to the consumers, I mean, every day. So over the last 6-7 months of my journey, I try to do at least 5 consumer conversations every day. So, I mean, you need to listen to the feedback, and this is how you scale. And as far as the Saudi market is concerned, they're very open, they like innovation, but they're usually once. If their experience is not good, they're not going to use it. Yeah.
Thank you. So be open-minded. You want to share?
Okay, it's a very difficult question. But the right answer is Saudi is a great opportunity, it's an infant. Whatever you do here, minimum, I would say that's basically, we have seen other markets, and it's an opportunity. It's like Dubai in the 90s. It's like Singapore in the 80s. So there's an opportunity for us to take and see and develop.
I will drink now. He's staying hotel.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are joining us from. I'm April Chen, the manager of the ETH Riyadh team, and I'm thrilled to welcome you to ETH Riyadh 2024, a premier event where innovators and visionaries from around the world come together to shape the future. This year, we are diving into the latest breakthroughs in Web3, blockchain, AI, and other transformative technologies that are revolutionizing industries and communities worldwide. Whether you are here to gain fresh insights, connect with leaders in the field, or exploring new opportunities, we are excited to have you as part of this incredible journey. At ETH Riyadh 2024, we are proud to foster a space for collaboration, inspiration, and exploration. Over the past few days, you've heard from some of the brilliant minds in the field, visionaries and practitioners who are driving advancements in decentralization, AI integration, and more. Our agenda today is packed with powerful keynotes from leading experts, or paving the way for the next wave of innovation. So thank you for joining us. Your participation makes ETH Riyadh 2024 the vibrant, impactful event it is. Together, we are building a global conversation about the future of Web3, blockchain, AI, and beyond. Now, let's dive into the exciting journey ahead. It's time for our first keynote, where we will hear from one of the brilliant minds leading the way. Let's get started. So to kick things off, we are thrilled to welcome Benny, developer advocate at Viper. Benny will explore how we can onboard the next generations of Web3 developers and create pathways for them to thrive in this fast-evolving ecosystem. Let's dive straight into his presentation. So over to you, Benny.
Hey, this is Benny, and today I'm going to talk about Viper, which is a smart contract programming language. And I'm going to talk about why I think it's the best choice for developers who are getting into smart contract development or auditing. I think our industry is set to grow over the next few years, and so we're going to see an influx of new developers. And Viper is best positioned to onboard them onto the ecosystem. Viper is a Pythonic smart contract programming language, so that means its syntax is quite similar to Python, which is today one of the most popular programming languages around. We share a similar syntax with Python, but also a similar design philosophy. Viper was designed for simplicity, safety, and efficiency. Like by default, even if you're a new developer, you can come to Viper, write your smart contract, and you'll get something that is secure. You can have the confidence that you will not have made some unexpected mistake that's going to cost your protocol millions. And you're going to have an output that's going to be easily readable by you and the rest of your team of developers. And you're going to get a contract that gas-wise is going to be very efficient. So we're now used by a number of major protocols across the Ethereum ecosystem. Curve was one of our first adopters and main backers. But now we've also seen protocols like Lido have switched to a mixed code base where some of their contracts are in Solidity, right? And then new contracts that they've developed for certain features are in Viper. Velodrome on Optimism also uses Viper as part of a mixed code base, and they're using it for analytics. So like all of the metrics that you see on their front end, they actually source those from smart contracts that are written in Viper. And Viper is currently the second most popular smart contract language in the Ethereum ecosystem after Solidity, but we're going for that first place. We think that if you're a developer getting into blockchain development in like 2024 or 2025, Viper is probably your best option to get started. The reasons for that is, like, as a new developers, you won't have to worry too much about, you get a sort of peace of mind that the code that you write is actually the way your smart contract is going to behave. Like, there's no unintended behavior or no quirks of the language that are going to potentially introduce a vulnerability. We've got sort of safeguards built in to prevent security foot guns. You're going to have a great supportive community, and then you're going to have excellent developer experience, because especially if you're familiar with Python already, a lot of the tooling that's available for the Python ecosystem also works quite well with Viper. Right, so you don't need, with Viper, like you don't need to be an EVM wizard, you don't need to be like a shadowy supercoder to actually write good, optimized smart contracts. You can do that with the default options. So the reason why my talk focuses on new developers is that they're the majority of developers in our industry. And I think that is due to grow over the next few years because there aren't that many blockchain developers to go around. Like the entire industry, if you look at it in terms of market valuation, you know, like that the whole industry is probably similar to some of the largest tech companies around, like Google or Facebook, but we operate with a fraction of the developers. At any point in time, the estimate is that there's less than 30,000 developers active in blockchain development, and that includes those are like include GitHub contributors. So like people that may not even be like, they may be part-time, or they may just be doing a pull request at some point just for fun. So you've got hobbyists and everything in there. So I think that number is due to grow over the next few years along with the industry. And the new developers that are going to come are either going to be fresh new grads, fresh out of college, or experienced Web2 developers that are making a switch to Web3. And in both cases, both of those newcomers, they're going to be familiar with Python. Like if you've taken any like CS program or whatever computer class in college, you're going to have been exposed to Python. And if you've worked in the tech industry for like more than a year, there's 100% chance that you also have been exposed to Python and know a little bit of it. Right? So the fact that Viper's syntax is so similar to Python, I think is going to be a big plus. Because Python's syntax is something that developers not only know how to work with, but they actually want to work with. Right? It is the language that developers prefer to work with, even more so than JavaScript. And so Viper kind of, right, like by virtue of using the same syntax, I think it's also a lot more pleasant to be writing contracts in Viper than it is to do so with Solidity, for instance. So if you look here, there's a little code snippet, a little sample of what Viper looks like in practice. You've got here, we're reusing decorators, that decorator syntax from Python to say what our function does, right? It's external, you can have like internal, depending on the status of your function. Then to define the function, we use, again, the same syntax as Python. For types, so Viper is strongly typed, but the way that we declare types in Viper is the same as in Python when you use type hints. So again, you're going to be very familiar with it. Print here, which can be used as a debug statement in Viper, same syntax as in Python, same way to return values. So one of the main advantage on top of this simplicity, or rather what this simplicity enables, is contracts that are safe by default. And what I mean by that is, first of all, no foot guns. So you've got safe arithmetic. You don't have to worry about overflows the way that like now Solidity handles it, but previous versions of the Solidity compilers did not. In Viper, you're not going to have overflows unless you expectedly, unless you want to, right? And then you're going to have to declare that you want unsafe arithmetic that will have that possibility of overflowing. You're going to have no operator or function overloading. So if you see a plus sign in your Viper contract, right, you can be confident that this is going to be an addition. It's going to do what a plus sign usually does. Somebody's not, right, like there's not somewhere else in the contract or the code base where that operator has been redefined to mean something else. No modifiers, right? So same thing, the function that you see before your eyes is exactly what you're going to get. And there's not some modifier that's buried deep in your code base that's going to modify the way that it behaves. We favor modularity over inheritance. So inheritance is great, right? It's very powerful, but it also is very hard to use properly. And when you use inheritance, it also gets very complex very quickly. And that can lead to vulnerabilities. And we've actually seen over the past couple of years a number of exploits where the root cause was inheritance patterns that were used in a way that made it hard for the developers and the auditors behind them to actually spot the vulnerability. Viper has a built-in safeguard against gas limit attacks. Right, so let's say, I don't know, like in Solidity, you have a contract with a dynamic array where you store your users. Somebody can come and add values to that array up to the point where looping over it is going to reach the gas limit for the transaction. And then if you were relying on that array to handle funds, right, your contract's bricked, you can't call that function anymore, and the funds that were in the contract are potentially lost. Right, so Viper prevents against this by enforcing limits on loops. Right? We have to know beforehand how many iterations there are going to be so that we can calculate an upper bound for the gas limit, so that once you deploy your contract, right, you don't run into one of those gas limit attacks. Same reason why we don't allow for recursion in Viper. And I think the chart that you see on the left here is kind of a testament to the efficiency of those design choices. When you normalize the amount of money that was lost to hacks by different languages, right? Viper is actually doing very well compared to, of course, like Rust, which is the language for the SVM on Solana, but even to Solidity. And actually, the main hack for Viper was a compiler bug, not one that came from smart contract logic. So I don't want to say that it's impossible or that it's not going to happen, but so far we haven't really seen a case where a Viper contract was exploited due to an error in the smart contract's logic. And I think part of that can be explained by those design choices, right? By the fact that Viper makes it hard to mess up your logic. Like if you've got a clear idea of what you want to do, your implementation is also going to read very clearly. And so that creates less attack vectors for hackers. Now, finally, another thing that we do, or another sort of opinionated position in Viper, is that there is no assembly. The language does not allow you to go low level to try and optimize your code. And the philosophy behind this is you should not have to worry about it. Viper is a high-level language that will give you performance, but the compiler is going to handle the optimizations. You as a developer do not have to worry about it. And in practice, right, Viper does this extremely efficiently. Viper has great optimization to the point where we've ran benchmarks on this. And systematically, Viper contracts have lower gas usage for equivalent functions. And the size of the final contract is also a lot smaller, usually by about half compared to a Solidity compile. And that can be a problem. Like the gas efficiency, you might say, I work on an L, like my protocol is going to be on an L2. I don't care about gas, but you might still care about bytecode size, because if you want to have a very long, complex contract, well, sometimes you're going to run into a bytecode size limit, and you're not going to be able to do so, and you're going to have to break it into different contracts. Whereas with Viper, right, you can sort of get more out of your contract, more complexity, that you can pack more complexity in it. Right. So in Viper, all of the optimizations are done directly by the compiler. You don't have to do any tricks to get to save on gas. And if we benchmark it, right, Viper contracts actually perform better than even very optimized Solidity libraries like Solidity. Right? Like Solidity is mostly inline assembly. It's like the most efficient Solidity library that you can find. Like it's very impressive work. But even with all of that inline assembly, the gas usage is higher than what you would get by using just vanilla high-level Viper. So here is this is a comparison between Solidity for the transfer function, right, in the ERC20 implementation, and so you can see this is all assembly, and it's not very easy to understand, right? It's not very easy to read. You've got hexadecimal values here and there. You've got storage slot that you don't really know what they're what they correspond to. So of course you can figure it out, but the cognitive load, the amount of brain power that you have to use to actually read through and understand what the contract is doing is much greater than what it takes to understand this Viper contract on the right, which is fairly self-explanatory because all of the variables and functions have explicit names. And you get this at no performance cost whatsoever. Like in terms of gas usage, those two are comparable. But in one case, right, you have to dedicate so much brain power to understand what's actually going on that this is less energy that you're going to be able to spend on trying to actually find out vulnerabilities. Right? Whereas with Viper, you get something that's readable and where errors are going to be easy to spot. And one way we can do that is because we have a very efficient, very smart backend, right, compiler that will do things like this example here. Right? So here we've got two types of contracts. On the left, we're doing a very simple operation. We're defining a variable A that's equal to 3, defining a variable B that's equal to 2, and then we're returning the product of those two variables. Right? So in every possible scenario, this function is always going to return 6. Right? A is always 3, B is always 2, so A times B is always going to be 6. So that function is equivalent to just returning 6. Right? It's a constant. And in Viper, right, doing those, writing out, specifying variables or not, gives you the same bytecode. Right, so the compiler realizes that you've declared variables here, but they're not actually going to be used. They're not actually necessary. And you can just return 6. Right? And so you can optimize this variable declaration down to just a constant declaration. Now, this is a very bare-bone example. It doesn't look very useful to be defining those variables, but if you think about it, when you're writing a smart contract, there are lots and lots of cases where instead of just using an integer in your code, you want to actually assign its value to a very explicitly named function that you're then going to be used in a formula, because that makes it easier to understand what's going on. Right? I don't know, let's say you have an interest rate, right? And instead of doing 9 with 18 decimals or whatever you're using, you're just going to create a variable called interest rate. You're going to move that integer into it, or that big number, you're going to move it into it, and then you're going to reference interest rate in all of your formulas downstream. And that's going to make all of those formulas a lot easier to read. Now, in Solidity, if you were to define variables in that way, they would not get optimized. So here, we're doing the same thing, defining A and B. And what the Solidity compiler does when it compiles it to bytecode is, right, it's going to create the opcodes. It's going to allocate memory to store 2 in a variable. And then it's actually going to run a multiplication to return the value. So that's a lot more opcodes. That's a lot more bytecode size that's created. And in terms of gas efficiency, because you actually have computation and memory allocation, it is also a lot more costly. Okay, so that optimization pass is not done in Solidity, and those two contracts, while functionally equivalent, right, they're not going to compile to the same bytecode. But this is something that's going to happen with Viper. Right? And so you're going to get gas efficiency, even though your code is not the most efficient in its high-level form. Now, that's great, right? And that means in Viper, right, like in Solidity, another reason why you can't declare so many variables is that you run into stack too deep errors, like after you get to a certain number, like when you use too many slots within a function. And so that means very often, when you're writing your code, you're sort of at the mercy of the compiler. Like you can't make your code as readable as you want, because you might run into a compiler error when you do so. Whereas in Viper, you can write it the way that you think is easier to understand without having to worry about the compiler telling you can't do that. And so this freedom means that your contracts end up being faster and easier to read, and faster and easier and therefore cheaper to audit. And so that's a pretty significant advantage. Like if you're a new developer writing a new protocol and you want to get it audited, those audits, like the audit costs, are probably going to be a huge part of your budget. Right? And so if you can save significantly on that, that is certainly interesting. Right? And like we talk with auditors that audit Viper codes all the time, and they keep giving us that feedback that it takes like 20% less time to audit a Viper code base. Speaking of which, if you're looking to write a new protocol and launch an Optimism, we've been working with the Optimism Grant Council to get support for audits for Viper projects, right? So if you want to launch an Optimism and you want to write Viper and you're looking for support for your audit costs, do get in touch with us and hopefully we can help you out. Right, so Viper is for everyone. It's easy if you're a beginner. You don't have to be a genius to start writing smart contracts. And bonus, if you're familiar with Python, a lot of the tools are going to be usable with Viper. Right? So if you want to install Viper, for example, right, pip the Python package manager, or if you're using another package manager, they're all going to be working to install Viper. And once you've installed it, that's it, right? Viper smartcontract.vy, and you're going to be able to start compiling contracts. We've got integration, like plugins for all of the popular IDEs. So whether you're using Vim or Visual Studio or whatever, there's going to be a plugin that that's going to give you syntax highlighting and all that. Now, you also don't, if you're starting with smart contract development, you don't have to go for custodial contracts from the get-go. And I think this is like a very common blocker for new developers. They think that they have to start writing the next big DeFi protocol. But as a beginner, you're better served doing stuff like analytics contract, like what APR is this pool going to give me? Or like, what's the distribution of user positions in this lending protocol? You can write small smart contracts that will sort of like fetch the data on chain from all of those protocols and then give you, like run computation on it and give you output metrics. And especially if you were like a data scientist or a data analyst in a previous life before coming to blockchain, right? Like most of your work was in Python, and so you're going to have that same syntax writing Viper contracts. This is actually, personally, I'm more of a data guy. I haven't written custodial contracts in a long time, but I do spend quite a lot of time writing util contracts for data pipelines because they're able to significantly speed up and simplify those pipelines. Right? So that's not the only option. You can do Zaps for DeFi if you want to get leverage with a lending protocol like Avo. Like you can write your own contract to help manage your positions, and that's a great way to get started. And you're sure that you're not putting other people's funds at risk, but you don't have to take on responsibility for that. Or even on-chain games. Like all of those are a great place to just get started and have fun with smart contracts while creating something that might actually be useful to you or to other people. Right, so if you want to get started, we've got our social media channels on here, the QR codes for Telegram and Discord. If you need help getting set up, if you need help debugging your contracts, or you don't understand something or you're unsure, just join the Telegram or Discord channel and you'll have the team and a number of other developers that are going to be more than happy to help you out. And finally, the last QR code is the Cyphren Viper course. So this was just released last week, and it's probably the best, most comprehensive resource to get started with Viper. Like, it covers all of the basics of the language, all of the ties, what you can do to write better, like all of the best practices are sort of highlighted in those in that series of short video by Cyphren. So definitely recommend this as a starting point for your Viper journey. All right, so I'm going to leave this on for a few more seconds while I get ready for a little demo of Viper in action. So for the demonstration, I'm going to be using a notebook. So if you're writing Viper, you can use any of the popular IDEs, of course, but you can also use notebooks like Jupyter, or here I'm using Google Colab. And thanks to our Viper development framework called BOA, you can actually write Viper contracts and deploy them directly from your browser. All right, so here I'm going to install BOA, right? So this is that framework. It's a Viper interpreter / development framework, and it's going to help us deploy and query the Viper contracts that we're going to build, right? So here I've installed it. Next, I'm going to load it up so that I can use it within the notebook here, right? So I'm importing it, and this is all standard Python, right? And this is another example of just how smoothly Viper can be used with the tools that developers familiar with Python usually use, right? So that's it. We're ready to write. I'm going to start with this little magic instruction here, Viper, followed by the name of my contract, right? Test contract. And then we're good to start writing a contract. So I'm going to do something really simple, just an example contract that's going to allow us to send ETH to the contract through a deposit function, right? And then later claim it back with a claim function. So we're going to keep track of all the ETH that user have added here in this hash map, right? A mapping that maps from a user address, the depositor, to an integer that's going to be the amount of ETH that they've deposited, right? Next, we're going to define our deposit function. Right, so it's going to be external, right? People are going to be calling it, and it's going to be payable because we're going to be sending the native ETH token to it, right? So we've got to be able to set a value to that function, right? So it's going to be payable, and then so whenever the contract receives ETH through the deposit function, we are going to add the amount, like the value of the message, so the amount of ETH that was transferred. We're going to add that to our balance mapping. Right, so self here is for all the state variables in your contracts, you're going to be accessing them using the self keyword, just like you would, right, in a Python class. So self.balances means, right, self refers to the contract, right? It refers to that state variable that we've defined here. Self.balances, then we're accessing, right, the msg.sender, message sender, the depositor's address. We're creating an entry in the mapping for it, and we're adding the value of the message to it. And we don't have to worry about overflows, right? Because here, this is going to be handled by default. Next, we're going to set up the claims, external. So we define the function claim. Here, we declare amount. And we're going to store, we're going to access the amount of ETH deposited over time by an account. We're going to store it in this variable. We're going to ensure that the amount is not zero. Otherwise, we'll revert the transaction. Right, so we're using an assert for this. And then we are going to set the balances to 0 before we send the ETH back to the sender. Right? We want to do this so that if the sender tries to re-enter the contract through a re-entrancy attack, right, by the time they get the second re-entrance, the self.balance is going to be set to 0, and so we're going to revert. Right? So they're not going to be able to claim more from the contract than what they put into. Right. And then finally, we're just using the send built in here to send the amount deposited back to the sender. And finally, we got to set up this default function, right, to allow the contract to receive ETH. Right, so here is a little bit of magic. I'm going to do boa.setBrowserEnvironment. And this, what it's going to do, so my wallet is not going to pop up, but it usually normally would. I've already ran this before, but it would open up your MetaMask or whatever wallet you're using, and it would connect it to the notebook. And then all of our further interactions with the notebook, we're going to be able to, right, like send transactions, deploy contract straight from our browser, straight from this notebook. So here, C equals test underscore contract, right? That's the name of our contract here. Right? After we've executed this cell, the test contract is available as a variable, and we can deploy it. Here, if I'm going to run this cell, the notebook is going to connect to my wallet, and so we'll see MetaMask pop up in right here. It's popping up. Right, and then I can confirm the transaction. That's for the deployment of the contract. Right, so confirm, transaction broadcasted, and we're good. We've got a contract deployed here at this address. All right, so now if you want to, we can deploy it. Viper contracts now can be verified on Etherscan through the API. Right, so this is just an API call to get the contract verified. All right, so this is done, and now we're going to test it out. So I'm going to use BOA to get the balance of my account. All right, so I've got a bit of ETH in here, and now I'm going to do a deposit for just a tiny amount of ETH. So I'm going to deposit it. This is a transaction that requires my approval in the wallet. All right, so my wallet's going to pop up again. Going to approve the transaction. Transaction broadcasted and mined. All right, so now if I get my balance again, I've got a little bit less ETH here from the one single unit that I've sent, and then of course I've lost a little bit to gas as I was approving the transaction. Right, and now I can just go claim, and I will get my ETH back. So this is going to require another transaction for me to sign in the wallet. There we go. Confirm. And the transaction is mined. And if I get my balance, right now I get this tiny unit back, but I do lose a little bit to gas. Right, so this shows you just how easy it is to prototype a Viper contract. You don't actually have to do the whole, like I was kind of showcasing the ability to deploy on chain, but you can actually just run all of this as a test. If you're familiar with the PyTest testing framework for Python, which is what you would usually write your test with, you can absolutely use this in combination with BOA to actually test out your smart contracts. You can fork mainnet as well if you need to for your tests. Right? So BOA offers you kind of a full development framework, a little bit like Forge would. And we've got another framework called Moccasin built on top of it by the Cyphering guys, which I also encourage you to check out. All right, so again, if you want to get started with Viper, please do join us on Telegram or Discord, and we'll be happy to walk you through everything you need to get started writing contracts.
Thank you, Benny, for those inspiring thoughts on empowering the future of Web3 talent. Next, we turn to the board of investment. Jeffrey Hu, tech lead at Hashkey Capital, will discuss investment opportunities in Ethereum roadmap. Join us as we unpack key trends and strategies which shape Ethereum's future. So, over to you, Jeffrey.
Hello, everyone. This is Jeffrey from Hashkey Capital. So it's a little bit pity that I cannot be on site to share this keynote, but I'm still very happy that I can have this opportunity to share our research about the Ethereum roadmap and what lies within the investment opportunities and is the roadmap. So short introductions about us and also myself is that Hashkey Capital is one of the earliest institutional investor of the Ethereum back into the very early time. And we also continue to support many new projects, like around 500 investments since the early times. And we also, I think right now we are also one of the largest crypto fund. So because right now our AUM is over $1 billion, and we also covered almost all sectors of the industry. So yeah, very happy that we can share our knowledge because we are also research-driven cryptos VC, so that we also writing research report and also contribute a lot in the community. And I myself, Jeffrey, is the research lead of the Hashkey Capital. So very happy that we can share all the research things we have seen in the Ethereum roadmap, and more important, what kind of opportunities is in the roadmap. So let's start with the Ethereum roadmap. As we all know that Ethereum roadmap, right now we have lots of new phases like the merge, the surge, splurge, lots of new things. So we can start with the merge phase. So because the merge is also is known as the execution layers to be merged with the consensus layer, so that the consensus is changed to the POS. So it's already completed, but there's still quite new things that's coming out probably next years, including several new features, including the SSF, single slot finality, and other features. So for the SSF, so the finality time we can just to reduce to one slot around like 12 seconds. Right now you have to wait like around 2 epochs, around like 12 minutes to have one transaction to be finally confirmed on chain. So that is called the finality time. So if you're familiar with some other consensus protocol like Tendermint and other BFT consensus protocols, so that is quite familiar with, quite similar, like looks like that. So you can just have one block after one block, so the transaction is confirmed. So you can have the quicker confirmation for the transaction on the layer 1 after the SSF. So that's quite useful for the base rollup. So that's later on all the rollups if there's a sequenced by the Ethereum roadmap, so you can have a quicker confirmation time just around the one slot. So it's quite useful. So right now, several SSF solutions are being discussed. So probably we will still need some time to have the SSF to be delivered on the Ethereum main chain. So that's one of the major features we can see in the merge phase. And we also have several other features to be coming out in the merge phase, including the distributed validators. So that is, we can have the lower barrier of the 32 ETH that's requirements of the running of validators. So this feature is also being discussed together with SSF. Probably we can have this kind of change on the consensus layer and also the staking features. And another thing related to the consensus protocol is the secret leader elections, because right now it's still possible for all the public users and everyone to know that who is the next validators that can propose the next blocks. So that's have maybe one potential problem is that if attackers want to attack the particles, so that it can just perform some DDoS attacks to the next validators, so that we will have some problems on the consensus particle. So, but after the secret leader elections, it is quite impossible for the outsider to know who is the next proposer, so that we can prevent this kind of attack. So that it can make the consensus particle more robust. But right now, it's a secret leader election already have some design, but it's not still not in implementations yet. So probably we will still have some time to deliver that functions. So that's on the merge phase. And the next phase is called the search. So that's from our research right now. So that search is when they target for the rollups, like we have already seen lots of new features just targeted for the rollups, like the EIP 4844. So that's reduce the gas cost for the call datas for the rollups. But on the search side, it still have some other new features like the PRDS and other features to lower the requirements for the rollup and also for the nodes, like for the PRDS. So that is to lower the storage requirements for the nodes. But the design and the implementations are still being discussed, like the detailed specs and how the implementations should be delivered is still being discussed. Probably we can also see it be delivered next year. So that's on the DAS side, because right now all the storage for the node is still quite high. It's also probably will help some decentralizations for the Ethereum mainnet. So that's on the PRDS. And next one is cross rollup interactions, because right now we can see dozens of the rollups live on the Ethereum on the mainnet. But how you can like the user can just move and run assets from one rollup to another, or maybe how you can interact it between the rollups. There's still, I think there's some problem when you want to try doing this kind of things. So cross rollup is another things that we can probably very expect it to be delivered. So that solves the liquidity fragments for the rollups. So because right now, if you have one asset on the one rollup, so the liquidity is quite fragmented between the rollups. So if later on we can have some interactions between the rollups, it can quite improve the user's experience for the cross rollup bridge and other assets to move between the rollups. So that's one things we can expect it, and some other features we can also expect it, like maybe one user just want to call another smart contract from one rollup and just to another rollup. So that's maybe another things we can also see in the future. So for the cross rollup interaction, several designs are also being discussed, including the unified addresses, and also maybe we can also utilize some smart contract wallets for the cross rollup transaction, like the RIP 7755, and maybe we can also utilize several the current infrastructures like the shared sequencer or maybe the base rollup. So several designs are still being discussed to see where the pros and cons. So it's not still decided yet, but hopefully we can see some major adoptions for maybe several of the designs in the future. So that's on the previous phase, and right now we can see another phase is called Scorch. So that is this phase is mainly targeted for to solve the MEV and also the staking problems. So because right now you can if you're familiar with the MEV, so right now the block builders are mainly built by two entities. One is Beaver and another one is Titan. So by the way, Titan is also our HashKey Capital's portfolios, because we invested them from the early time, since before they become major block builders in the network. But if the block builder is just centralized with several, maybe one or several entities, it's not necessarily a good thing because the builder is quite centralized. And so that means the block, all the transaction could be controlled, or maybe some censorship also can be added during that process. So that means if you if you want a healthier future of the Ethereum, so builder must be decentralized. So several things, several solutions are also being discussed. So how we can make the builder decentralized. So one thing may be the inclusion list. So that means we can give back the powers of the generating the block, giving back to the validators. But but the block builders can still submit some transactions into that inclusion list. So that means builders can also still have some power to submit the transactions, but the block template and also the block itself could just be generated by the validators. Another solution is called the BuilderNet. It's just announced publicly last week, just operated by the Flashbot and other entities. Probably we can have some kind of networks that builders together work together to build the block. So that's probably another solution we can expect it in the futures. So that's on the Scorch. One thing for targeted for the MEV. Another problem Scorch is trying to solve is decentralized liquid stakings. So right now, because the centralizations in the liquid staking is still one of the major problems of the major concern of the consensus protocol on the consensus level. So this kind of centralization probably will also harm the security of the Ethereum protocols because for the POS and the BFT, if one entity controls over one third of all the tokens, probably it will harm the protocol's security. So that decentralized liquid staking is also one of the major solutions to solve that problems. And besides of that, right now, since lots of the big liquid staking operators also have a lot of the nodes, also the validators. So the MEV values also be mainly collected by these big operators. So how we can decentralize that is the solutions are still, I think, still in early discussions. Like maybe several things we can also be discussed, like including the decentralized LST, or maybe we can set some cap for the liquid staking tokens. Maybe we in the roadmap we will also see to solve the MEV centralized problem. We can also have the MEV burn in the ePBS. So several solutions can also be considering to solve that problem. So that's on the Scorch side. And next phase is called the Verge. So the Verge is mainly for the worker trees. Because in simple, the worker tree we can have less storage requirements than the Merkle trees, the traditional Merkle trees. And so that means we can have a more decentralized network for the nodes, because for the nodes they can just have less storage requirements for running their nodes on their hardwares. So right now, I think the worker tree development has already finished. So we can expect it being live maybe next year, push them maybe in one of the hard forks in 2025. But this solution also got some, I think it's also got some pushbacks from the DApp communities, since it changed a lot of the data structures on the base layer. So probably rollups will change a lot to adopt this worker trees. So probably we'll see how the worker tree could be adopted and how it could be pushed to the mainnet. So that's on the Verge side. And next phase is called the Purge. So for this phase is mainly to solve the some state problem, also to clean up some technical debt, to solve the state explosion problems. Because right now, if you probably, I think you also know that the state explosion has been a long problems to the Ethereum. So several solutions has also been discussed for a long time. like some ideas in the EIP 4444. So probably we can remove some historical data, like maybe older than 1 years, and that kind of data could be archived in some storage network like IPFS or maybe some other wares. But most recent data just keep it in the current validator's node. So that's maybe one solution. And another solution is called state expiry. So we can set some temporary addresses. So if user just want to use some transactions for one time and maybe several limited time, we can just using that temporary address. So data could be removed after the addresses are used. So that can be safely because user will no longer use that. And also validators can just no need to keep that state in the long run, so that we can have this kind of solutions. So whether which kind of ways will be adopted in the future is still, I think, it's still being discussed right now. So probably we can see how the Ethereum the community could solve that problem. And another thing is just to clean up some technical debt, like some because the Ethereum has been live for many years. So lots of technical debt has also been involved since the early days. So including probably this to remove this technical debt, probably we can have have several things to do, like to remove self-destruct, to optimize some gas, and maybe we can also optimize some EVM compile contracts. So lots of things just ongoing right now. And next stage is called the splurge. So it's mainly to improve the user experience. But although it's, I think maybe it's the last phase of all the roadmap, but several things probably we can also expect it for the next year, because we can see several features here, like the EOF is quite friendly to the devs to adopt its new features, just be added on the EVM level. And also on the account abstractions, probably it will be like maybe EIP 7702 will be included in the upcoming hard fork. So if you are interested in these solutions, how we can compare it with the previous solution, like the 4337 or maybe some other solutions, you can also check out in our previous research report about account abstractions. And together to using this UAF and also the AA related EIP, probably we will have some new things together. We can expect it together that can improve the user experience. And so probably that's a new thing we can expect it in the early next year. So that's on the UF and also AA, but some other features in the splash phase, like the VDF and other cryptography related EIP, probably it will still need longer time as it's still being discussed right now. So yeah, so that's on the roadmap side. Right now it's a bonus content because most of team members also went to the DevCon this month. So we also catch up with several other partners and other friends there, and also we just follow up with the recent updates of the Ethereum discussions. So several takeaways we have found on the DevCon is that one thing is a beam chain. So beam chain is to London Ray is that it's a long-term improvement proposal for the Ethereum consensus layer. Although several people also called it in a simple way just Ethereum 3.0, but it's not necessarily a true thing because it just will have probably have longer time to deliver that, and also Ethereum itself has abandoned like the Ethereum 2.0 and 3.0 this kind of terms. So, but the beam chain itself will have several improvements on the base layer to solve the existing limitations, like maybe on the block protection side, and also some technical debt by leveraging the ZK and other innovative technicals. So we can categorize all the features into like maybe the block productions. We have more censorship resistance. We can have the faster slots, increase the gas limit, And on the staking side, we'll have the smaller validators and also faster finality. And another one is on the cryptography side, we can also have very several new things to introduce some new cryptography primitives. So that's on the Beam chain, but it still needs like around 5 years to deliver. So that's probably we cannot expect several things in this cycle. Probably we can, but probably real good in for Ethereum and other applications in the long run. But for this cycle, we can just still focus on the several other new things, like maybe on the cryptography side, in the DevCon and also in the ChainIDE, in the pop-up cities. So from my observation is that ZK is still a very hot topic, both in ChainIDE and also the Bangkok. The ZK VM is still a major topic. So like still many developers just work around some implementations like the SP1 and other efforts also be added on, like maybe some fork or maybe some customizations around the SP1 and other ZK VM. And besides of the on the base layer, so ZK applications also being discussed and also being developed during the DevCon, like ZK TLS, ZK email, and other ZK applications. So probably ZK will also have some more use cases and more applications based on the new ZK cryptographies. And another new cryptography primitives being discussed during the DevCon is I/O. It's indistinguishabilities of falsification, also known as the crown jewel of the cryptographies, because by using the I/O, lots of the primitives could be just developed based on I/O, like the ZK, FHE, and also the decryptions. So I/O is also probably be considered as the final solution or maybe final tools for the cryptographies. And during the DevCon, so lots of the new exciting progress also being shared around the conference. So probably we can see some early I/O projects in the maybe near futures. So that's on the cryptography side, and also on the roadmap we have seen in the past 1 and 2 months. So next, we'll also share some investment opportunities to what we have seen in the underneath the roadmap. So because probably you have also witnessed that there's a lot of trade-off between the whether we should have the decentralization or maybe we should have a better performance. From the current design, the roadmap is still trying to have a quite balance between these two things, between the decentralization and also the scalabilities. So there have been lots of the trade-offs, like for the validators, whether we should have a lower barrier, or maybe we have set a higher cap for the staking tokens, maybe on the node hardware requirement side. So there's a lot of trade-offs. But I think opportunities are also within this trade-offs. So we can have maybe more or maybe more investment opportunities if we have seen less of the new trade-offs, or maybe we have seen new features in the future. So several opportunities we can see here is I think the first one is still focused on the cross rollup, because from the previous slides we have seen several solutions could be adopted in the quite near future, like maybe shared sequencer or maybe base rollup could be just used for the cross rollup interactions. But together with the intents, like several intents related projects like ERC 76A3, and if the user want to have some intents just to cross rollup to have some interactions, so several intents could also be delivered that. And also it could be combined with some account abstraction solutions like EIP 7702 to have a more sophisticated rollup actions, like maybe a user just want to have invoke that one behavior just based on the account abstractions, and later on the intents could deliver that intents in the between the rollups. So probably we can have this kind of improved user experience between the rollups. So that's how maybe we can have seen several new projects or maybe have new things coming out, probably, which means we can have some new investment opportunities. And the second one I want to share is that is on the wallet and also on the other infra side, because from just followed by following the previous topics about the cross rollup, wallet US can maybe have many updates in the next few months, like EIP 7702, and also during the DAppCon and other recent discussions. So pre-confirmations probably will also have more tractions in the near term. So projects on the supply chains may have some new opportunities to improve their products, and also probably they will also have some challenge if they don't act quickly to adopt this trend. And several other opportunities we have seen during the conference and also the in research into the roadmap is that another thing is the privacy. Probably will also be a topic recently, like the private DeFi and other applications, because privacy actually used to be a very tricky sectors due to the regulations and other and also lack of the user demands. But things probably will change maybe in the future, because the regulations may have some updates, or maybe have some new things coming out. Like maybe the most recent news is that the OFACs has been seen to exceeded their authority on the total cash. So that's a regulation probably will have some change to change their attitude around the privacy applications. And another thing is that maybe some new powerful primitives like the IO maybe will bring more new applications on this sector. So probably we will have some new features that we can get more tractions. So probably privacy side will be another quite interesting sectors in the near future. And another new opportunities probably is around the storage side, because from the previous sharing is that we can see lots of data could be purged after the maybe several EIP like EIP 4444. So probably this kind of historical data, where we can store, where we can query this kind of data could still be a problem. So if there's some projects just being targeted on this problem, maybe whether we can store this data, or maybe we can archive this kind of data, could have some opportunity around these sectors. So that's maybe another opportunities. But in all, we have seen the opportunities in many other ways, like maybe some other new applications. But probably we will see this kind of new investment around the new features just within all the roadmaps could be delivered step by step of the Ethereum in the future. So yeah, so that's today's sharing about the Ethereum roadmap and what we have seen and what kind of the potential investment opportunities we have seen underneath the Ethereum roadmap. So if you have any kind of questions, or maybe you just interested in any kind of topics, or maybe research things we have done in the past, just feel free to reach out us in the Twitter, or maybe some data could be purged after the maybe several EIP like EIP 4444. So probably this kind of historical data, where we can store, where we can query this kind of data could still be a problem. So if there's some projects just being targeted on this problem, maybe whether we can store this data, or maybe we can archive this kind of data, could have some opportunity around these sectors. So that's maybe another opportunities. But in all, we have seen the opportunities in many other ways, like maybe some other new applications. But probably we will see this kind of new investment around the new features just within all the roadmaps could be delivered step by step for of the Ethereum in the future. So yeah, so that's today's sharing about the Ethereum roadmap and what we have seen and what kind of the potential investment opportunities we have seen underneath the Ethereum roadmap. So if you have any kind of questions, or maybe you just interested in any kind of topics, or maybe research things we have done in the past, just feel free to reach out us in the Twitter or maybe some other ways. Thanks you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jeffrey, for sharing those valuable perspectives on Ethereum's investment landscape. Okay, next, our third keynote is by Liz from the Security Operations team at Slowmist. Liz will present insights on the dark forest of blockchain, why security matters. This topic draws inspiration from the concept of the dark forest, which is a term many of you might recognize from gaming and literature. It highlights the challenges and risks of navigating this complex space. So Liz, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Liz, a member of Slowmist Security Operations team. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to discuss blockchain security at ETH Riyadh. Let me briefly introduce Slowmist. Slowmist is a blockchain security firm established in 2018 with the mission of contributing to the secure development of the Web3 ecosystem. Our expertise lies in providing comprehensive security audits and advanced anti-money laundering tracking to a diverse range of clients. We offer tailor-made security solutions that span from identifying threats to implementing effective defense mechanisms. This holistic approach has earned the trust of numerous leading and recognized projects worldwide. Our mission is to ensure the blockchain ecosystem is not only innovative, but also secure and reliable. Today, I want to talk about why security is so important in the dark forest of blockchain. Based on data from Slowmist Hackett database, fragmented statistics show that since 2012, total losses from security incidents in Web3 have reached $33 billion. This figure is based on the token value at the time of each incident. If we were to calculate these losses at today's price, the total losses would far exceed this figure. It's worth noting that many security incidents in this industry remain undisclosed. Therefore, if we were to further estimate, the total losses could likely reach the scale of hundreds of billions of dollars. Here's a question: why are blockchain security issues so severe? Blockchain's decentralization, anonymity, and financial attributes give it unique advantages. However, these same features also mean that when a security incident occurs, the resulting losses often surpass those in traditional internet systems. Moreover, such losses are usually difficult to recover. We often refer to the blockchain industry as a dark forest. This term comes from the novel The Three-Body Problem, which describes the universe as a dark forest. Blockchain is called a dark forest because as the technology evolves at a rapid pace, security challenges are becoming more complex and severe. This compels us to constantly think about how to survive and thrive in this challenging environment. Let's take a closer look at the key security challenges in the blockchain industry. For project teams, the threat of being hacked due to security vulnerabilities is a constant concern. Even small flaws in code or configuration can result in devastating attacks. Individual users face serious risks as well. Private keys and accounts can be stolen. Phishing scams are everywhere, and some projects they invest in my rug pool, leaving them with significant losses. At the same time, hackers are becoming more sophisticated. They are constantly refining their attack methods and developing advanced ways to launder stolen funds, making them difficult to trace. Scam projects continue to pop up, taking advantage of users' enthusiasm for innovation. In such a landscape, full of opportunities yet rife with risks, security isn't just a nice-to-have. It's a core issue that every practitioner must prioritize. According to Stormist 2024 Mid-Year Blockchain Security and AML report, the two main areas most affected by security incidents are DeFi and CX. Let's start by looking at some of the key risks faced by centralized projects, including exchanges and self-custody platforms. The first risk is false top-up attacks. When centralized projects integrate with crypto assets, improper parameter validation can make them vulnerable to false top-up attacks. This is a critical issue, as hackers can essentially increase access at zero cost. The second risk lies in the fact that centralized projects manage significant amounts of user access. Moreover, due to blockchain's transparency, it's easy to observe the large holdings in the hot and cold wallets of major exchanges. This makes centralized platforms attractive targets for hackers. Sometimes it may appear that an exchange's hot wallet has been compromised. However, in reality, some projects suffer losses because of the hacking of the internal fund withdrawal system. Hackers employ methods like tampering with database to virtually create numerous withdrawal requests from users within the exchange system. If the exchange approves this withdrawal request, it may appear as though the exchange's hot wallet has been compromised. Thirdly, hackers often target the employees of centralized projects. Employees with insufficient security awareness may inadvertently download malware, leading to their account or device being compromised. The last one is that many platforms, after operating for some time, may inadvertently become tools for hackers to launder illegally obtained funds due to insufficient anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing measures. So, how can centralized projects address these risks? First, it's essential for projects to carry out risk assessments and code audits. We strongly recommend routine third-party security audits to identify and fix potential vulnerabilities. Second, regular internal security training is key to raising employees' awareness of potential threats. This helps ensure they are less likely to fall victim to phishing emails or social engineering attacks. Third, since platforms often manage significant assets and have complex organizational structures, we recommend that well-established teams conduct professional red team security testing. This approach is effective in uncovering vulnerabilities through simulated attacks. Fourth, centralized projects can integrate multiple anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing solutions. This allows them to access region-specific data and identify associated risks, helping prevent hackers from using the platform for money laundering. Let me give you a brief example of how AML can be implemented using our company's solution, Mistrack. Mistrack enables cryptocurrency tracking and monitoring while offering know your transaction analysis and sanctions address screening. These functions are designed for businesses and clients needing automated AML solutions and can be easily integrated into their systems via APIs. Currently, Mistrack supports 14 major public blockchains and has accumulated over 300 million address labels, covering more than 1,000 address entities. However, anti-money laundering efforts not only focus on these address labels and entities, but also on laundering data, like illicit funds. To this end, we have gathered over 1 million pieces of threat intelligence data, providing valuable support for projects to meet their AML requirements. In addition, Stormist has leveraged its accumulated experience over the years to develop cryptocurrency security solution for centralized projects. This solution is open source and offering assistance in enhancing centralized project security. Next, let's talk about the risk that decentralized projects face. We know that decentralized projects rely on smart contracts or their corresponding code implementations. So the biggest risk for these projects usually comes from vulnerabilities in the smart contract code, improper configurations, or implementation issues. Another thing we need to keep an eye on is the management permissions within those smart contracts. Even if the contracts themselves are secure, there's still a risk of permission leakage if they are controlled by external accounts. Now, since websites are the entry point for most decentralized projects, there's also the risk of hackers hijacking or taking over their domain names. And let's not forget about internal risk. There have been cases where malicious developers swapped out the smart contract address with their own. This caused user funds to be automatically sent to the wrong address. Lastly, decentralized projects often rely on centralized price data. For example, DeFi projects typically rely on providers for price feeds. If these providers experience security incidents, it can seriously affect the projects relying on them. To address these risks, Decentralized projects can minimize vulnerabilities in their smart contract code by conducting security audits or implementing bug bounty programs. They can also use multi-signature wallets or MPC wallets to mitigate the risk of single-point private key compromise. Since many hackers tend to test their attacks on a small scale before going full force, we recommend that project teams set up comprehensive dynamic on-chain monitoring. This will help them spot unusual calls to smart contracts, allowing for early detection of potential attacks. We also wrote about Web3 project security practice requirements and have open sourced this documentation on GitHub. It covers everything from development preparation to emergency response. If you are interested, feel free to check it out on GitHub. Alright, now let's move on to the last part, where we will talk about the risks individual users face. The most common security risk for individuals is wallet compromise or private key leaks. Another major risk is falling victim to rug pulls when participating in projects. Many new projects take advantage of trends and formal emotions to carry out malicious activities. Phishing scams are also rampant on social media platforms. Fraudulent links are everywhere, so it's critical for users to verify whether links are from official source. Before signing or interacting with anything, always double-check. Users also need to be wary of investment promotions promising unrealistically high returns. These are often too good to be true. And recently, we have seen the rise of AI-assisted crypto theft. This is a clear sign that hackers are constantly evolving their tactics, making it even more important for users to be proactive about security. Synergies has extensive experience in protecting individual assets, and we have compiled this knowledge into a book called the Blockchain Dark Forest Safeguard Handbook. It's open sourced on GitHub and covers a wide range of personal security topics. I encourage everyone to check it out and give it a read. That's all I wanted to share today. Thank you so much for staying with me until the end. I hope this session has helped deepen your understanding of blockchain security. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Liz, for your clear and thoughtful presentation on the critical importance of blockchain security. Then next, we will shift focus to the BNB chain. Lucas from the BNB chain tech team will present Building the Future of Decentralized Applications, an introduction to BNB chain and hands-on demo of its ecosystem. So let's see how this platform is driving decentralization and innovation. Lucas, it's all yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Lucas, and I'm from the BNB Chain Tech team. Today, I'm excited to introduce to you what BNB Chain has to offer through our One BNB ecosystem. I'll also provide a quick demonstration on how you can leverage this ecosystem to build your own decentralized application. But before I step forward, I'd like to highlight an important point. And that is our mission to onboard the next billion Web3 users. And this is founded on our vision, which is to help startups and developers like you achieve real business and to cross the chasm. So, what exactly is BNB chain ecosystem? The BNB chain ecosystem, or 1BNB, consists of 4 key components. First is our BSC, our layer 1 solution and DeFi hub, OPBNB, our layer 2 scaling solution, BNB Greenfield, our decentralized data storage network, and lastly, Avenger DAO, which unites ecosystem partners to protect BNB chain users. In just 2023 alone, we have reduced more than 85% of hacks and scams on BNB chain. This is the architecture diagram of how a development stack on BNB chain would look like. But before I jump in, I want you to imagine how you would develop an application on Web 2. Typically, you would use the 3-tiered architecture, which includes presentation layer, application layer, and database layer. You can apply the same concept into this architecture diagram. On the top left is where you hold your front end, and it's also where users interact with your application, the presentation layer. You can develop your front end using JavaScript, CSS, HTML. It then communicates with a backend or middleware service to propagate instructions to your smart contract. These smart contracts hold your business logic and assets as well, and they can be written either on BSC EVM or OPBNB EVM. After all of these processes, the data collected from your application can be stored on the Greenfield infrastructure on the right. The Greenfield infrastructure, as mentioned, is a decentralized database, and it ensures high data availability through primary storage providers and secondary storage providers, adopting concepts such as partitions, shardings, and replicas to ensure your data are readily available. Furthermore, Greenfield, beyond just acting as a database, can act as a web hosting service, where you can host your front-end build codes onto the Greenfield infrastructure as well. One important thing I would like to highlight in this diagram is the cross-chain programmability between BSC, OPBNB, and the Greenfield infrastructure. What does it mean? Given an example that I'm running a bookstore, and this bookstore, a user purchased an NFT representing this book via the BSC smart contract. The purchase triggers an event which is picked up by the Greenfield relayer, which grants the user read access to the PDF stored in the Greenfield infrastructure. If the user sells this NFT to another user, another event would trigger the relayer, which revokes the access to the previous owner and granting it to the new owner. And this is how cross-chain programmability between BSC, OPBNB, and Greenfield allows this seamless integration that demonstrates the power of how you can develop with the one BNB ecosystem. Now, I would like to quickly cover 3 important parts of BNB chain, which first and second are development tools, and lastly are initiatives on how we focus on improving throughput performance through our chain. Let's start with onboarding users. In almost any decentralized application, you will need to onboard users to your application. And you can do so with account abstraction. And what exactly is that, and why do you need account abstraction? It offers 2 things. First, it allows the user to pay for gas fees in alternative tokens. Secondly, it also allows you to define who's paying gas fees. If I'm a decentralized application developer, I wouldn't want my users to pay for gas fees to interact with my application. This way I can set up a paymaster and I can pay for the gas fees for my users. BNB Chain has already adopted multiple account abstraction solutions such as Biconomy, StackUp, Particle, and ThirdWeb. We differ from the Ethereum EIP 4337 in a variety of ways, but for this presentation I want to highlight that in terms of gas fees, we are lower and we are compatible with all EOA wallet, compatible with all decentralized applications. And why? Because the EOA Paymaster do not need you to modify your existing smart contracts in order to be compatible. Moving on to scaling solutions. Under scaling solutions, I want to highlight about the BSC blob, which makes layer 2 so much more affordable. And what does it do? It basically segregates data from layer 2 it segregates data between your execution payload out of the main chain. And how does it work? Blob refers to a large chunk of data that contain transaction and state information for layer 2 rollups. These blobs are off-chain data packages that first hold transaction informations processed by the layer 2 rollup. Number 2, stored in a compressed format outside the blockchain's main chain. Third, only record a minimal proof or reference on a main chain to verify validity. With all this, blobs effectively separate data storage from the layer 1 chain while ensuring transparency and accessibility for verification. But the problem with blobs is that it only stays on chain for a certain amount of time. And that is why I want to introduce to you the blob archival service, which is also known as the BNB Chronicles, built on the Greenfield infrastructure. It allows you to store all this blob data into Greenfield and access it through the API service. This API service allows you to access all of this blob data that will be persisted on the Greenfield infrastructure. Currently, we support this two network, which is the Ethereum mainnet blobs and the BSC mainnet blobs. Lastly, throughput. Exactly what are the initiatives that we do to increase performance at BNB chain? What is parallel EVM? Parallel EVM is the ability to execute multiple transactions concurrently and to be able to detect conflict by itself. The problem with parallel EVM is that, as mentioned, there might be conflicts because there are dependent transactions. Some transaction cannot be transacted first without another being executed before. Thus, when the system detects a conflict, it will send that transaction to be rerun again through the execution. There are 4 ways to solve this problem. First is static dispatch. As mentioned earlier on, what we simply do is rerun the transaction, re-execute the transaction. Second is the transaction directed acyclic graph. Third is the static analysis, or fourth, a hybrid between static analysis and the transaction directed acyclic graph. Over here is an overview of how everything works. We have 2 examples. On the top right, we have the parallel EVM without DAG, and the bottom right, we have the parallel EVM with DAG. On the top left, we have the relationship between each transactions. For example, transaction 1 depends on transaction 0, transaction 2 depends on 1. And let's start with the top right table on exactly how the parallel EVM work with static dispatch. It will send transaction 0, 1, 2, 3 for execution. Knowing that transaction 1 depends on 0, for sure it will fail. So, as you can see on the right, transaction 0 is the only transaction that passed, and transaction 1 and 2 would fail. After which, the static dispatcher will take transaction 1 and 2 and re-execute it in the next queue, together with 4 and 5, in which only transaction 1 will pass and all other will fail, because transaction 2 depends on transaction 1, which has yet to be executed, and 4 and 5 depends on 3 and 4. Now, let's talk about how DAG improves this whole process and reduce the number of conflicts. From the relationship mapping, we create a transaction directed acyclic graph, which basically is a mapping of transactions and their dependencies. You can see over here, transaction 0, transaction 3, transaction 7, and 9 has 0 dependencies. Therefore, we'll send them for execution first. In this case, transaction 0 has passed first, so we'll continue the transaction with the execution with transaction 1, 4, and 8. This way, we'll reduce conflicts, increasing the efficiency, effectiveness of the EVM. We'll inject a fixed 32 bytes TXDAG hash into the block body, and also it allows us to improve the state prefetcher. The state prefetcher is basically a component that helps fetch account data and important data in order for the processor to process the transaction. With the transaction DAG, what we will be able to do is we'll be able to hint the state prefetcher on what data are coming next that will be executed next. And the state prefetcher will fetch all the required data before the processor processes it, increasing the amount of cache hit. If we use a static dispatcher, there will be multiple cache misses because it would have fetched 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3 and 4 would not be useful. Now, there are multiple developer tools available on BNB Chain, and this is the link. You can scan the QR code to access all of these tools. We have a comprehensive list that can help you through this developer journey. Alright, it is time for demo. Unfortunately, we are limited by time, and the demo that we'll be doing in this presentation will be hosting a website on the Greenfield infrastructure. You will need a wallet, Trust Wallet or MetaMask. In this case, I'll use MetaMask, and a simple HTML website which is available on W3 Schools via this link. Let's begin. Alright, in this example, we'll attempt to host a website on Greenfield itself. So the first thing you will want to do is to get some testnet BNB tokens. So with the BNB chain.org testnet faucet, you'll be able to get up to 0.3. Simply enter your wallet address here. Do make sure that you have 0.002 BNB on the mainnet in order to get this testnet token. I've already gotten mine, so I'll be moving on. Over here, this is a really good tool, bnbchainlist.org. You will see all the different RPC networks available. And for my example, we'll be using the BNB's testnet, which I'm already connected. Perfect. And we will go ahead and bridge some of our tokens to Greenfield. So let's switch to BNB Smart Chain. We'll be using testnet. Let's transfer in about 0.1 BNB into Greenfield. Confirm. Alright, perfect. Now we have Greenfield tokens, BNB on Greenfield. We'll go on to Deseller. Deseller is the storage console for developers to manage your BNB Greenfield network. Let's switch to testnet over here and get started. Perfect. So I'm connected to my wallet, and you can see this is the dashboard. So there are a few things that we can orientate ourselves with. First is buckets. Similar to how your cloud infrastructure works, buckets are where the folders, your files are being stored. You also have groups, and groups are the user access lists that are able to access the buckets. This wallet is where you can also do the transfer in from BNB to bridge it into the Greenfield. And this shows you your account, your monthly cost on storage, and as well as some tool lists for you to develop further on Greenfield. Let's create a test bucket. So let's call it BNB Chain Test Website. Over here, I'll call it Website Test. Create the bucket. Sign it off. Go to groups. We'll create a new group for this. BNB Chain Website Group. Let's add the same text, website test. Perfect. Now we have our groups and buckets set up. Let's go into our website bucket and attempt to upload some web files. However, in order to get some web files, we will need to come onto W3 Schools, select your W3 CSS templates, and can choose any one that you want. For example, let's look at demo. As you can see, alright, perfect. we can try it ourselves. Copy the codes here, go to Visual Studio, and you'll be able to paste the codes in here. There will be some resources that you would need to copy, which includes the photos. For example, this is just for demo purposes, so we'll just save the files individually like this. Perfect. These photos, band member. Alright, with that done, let's look at our codes. It should be stored in W3 images. Okay, so let's kind of organize things a little bit here. Major W. Oh, okay, we don't need to do it here, so we can do it directly on Greenfield itself. Let's upload our HTML object. Alright. Oh, one more thing is I realized we will need to add a relative path instead of a absolute path from the root folder. So instead of this, we replace it with like this for all of them. We can let's look at how this works here. Index HTML. We'll continue uploading and I'll show you how you can delete, which not all IPFS supports delete as well. Web3 images, perfect. W3 images. Created successfully. Let's get into the folder and we'll upload all of the photos that we have. New York, Chicago, LA. Alright, they have been all uploaded. Let's attempt to visit our website. Okay. Although you can visit it here, let's try to get a public link. We'll go into incognito. You realize that you won't be able to access the website. And this is because when we uploaded the file, it has been set to private. And this can be useful for multiple use cases. For example, the digital bookstore, where you want the PDF of the books to be private and only those who are holding the tokens can view it. So in this case, let's change it to public. Perfect. Refresh, view, and you'll be able to see the website. The only thing missing now is the images. So you have to make sure that the images are also public. Okay, we gotta change all of this. It'll be faster to delete. So let me show you. You can actually delete files. Certain IPFS wouldn't allow deletion. Let's attempt to visit our website locally. Okay, perfect, it works fine. So let's upload our object again. I've shifted all the images into a folder so that I can test it locally, change it to private, and we are good to go. We will also have to change our index.html, so let's delete this one. And let's upload a new index.html. Great, let's view our website. We're gonna share it publicly, copy link, let's go into incognito, and we should be able to see. Alright, there we go. So we have successfully hosted our website on Greenfield.
Well, okay, thank you, Lucas, for that dynamic walkthrough of the BNB chain and its possibilities for decentralized applications. Now, next phase is the fifth keynote. This is an exciting intersection of Web3 and AI. Wei Cai, assistant professor at the University of Washington, will share insights on Web3 for AI and AI for Web3, exploring synergies from a research perspective. So let's dive into this fascinating topic with Wei.
Hello everyone at Ethereum Riyadh. I am Wei, an assistant professor of computer science and systems from the University of Washington. I am leading the Decentralized Computing Lab at UW. Today, I would like to talk about Web3 and AI from the researcher's perspective. In particular, I will discuss how Web3 can build better AI and, conversely, how AI can support Web3 future. Let's start with Web3 for AI. To begin, we need to revisit the foundational pillars of AI, which will be computing power, data, and algorithms. These elements drive AI innovation but also pose challenges. Computing power enables AI to process vast amounts of information quickly. With the rise of large models, demand for resources like GPUs and TPUs continues to grow. Data, the fuel of AI, must be high quality and large scale. However, privacy, ownership, and access issues complicate centralized data management. Algorithms turn data into intelligence, but they depend on robust computing and diverse datasets to perform effectively. Advances in one pillar enhance the others, creating a cycle of growth and innovation. As we explore Web3, we'll see how decentralization can address these challenges and support a more inclusive AI ecosystem. Web3 offers transformative potential for AI's computing power infrastructure by decentralizing and democratizing resource access. First, decentralized computing networks like Ethereum, Filecoin, and Akash network enable the use of idle computing resources globally. This creates a distributed and cost-efficient alternative to centralized cloud services. Second, token-based incentives encourage individuals and organizations to contribute computing power, ensuring scalability and accessibility. This decentralized approach can reduce costs while maintaining high reliability. Finally, decentralized governance fosters innovation by allowing communities to adapt infrastructure to AI's evolving demands without reliance on a single provider. This ensures resilience and aligns with open, collaborative research. In essence, Web3 enhances AI's computing backbone by making it more accessible, scalable, and sustainable. Using Web3 and tokenization to incentivize independent nodes to form decentralized physical infrastructure networks is one of the most discussed applications of Web3 for AI. Projects like Golem and Render Network have developed decentralized networks that allow users to rent out their idle computing power for a variety of purposes, including AI training. These platforms illustrate the potential of Web3 in democratizing access to computing resources, enabling more individuals and organizations to participate in AI development at lower costs and with enhanced privacy and security. In academia, research has explored the potential of leveraging mobile devices' computing power and data to conduct collaborative federated learning, incentivized by Web3. Prototypes have been developed to validate the concept that a hybrid of open and consortium blockchains could make this feasible. Web3 can also revolutionize AI's data ecosystem by addressing challenges of ownership, privacy, and accessibility through decentralization. First, blockchain technology enables secure, transparent data provenance, ensuring the integrity and traceability of datasets. This is critical for building trust in AI systems. Second, privacy-preserving technologies, such as zero-knowledge proofs and decentralized identifiers, empower users to maintain control over their data while contributing to AI development. This balances the need for data access with respect for privacy. Third, decentralized data marketplaces, like Ocean Protocol, Public AI, allow individuals and organizations to share and monetize data directly, bypassing intermediaries. This democratizes access to diverse, high-quality datasets. By leveraging Web3, we can build a more equitable and efficient data infrastructure for AI, fostering innovation while upholding ethical standards. For example, recent research proposes a distributed knowledge inference framework that allows decentralized nodes to hand off training paths to others. This enables continued training by filling in missing links using each node's local knowledge base. Combined with a smart contract-based incentive mechanism, this technique facilitates collaborative AI training among diverse stakeholders. These stakeholders can contribute their knowledge for profit without exposing their private data to service requesters. Another research focuses on the concerns related to AIGC dataset compliance. The complexities associated with manual supervision, concerns regarding data leakage, and the potential for malicious behavior by third-party supervisors collectively present challenges in the regulation of datasets. The research presents a blockchain-based system for regulating AIGC datasets. The system utilizes smart contracts to verify zero-knowledge proofs for supervision results, ensuring data security and compliance while automating the regulatory process. By bridging the gap between advanced technology and societal requirements, this solution safeguards data privacy and streamlines regulatory operations. With Web3, AI algorithms become more collaborative, transparent, and aligned with shared ethical principles, driving progress in a decentralized and trustworthy manner. First, decentralized platforms like Gitcoin and OpenAI's decentralized initiatives encourage open-source development of algorithms, enabling collaboration across global communities. This accelerates innovation and ensures accessibility. Second, blockchain-based smart contracts can automate and enforce fair usage and licensing of AI models, ensuring that creators are fairly rewarded for their contributions while maintaining transparency. Third, integrating Web3's transparency and traceability features ensures AI algorithms are auditable, mitigating risks of bias or unethical usage. On the other hand, AI now becomes the most important tool for Web3 research and development. The first example of AI for Web3 I'd like to introduce is the AI-assisted editor we developed for the 3D metaverse. Existing user-generated content UGC editors face two major challenges. First, ensuring the uniqueness of UGC. Second, balancing model granularity with the difficulty of 3D modeling. To address these challenges, we designed a novel UGC editor for the Web3 metaverse, called MetaCube. MetaCube leverages AI to assist UGC creation, reducing the complexity of 3D modeling while preserving the granularity and detail of the models. To ensure UGC uniqueness, we introduced 3D Crypto Dropout, a specially designed mechanism that incorporates users' private key information into the UGC creation process. This innovative approach generates fine-grained, unique 3D models tailored to each user. Experimental results demonstrate that the proposed 3D Crypto Dropout effectively guarantees the uniqueness of UGC, as confirmed by both numerical analysis and human-centered evaluations. Another popular AI for Web3 example is the AI-generated meme coins. The GOAT, Goatius Maximus, marks a pivotal shift in the marketing paradigm for cryptocurrencies. GOAT is the first meme token entirely created and marketed by AI. While its economic success is remarkable, what's even more significant is its role as a symbol of AI-native culture. At the heart of GOAT's success lies its core AI agent, Truth Terminal. This agent generated a unique narrative system known as the Goatse Gospel, showcasing AI's incredible potential to create and disseminate cultural symbols. This AI-driven marketing model represents a new direction, one that could shape the future of meme tokens and cryptocurrency marketing as a whole. Let's take a look at some numbers to grasp the scale of its success. First, GOAT quickly garnered widespread attention, reaching a market cap of $268 million. Second, it attracted approximately 20,000 holders and achieved a 24-hour trading volume of $120 million. Notably, it became the first token on Pump.Fund to surpass a $1 billion market cap. This project exemplifies how AI can revolutionize not just technology, but the way cultural and economic phenomena are crafted and sustained in the cryptocurrency space. Could this be the future of meme token development? It certainly seems to set a compelling precedent. Another compelling use case of AI in Web3 is identifying airdrop hunters in NFT marketplaces. These individuals exploit airdrop events to gain disproportionate benefits, disrupting the fair distribution of rewards and potentially distorting the market. To tackle this challenge, we present Artemis, an advanced graph neural network system optimized for detecting airdrop hunters in NFT transactions. The system is built around three core components. First, multimodal metadata analysis. Using state-of-the-art transformer models, Artemis extracts and processes visual and textual insights from NFT metadata to understand the characteristics of NFTs involved in transactions. Second, tailored node aggregation. Artemis chains NFT transaction sequences into a graph structure, preserving nuanced behavioral patterns that reveal airdrop exploitation strategies. Third, market manipulation detection features. Inspired by market manipulation theories, Artemis incorporates engineered features to identify anomalous trading behavior indicative of airdrop hunting. When evaluated on real-world data from decentralized exchange Blur, Artemis achieved significant performance improvements over existing baselines in identifying airdrop hunters. This innovative approach not only addresses a critical issue in the NFT ecosystem but also serves as a versatile computational framework for detecting anomalies across diverse blockchain applications. Another example of applying AI to Web3 research is our recent study on social capital within NFT communities. This research focuses on the Emphers community, a notable case within the Web3 NFT ecosystem. By analyzing both social media and blockchain data, we identified distinctive social capital patterns across 6 dimensions. The findings reveal a fascinating mix of decentralization, inclusion, trust, and empowerment while also raising important concerns about wealth inequality, content quality, and ethical challenges. What makes this work particularly interesting is its use of an innovative human LLM collaboration inspired by the Delphi method. Human experts and large language models (LLMs) co-create high-quality labels and insights from raw data through an iterative process of prompting, summarization, and consensus building. This approach enables the study to effectively analyze complex, hard-to-quantify dimensions with reliability and scalability. AI can also be leveraged to improve Web3 infrastructures. One compelling case is addressing challenges with multimedia storage. Multimedia data poses a significant burden for Web3 applications. Even for image-based NFTs, the community faces persistent storage and verification challenges due to the high permanent data costs associated with blockchain technology. While existing off-chain or centralized storage solutions offer alternatives, they also introduce notable security vulnerabilities, undermining the decentralized ethos of Web3. This work introduces SEM-NFT, an innovative decentralized framework that integrates blockchain Oracle middleware services to tackle these ongoing NFT dilemmas. SEM NFT compresses NFT source data into compact embeddings that encapsulate the semantic essence of the content. These embeddings are stored on-chain, enabling efficient decentralized image reconstruction and secure ownership verification. SEM NFT employs ERC 721 compliant smart contracts, enhanced with supplementary functionalities, showcasing its seamless integration within the existing Web3 ecosystem. Extensive evaluations demonstrate that SEM NFT achieves significant storage optimization while preserving the requisite visual fidelity compared to current solutions. The SEM NFT framework represents a substantial advancement in addressing the rising challenges of NFT storage and verification, offering a holistic solution that upholds the principles of decentralization. Thank you for listening. If you'd like more information or wish to discuss further, feel free to email me or send me a message on Twitter. Also, I am seeking highly motivated PhD students to work with me on decentralized computing. Please let me know if you are interested. Thank you.
Thank you, Wei, for that thought-provoking exploration of the synergies between Web3 and AI. I'm sure everyone here is living with a new understanding of the potential in both fields. And next, we are about to welcome the last keynote. We have Nicholas, CEO at ETH, presenting build and deploy your DApp with just a few clicks. Nicholas will showcase how intuitive tools are making decentralized app development accessible to everyone. So take it away, Nicholas.
Okay, so hello everyone, I'm Nicholas, the CEO here at Universe. So what we're building here is a decentralized application that is a software as a service solution that helps to lower down the threshold of development and of deployment of different kinds of decentralized applications so that not only professional developers will have the chance and the ability to develop their own blockchain-based applications, but so does other people that don't have much experience in coding, right? So we came up with this idea actually because we see that currently within the industry, we have a lot of blockchain ecosystems that are out there in which are very much valued by a lot of different kinds of people. But we actually fail to see that they are long, sustained, powerful and comprehensive decentralized applications on the market, and that is highly on the expectations of different kinds of users. And as we also look at the development of the whole internet and related things, we also see that generally speaking, users would always be following strong and comprehensive applications onto different kinds of networks. So that is actually what we want to focus on, and that is the value that we want to provide to different people. So there are a lot of things that we would like to cover within this presentation, as we have a very comprehensive ecosystem, right? So let's get through it one by one. In it first, as a software, as a service application itself, provides this low-code solution for application development, as we just mentioned. So what is underlying it is its very robust and highly efficient blockchain network, in which currently is already in beta, and we already have our strong community testing it out, playing fun with it, doing different kinds of activities on the network itself, and we're also seeing quite some good data around here. Besides having Onchain as an underlying blockchain that supports different applications deployment. We also have Anychain as decentralized cloud computing service that provides options for developers to deploy functions onto it that maybe require a lot of computational power, a lot of different kinds of storage, and etc. So as you can start to imagine it, applications that are going to be built within Ethereum from its birth will already have quite a bit high characteristics of decentralization. So within our ecosystem, we are always working together with developers to develop more comprehensive applications that not only are served within the software as a service platform itself, but also onto the network, so that the developers will have more options to choose from. And we are always sure that all the needed components are there within the blockchain network itself and can be easily utilized. So with the software as a service platform, first of all, what we care about is lowering down users' entrance threshold, right? So through social logins and non-custodial wallets, this is one of the best solutions that we have been seeing within the market that helps not only Web3 experts get into this kind of an application, but also people that maybe are not quite familiar with blockchain itself. And we guess that these kinds of users do not need to go through the whole struggle of getting to know of different blockchain-oriented features, noting down their private key, etc. So the functions that we offer with Inverse are very modular. So as you can see, we always like to list out all of the functions so it becomes very easy to understand. And just by dragging these kinds of modules onto a sheet, slowly developers or people who want to build applications with no coding experiences can just drag and drop and slowly build it up as a logo and create something magnificent that is suited to their own needs. On top of that, making smart contracts and also different kinds of tokens issuance is also very easy, utilizing our own platform. And just by going through different kinds of parameters, tokens and smart contracts can be easily released, in which, for example, with the current hype of meme coins, it would help developers to use a very low cost and issue their own meme coin oriented websites in such a fast manner, that is something that we very highly anticipate of seeing. We also provide different kinds of functions on the software as a service platform, in which could help to bring more and more utilities to different applications themselves. So it is not only for memes, it is also for DeFi-oriented applications, game-oriented ones. It can also be built for different kinds of governance-oriented organizations and etc. So I guess utilizing this kind of a application to build your own applications, it would be creating endless possibilities. So we also provide this basic check of security utilizing our own risk control engine. So just to provide a very good first step into security for different developers. And developing is easy, right? For deploying, it is even easier. It is basically just one click and it's published. And if users would like to use their own custom domains, they can also choose to insert it, and it can be easily deployed on there as well. With the time limit that we have, we cannot get through all of these highlights, but if you're interested, feel free to talk with us, as this is a product that can be used for different types of people, for different types of entities at different stages of their lives, providing different kinds of highlights that can also be compared with SDK solutions, developer agency, and etc., and create its own specific value. Now let's also get a little bit into the Anychain that we're developing. So first of all, we have fully homomorphic encryption on Taurus that is combined with Ethereum virtual machine. So what this provides is not only a layer of privacy, but it also allows this private data to be calculated as a sum so that different applications can also use these kinds of data to gather insights without compromising the privacy that is within the content itself. And to further ensure the stability of the network, we also have our dual dynamic adjustments in which developers can choose whether or not to utilize the encryption methods. And if they choose not to use it, then they will be able to launch it with lower gas fees, much higher speeds, and etc. So VersaHash is also the core algorithm onto our network, in which might be a little bit extensive if we get a little bit more into it, but feel free to reach out for us for more information on this. Not to mention that we also have the Onchain that is providing this essential stack onto our service, software as a service platform that makes it really a one-stop solution and further decreases the threshold for different kinds of developers. We also have very comprehensive applications already onto the network itself, and it's always expanding by the day. In terms of tokenomics, we're issuing 6 billion tokens that are all going to be gathered and generated by miners or nodes. They will help to maintain the stability of the network itself, and it is completely permissionless to participate in. The release of the tokens is also quite slow, with 2/3 of the tokens released in 4 years, and if I remember correctly, only 12% released in the first. So these gas tokens of Onchain are also the utility tokens of Initverse, making it usable in different kinds of scenarios within the ecosystem itself. And by owning these governance tokens, users are also able to vote and propose on different things that are essential to the development of the ecosystem. And we as a team picture ourselves there to boost the projects to launch. And later on, we're also going to be slowly turning it into a more and more decentralized community-based project. So as I have introduced myself as the COO, and I have worked within the industry for 7 years. If you're interested of getting to know more of our team, please feel free to contact us. We are also working with different partners. We are only naming a very few right here. And this list is also expanding as we are ongoing different kinds of promotions, always exploring what more we can bring to the ecosystem itself. So for different kinds of news, please feel free to stay tuned to our social media accounts or just reach out to us. Thank you guys very much for the time that you have spent listening to this presentation. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas, for ending this session with such practical and empowering insights. Your presentation truly showcased how intuitive tools are shaping the future of decentralized DApp development. And this also wraps up our online session for ETH Riyadh 2024. A huge thank you to all of our incredible speakers for sharing their knowledge, and to everyone tuning in for being part of this exciting journey. Your engagement is what makes events like this so impactful. Then remember to continue the conversation with us on social media using hashtag ETH Riyadh 2024. We encourage you to share your key takeaways and connect with the community. Stay tuned for more exciting sessions and opportunities ahead. Also, thank you once again for joining us today. We look forward to connecting with you again soon. So goodbye for now and see you soon.
you.